and pulls the trigger. I'm struck by an incredible force that sends me tumbling to the linoleum. Time dilates. My ears ring, dulling the explosion of gunshots. My vision swimming so all I can make sense of is the pressure of another body lying across me. "Ruth!" Ever shouts. He's here, in my face, shaking me. The world tilts. I can't breathe with the wind knocked out of me. Gunfire thunders rapid fire. "We have to go." Ever lifts me by the shoulders clean off the floor. That's when I see the rip in his leather jacket. The crimson smear of blood. Horror cuts through the haze. "You're bleeding," I rasp. "Ever, you're shot." "Run now!" He yanks me out of the kitchen, and as I turn, I see the man who fired at me reloading. All reason flees. I drop Ever's hand, and together we race through a den, dodging people and overturned furniture until we burst out the back door into the yard. It's a hellscape. Open battle lit by bonfire flames. Men shoot at each other from behind cars and fight in the grass, shoving each other's faces in the mud. One son wields a flaming log like a sword, the ground behind him ablaze, fire quickly spreading. "Shit!" Ever clutches his arm. "Keep going, Ruth. He's right behind us." "God, help us." I run so fast my legs and arms feel like they're on fire, but I don't let myself stop. Ever grunts beside me, faster than me but guarding my back, somehow able to do it even though he's shot. He shouldn't be able to move like this injured. I want to believe it's the adrenaline, but when his face was pressed close to mine, I saw his wild pupils. He's under the hold of the drugs. The sound of a close gunshot makes me turn over my shoulder. The bald man takes aim again. A sob escapes my throat. "Eyes ahead!" Ever yells, but suddenly there's another gunshot and the man chasing us rocks back like he's been punched. A perfect circle of blood blooms on his chest, and then he's down in the grass. He's dead. A hysterical laugh bubbles out of me, and my legs give out. I bend over, hands clutching my knees, chest heaving as I try to fill my lungs with air and laugh at the same time. "Hey!" Ever is beside me, rubbing soothing circles on my back. "You're having a panic attack. It's okay. It's understandable. But the bayou's just ahead. Just make it there and we'll lose them in the water, okay?" I look up at him, his face flushed pink, beads of sweat glistening along his nose, eyes so round and otherworldly, and shout, "You could have died." "Now's not the time." He stops, glances back at the compound, and groans. "The bullet just grazed me. I'm going to be fine, Ruth." "But you didn't know that when you jumped. When you stepped in front of me. You didn't know." "Listen." Everett crouches, bringing his face level with mine. We're both breathing hard. All the stars in his eyes have been blown out, eclipsed. "I'm never going to let anything happen to you." He squeezes my shoulders. "Which is why you have to trust me when I say we need to keep going." I want to sink into his eyes, the total darkness of oblivion and peace, but I force myself to stand, recognizing the hot wire urgency of his words. And the minute I do, the volume of the world turns back up, gunfire and shouting, roaring at full blast. Ever seizes my arm. "Eyes ahead, Ruth. Go." I pull the last dregs of strength from my body and take off. "Don't stop," shouts Ever from beside me. "Don't let them catch us." His words trigger an old warning, given to me before I was old enough to understand. That harsh, deep voice comes back. "You must never let them catch you." Ahead, moonlight glitters on the bayou, and I know in my heart I would rather drown in it than be caught. 23. August. 13 years old. Always the men descended on our house at night. Once every few months, our front door would swing open so fast it cracked into the wall, and my father's baritone laugh would boom through the hall, followed by their two loud voices as they stumbled after him. Shiny faces and unfocused eyes, spills down their shirts, blood scabbed on their knuckles from whatever they'd been up to besides drinkin'. I was always swept upstairs immediately, so I never found out, but I'd heard my mother refer to these nights as my father's social hours. Tonight, the sudden tornado of brayin' and hootin' was the only warnin' before they poured inside, more men than usual, their presence freezin' me at the kitchen sink. I stood listenin' to their laughter as they made their way to my father's secret liquor cabinet until the water overflowed my cup and spilled down my hands. Hurriedly, I turned off the faucet. I was wiping my hands on the kitchen towel, planning how to avoid them, a mad dash up the stairs maybe, or a slink through the shadows, when Augustus Blanchard shuffled into the kitchen, bent stiffly over his cane. He stopped in his tracks when he saw me. I flushed hot, cheeks burning, caught in my nightshirt by Augustus Blanchard, of all people, who was less a real man than a myth. Before this moment, I'd only seen him in profile. On the rare Sundays Augustus came down from the mountain, I passed the time staring at him while my father lectured, wondering what marvels filled his enormous house. His lips peeled back in a strange smile, showing too much of his gums.
"Miss Ruth Cornier."
He had a stentorian voice with only the faintest bit of our drawl, which gave him an air of grandeur. Even now, late at night, he wore a dark three-piece suit with the pocket watch tucked into his vest, the gold chain swinging. I didn't respond, only thought hard, trying to understand what I was supposed to do. His eyes, green once, maybe, but now discolored with age, narrowed keenly. He took a fat brown cigar and a lighter from inside his jacket and, to my horror, stuck the cigar in his mouth and lit it, puffing out smoke like a fire-breathing dragon. There was no smoking allowed in our house, but maybe Augustus was above even my mother's authority.
"What do you think of all this ruckus, Ruth?"
Augustus puffed on the cigar again, then waved it at the house. The rich scent of tobacco traveled to me. "It's Daddy's social hour," I whispered, and to my surprise, that elicited a great booming laugh.
"Well,"
he said, settling his great body into a chair at the kitchen table.
"aren't you clever?"
He patted the table.
"Sit. Let's test this mind of yours. I enjoy talking to young ones, imparting my knowledge. With Herman, he was never—"
He let his voice trail off, then patted the table again insistently. Though I wasn't supposed to be out here and it was the last thing I wanted, the instinct to obey was automatic. My legs dragged me to the table and dropped me in a chair. I watched Augustus carefully, the way a rabbit watches a bobcat. In the window over his shoulder, I could see men filtering into the backyard, the glowing orbs of their cigars like fireflies bobbing in the dark.
"Tell me what you're reading in school,"
Augustus said, folding a hand over his cane, the top of which was carved in the shape of a bear's head. I'd heard a rumor its glittering red eyes were made of real rubies. His question took me by surprise. I looked down at the table and answered truthfully, "Where the red fern grows."
"Disgraceful!"
He puffed his cigar, then waved.
"Fluff!"
"But," I lowered my voice, "I'm reading Little Women on my own." I don't know why I said it. Maybe deep down I was vain and proud and wanted Augustus Blanchard to know I was smart. And since I couldn't tell him about the books I'd found in the town library, like the Percy Jacksons, Little Women was my safest confession.
"Ah,"
his bushy eyebrows raised.
"A reader, then."
He eyed me.
"Dangerous quality in a girl."
It was like he could see inside my soul with those cloudy eyes. Silence stretched between us until Augustus knocked ash from his cigar onto the kitchen table.
"If you had to sum up the lesson of Little Women in one word, what would it be?"
He sounded like his son then, like a teacher. Independence, I thought. Duty, I said carefully. He studied me for a long time before his face split into a great gummy smile. Well, look at you. It seems James has a ticking time bomb on his hands. I do admire a learned woman, Miss Ruth. They're as rare as those exotic birds at the zoo. He cocked his head. You ever been to that zoo up in New Orleans? I shook my head. Ah, well, zoos are places we hold creatures that are better off caged, kept contained, you hear? He was waiting for my response, so I nodded. Unease crept through my belly. Are you going to grow up a good girl, Miss Ruth? Or are you going to be a threat to your daddy? His smile grew so wide I could see the dark crescents where his gums were pulling back from his teeth. He gonna need to cage you? Both sets of eyes, Augustus's and the bear's glowing rubies, locked on me. He sucked on his cigar, and the end flared, a perfect quarter-sized circle of fire. A good girl, I whispered. For the first time, I longed for the noise of the other men, someone besides me and Augustus alone in the house. He knocked more ash on the table. I have a secret for you. Do you want to hear? I didn't answer. Some people, like some animals, belong in cages. I know that better than anyone. Sometimes even good seed bears rotten fruit. Split it open pure inside, and you'll find nothing but maggots. A feeling seemed to seize him. He smacked the table so hard it rattled and roared. Through no fault of your own, you hear? I cowered back. You're a smart girl, Ruth, so I'm going to tell you the truth. Maybe it'll spare your daddy what I wasn't. His voice was thick. In his hand, his cigar burned down. Men'll do wicked things to a slip like you. They'll take their fill and leave you twisted and broken like a little bird on the side of the road. Mark my words. It's in their nature. They can't help themselves. Beasts, all of them. That's the evil your daddy fights against. I stared at him, hypnotized. Your daddy, he repeated, flicking the gold rings on his fingers, is out there every day fighting the beasts that live inside men's and women's souls. It's a great and holy war, Ruth. The highest mission, trying to contain them, make them docile, sedated. Do you know what life would be like without civilizers like him? He was waiting. There would be no relief until I spoke. No, I whispered. Destruction and chaos would reign. Men raping, beating, killing. Women fucking at their whim. Hell on earth. I went rigid at the curse word, but he continued. That's the gift God gave us with his teachings. Religion's the only thing strong enough to tame the beast. His cloudy eyes searched my face. I want to make sure you understand. You should be very grateful to your daddy. Christ's laws are the only thing standing between you and men's hunger. And let me tell you, that hunger is endless, perverse, and sickening. I've witnessed it firsthand. You be a good girl and stay right here under your daddy's protection. Augustus, there you are. My father bounded into the kitchen. Immediately, his expression hardened. Ruth, why aren't you in your room? You know you aren't allowed down when we have company. I lit up from the table as fast as I could. Yes, Daddy, I was only getting water. He turned apologetic eyes to Augustus. He didn't even blink when Augustus blew out a lazy ring of smoke. We apologize. She'll be punished if she bothered you. I didn't flinch, only kept moving. Facing the cane would be worth it to escape. Miss Ruth, rumbled Augustus. I turned back, though I dreaded it. Better move fast past them men, little bird. Whatever you do, you must never let them catch you. He hissed the last part, and when I startled back, he boomed with laughter, clutching his cane. His laugh followed me as I ran up the stairs and down the hall. Even when I shut the door and hid under the covers, I swear the spirit of Augustus Blanchard snaked up through the floorboards, searching for me, a spectral bear with ruby eyes. 24. Now. I watched the news, waiting to see Jebediah Ray's compound appear on TV, but there's nothing. No break-in alerts that men have been shot in Forsyth or a suspect in the Bernard Michaels case has been found. All this silence despite the tip Ever called in to the sheriff 2 days ago. I've told myself to stick to my routine, do nothing to arouse suspicion, but it's hard to act normal when the entire town of Bottom Springs has turned into a powder keg, ready to blow. Look at them, Nisa says in a low voice as we walk down Main Street. It's a feeding frenzy. Main Street is more alive than I've ever seen it. It feels like the entire town is here, huddled in circles outside the Piggly Wiggly, staring distrustfully out the windows of Old Man Jonas's bait shop, running Dale's country corner out of gas like a hurricane is coming. I've seen Bottom Springs on high alert before, seen the rumor mill whirring, but never like this. What's happening? I ask Nisa. We're making our way back to the library from a rare lunch at the Rosethorn Cafe. She'd asked me to go, a treat since we both usually saved money by bringing lunch from home, and I'd said yes to pretend there was nothing amiss. Rosethorn had been flooded with people, women packed at tables whispering, men having low, dark conversations. It's hard not to suspect the paranoia inside my head has somehow leaked out, infecting the entire town. I'd spent our lunch hour praying Nisa couldn't see the sweat dampening my dress or my knee bouncing under the table. Why is everyone so afraid? She eyes me. You haven't heard? I shake my head. Sometimes I think you must disappear into thin air the moment you leave the library. They found more symbols in the swamp. Her voice lowers. More of those moon cult marks. Who else could know about Le Culte de la Lune? No idea. And I'm still waiting on those history books from the Louisiana Heritage Archive to arrive. Hopefully they'll tell us what those marks mean. Nisa casts her eyes around the street, looking every bit as paranoid as the people gathered outside. There's another thing, she whispers. A big one. They found a second skull. What? Has news about Renard gotten out despite the sheriff's wishes? She nods. Instinctively, our pace picks up. Now we're hurrying as fast as everyone else down the sidewalk, as though the grim news is nipping at our heels. Belongs to a man named Renard Michaels, I heard. He passed through town a few years ago. She waves her hand. You would have been a kid back then. I nod. I was, until I met him. Now that there's 2 skulls, she continues, voice hushed. Everyone's saying it's proof the low man's behind the killings. They say he's risen and hunting. More bodies will come. You don't believe that, do you? No, Nisa scoffs, but she doesn't meet my eyes. The thing is, ever since the sheriff asked the town to think back on Fred, there's been a lot of memories surfacing, most of them about how he might not have been the man people thought he was. I'm floored. What are you saying? She speaks quickly like the words taste bitter. That Fred might have abused his little girl. The fishing wives have been talking, and it turns out people remember bruises on her. Apparently, this one time, she and her mama disappeared into thin air, then came back a month later, no explanation. There's rumors it was so the girl could, Nisa clears her throat, get rid of a baby. It seems certain I've done this. My prompting questions to the Fortnot fishing wives must have planted seeds. Despite the fact that I've betrayed Beth's secrets, I feel a strange wash of relief to have the real Fred Fortnot finally out in the open. And, Nisa says, as if that's not enough, Everyone's talking about how Renard Michaels was involved with the motorcycle gang out in Forsyth. Real nasty crowd. This part is Everett, the last phase of our plan. Get overheard talking about the Sons of Liberty over drinks at the Blue Moon. Engineer rumors to create pressure on the sheriff to investigate our tip. At least the rumors worked. Old man Jonas says the low man came for Fred and Renard because they were secretly bad men, masquerading as good ones. It fits, Ruth. That's all I'm saying. We're rounding the corner to the library when a voice screams, "I'm going to kill you, heathen!" A young boy dressed like Joseph from the Christmas manger streaks past us. I startle, throwing myself flat against the brick wall, as another little boy with a toy gun and an American flag painted on his face gives chase. "You mind where you're going, young men?" Nisa shakes her head as I peel off the wall, trying to steady my breathing. The sudden shout, for a second, I was back at Jebediah's compound, listening to all those screams. Nisa clucks. "I plain forgot the 4th of July festival was today." The 4th of July festival, which Everett and I used to privately call the Uncle Sam Jesus Christ Bonanza, is my father's brainchild, a spectacle celebrating America as the holiest Christian nation on earth. Held in the parking lot of Holy Fire, it's drawn bigger and bigger crowds every year, from Forsyth and beyond, but I can't imagine, given that we just saw most of the town gossiping along Main Street, that attendance was high this year. My father will be furious. "Come on," Nisa says, waving me forward. "I need to get back into the AC. We had warm summers in Baton Rouge, mind, but this swampland is hotter than the devil's armpit." "Sorry, they rattled me." She snickers. "Warn me if you've developed a sudden aversion to children. I can always take over story hour. Though heaven knows I don't have it in me to do those voices." We finish rounding the corner, and there, leaning against the library's locked front door, arms crossed, is Sheriff Theriot. My stomach drops. What's he doing here? He should be out in Forsyth busting the Sons of Liberty. "Afternoon, ladies." The sheriff straightens. "Been out at the 4th of July festival?" "Hello, Sheriff." I can tell Nisa's surprised to see him, too. "Actually, we were having lunch at Rosethorn." He frowns. "Not participating in this recent silly gossip, are you?" "Oh, no," she says smoothly, and that's when I learn Nisa is an excellent liar. "This town can spin a mountain out of a molehill, so I keep to myself." "Glad to hear it." The sheriff's eyes shift to me, and I school my face into a smile. "Ruth, may I have a moment? Somewhere private." Nisa and I glance at each other. I can see the curiosity in her eyes, and I have to tamp down a bolt of alarm. "Of course." I bring him to the small office in the back of the library. He surprises me by closing the door and remaining standing, even when I take a seat behind the desk. "Well, Sheriff? Are you here to ask more questions about Renard?" It seems to rattle him. "Renard? No." He adjusts his belt. "After further investigation, we determined Renard Michaels' death was accidental, like we originally thought. Man was an avid trapper who must have gotten turned around in the swamp and met a dark end." My mouth actually drops open. I have to snap it shut. Was all that work with the Sons of Liberty for nothing? But what about what they're saying around town, his involvement with the motorcycle gang? The sheriff's face turns scornful. "Hogwash," he growls. "Nothing but ridiculous rumors. This whole town's up in arms for no good reason." My mind whirs. Ever sent in the tip. The sheriff is aware of the rumors. The last time we talked, he said the evidence in Renard's case pointed to murder, and yet he's calling his death an accident. Did his office not investigate the Sons despite our tip? Or did they investigate and miss the deed? And the drugs, guns, and women? Is Sheriff Theriot really this ignorant? Our eyes lock from across the room like those of a pair of adversaries. I'm not misreading the tension. The sheriff has come to confront me. But why, if he's dismissing Renard's case? Twice now, I've felt the law's breath on my neck, and twice the threat has been abruptly pulled away. Ruth, the sheriff clasps his hands in front of himself in a show of calm control.
What do you know about Herman Blanchard?
It seems I won't be able to predict a single turn in this conversation. He was my youth pastor, obviously, and my vacation Bible school teacher, everyone's vacation Bible school teacher.
What do you know about his passing, I mean?
For the first time, I break eye contact searching my memories. He died 2 summers ago, right? I look up. The sheriff says nothing. A gas leak, if I remember. He was found in his garage. A tragic accident, everyone had said, though not an uncommon one. Herman Blanchard had never been known as the most street-smart of men.
The door from Mr. Blanchard's house to his garage was locked from inside the house,
says the sheriff.
And the electronic control on his garage door was malfunctioning, making it unable to open.
It takes me a second. You're saying he was killed? The sheriff rolls back on his heels.
You practically grew up at Holy Fire Born Again. How well did you know Herman? Did you ever hear any disquieting rumors?
The question touches a nerve. Like what? I fold my hands to match his. He notes it and clenches his jaw. On the pocket over his heart, the starred sheriff's badge gleams pure gold. I think of the crescent moon symbol in the woods. So many inscrutable talismans I cannot read.
Some things have come to light regarding Fred Fortnott, as you might have heard.
Oh, I raise my eyebrows. The tick in his jaw seizes again.
Some unsavory behavior that escaped the town's attention while he was alive.
He raises an eyebrow back at me.
Skipped his neighbor's attention as well, apparently.
My father was close with Fred. You should ask him. I cock my head. Come to think of it, Fred was a church elder like you. I remember seeing both of you those nights at our house. Remember those nights? When you used to come over late, drinking and smoking? The sheriff glares. I can't decide whether I'm more victorious or terrified to be going toe-to-toe with him.
Back to Herman,
he says eventually. Anger edges his voice.
If I recall, he was very close with his students. What do you know about that?
This question is the challenge he's come to lay before me. I can see it in the way he tenses. This is what he cares about. Mr. Blanchard was beloved, I say carefully, because he went above and beyond what other teachers did. He used to hold these competitions in VBS. The winner would get to go somewhere with him, Dairy Queen or McDonald's. Places children get excited about, but I never got to go. His eyes flash.
Why not?
I look at the desk and shrug. Not much of a winner, I guess. The sheriff stares at me for a long time before he says,
You know, Ruth, you're different these days. Not the girl I remember.
I say nothing. I recognize the trap.
Well, I won't take more of your time.
He moves to the door. I watch him, glad to be seeing his back.
Oh, wait.
He turns.
One more thing.
Yes?
Everett Duncan, he never went to vacation Bible school, did he? On account of his dad.
I was wrong. Lulled into a false sense of security. A false sense of superiority. This question, delivered so casually, is why the sheriff has come to talk to me. Me, of all people. Because I'm Everett's only friend. Right.
He ever have any dealings with the Blanchard family, to your knowledge? Say anything about Herman or Augustus?
Slowly, I shake my head. heavy with the weight of the lie. No, sir. I never once heard the name Blanchard come out of his mouth. 25. June. 21 years old. We were inside a fairy tale. The still water of Starry Swamp, a black mirror reflect in the night sky. 1,000 stars shining on the surface, one great glittering universe above and below. As we glided through the water, caught somewhere between heaven and earth, I thought about how none of this should be happening. 2 summers ago, when we were 19, I'd done a great and terrible thing. Gotten involved in something Everett had expressly forbidden me to, and made a deal with the devil. It had caused Everett to move away. Back then, I'd been convinced I'd never see him again. Yet here we were 2 years later in the lovely dead of night, our canoe parting the stars. It was the surest proof I had that redemption existed. He rowed, biceps straining under the sleeves of his black shirt, paddles dipping in the water. The lights began to twinkle from the rocks. He recited in time with his movements. The long day wanes, the slow moon climbs. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Silence hung for a moment. Then he asked, "Do you remember that?" I looked around. The moon was half shadowed, so the light in the swamp was low. Still, I could see the cypresses rising from the water well enough to duck their branches as we drifted past, push aside the curtains of Spanish moss. It was quiet tonight, the frogs and crickets subdued, only the faintest hooting of owls, as if the swamp shared my melancholy. Of course I remember. The muscles in my back stretched as I rowed. Lord Tennyson from English class. I would never forget the day Ever recited it. It was the first time I felt like I wasn't alone. But that was 4 years ago, and so much had passed between us since then. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, I recited quietly, that which we are, we are. You missin' our glory days. The corners of Ever's mouth lifted. Feeling nostalgic at the ripe old age of 21, we navigated a narrow passage between 2 trees, their low branches dipping into the water like a woman bending over with cupped hands. Moonlight reflected off a pair of slitted eyes resting just above the water. The alligators weren't afraid to come close, though they usually remained still as statues. Only their eyes tracked, waiting. The branches, the gators, and me, quiet longing everywhere. It's different now that you're only here for the summers, I said. He grew still at the other end of the boat. I knew talking about it made him uncomfortable, but it was the truth. He'd moved away from me, and now each time he came back, a clock started ticking, counting down our time together. Each minute felt precious. You're sitting right there, I continued, and somehow I already miss you. It was wrong of me to push. It was just the first summer he'd returned after my terrible sin. I'd simply been happy to see him. But this summer, I was finding it hard to feel grateful for the short amount of time we got together. Hard to remind myself I was the one who'd caused him to move in the first place, a consequence of my betrayal. This summer, it seemed the more I tried to hold on to Ever, the more he slipped away. And on some nights, like tonight, I found myself haunted by what I couldn't have. The canoe rounded another corner and the narrow passage opened into a wide bayou ringed by hard woods. The half-moon shone a path across the water to our boat. We stopped rowing and let ourselves drift. Ever leaned over and picked up a bottle of Boone's Farm from the middle of the canoe, untwisted the top and handed it to me. "You're sad tonight. Here, don't make fun of me." He nudged me with the bottle. "I'm not. I'm trying to distract you." I took it, fingers brushing his, and drank, eyes closing. The wine was sweet, more dessert than alcohol, but ever since we were 18 and Ever stole me a bottle from the Dollar General, I'd loved it. "Look," he whispered, and I opened my eyes to a blanket of mist rolling over the water, fast and purposeful as a sentient creature. "A warm front must be closing in." "Here it comes," I said. "Watch out." I'd no sooner spoken the words than the fog swallowed us. In the dense, wet air, I could only sense Ever as a darkness at the other end of the canoe. "Ruth," his disembodied voice emerged through the fog. "Did you notice how strange Herman Blanchard acted at the store?" I leaned and extended the wine, which he found by feeling through the fog. I listened to the sound of his throat working, and when he was done, he laughed. "It continues to surprise me how much I don't hate this stuff." I settled back into my end of the boat. Herman has always acted strange around me. While we were picking up the Boone's farm at the Dollar General, paying this time, we'd turned down an aisle and there he was, carrying a green plastic shopping basket with nothing inside but crayons and strawberry hard candies, the kind we gave out at church. The minute he saw us, he'd turned and fled, not even a hello. "Well," I corrected, "he's been that way since the summer before 6th grade. "What happened then?" "The fog made it so talking to Ever was like talking to a priest on the other side of one of those Catholic confessionals on TV. I told him how I'd been on the verge of getting to go to Dairy Queen with Herman and Lila LeBlanc until my father roared out of the church and took me away. For a long time, I was really sad about it. I mean, not about the ice cream. It was more like I realized around then that I'd probably never have a normal life. I could still remember the way Lila had smiled at me, like it was the dawn of something. She'd barely looked at me since. Hadn't even responded when I'd asked how her blizzard was. Since then, we'd been distant. It was the kind of non-judgmental sound Ever specialized in. As I got older, I started thinking about how strange my dad's reaction was. He wouldn't talk about it. But I think there was something under the surface I was too young to realize at the time. The shadow that was Ever was quiet. Finally, he asked in a thick voice, "What do you think that was?" Wine sloshed as he lifted the bottle. I sighed and lay back in the canoe, careful not to rock it. My long hair fanned everywhere, even trailing over the sides of the boat, ends dipping in the water. "I think my father secretly hates Herman Blanchard." Ever didn't respond. "Herman's weird, no doubt about it, but it's the kind of weird that doesn't register until you're older. Except everyone who is older has to treat him with kid gloves because of who his daddy is. I think my dad finally got sick of it." "Augustus Blanchard," Ever said, "and his sharp bear's cane." Sharp? I thought of it, those ruby eyes and giant fangs. Sharp if it struck you, maybe. The canoe started rocking, enough so I had to grip the sides. Ever crawled closer. "Ruth." Now I could see his face. His eyes were urgent. "You're going to capsize us." "Have you ever spent time around Augustus? Did your dad make you?" "Yeah, he's a church elder, so he used to come over some nights when I was a kid. I talked to him once, but that was it. He used to scare me." Slowly, the concern bled out over Ever's face. He sank down into the middle of the canoe. "Creature fear." "What?" "The animal part of you that senses threats." I took the Boone's farm from him, swallowed and wiped my mouth. He was creepy, but I used to dream about being a Blanchard anyway. Imagine having that much money. I shook my head. It's wasted on Herman and Augustus. They never even leave Bottom Springs. "I don't know." Ever's eyes followed the strands of my hair off the edge of the boat.
There's something to be said for being the biggest beast in the forest. That's power, and it's something people get addicted to. Rots their insides. His voice grew lower, gravelly. If you know how to look, you can actually watch them transform into monsters over time. Like werewolves on a full moon, I joked. All broken bones and twisted flesh. Ever had been into pulp magazines last summer, and I was trying to make light, sensing his darkening mood. He didn't smile. Like werewolves, he agreed, and was quiet. I could sense him drifting away to that place I couldn't follow. The one time I talked to Augustus, I said, trying to pull him back. He said he knew what it was like to bear rotten fruit. I didn't understand as a kid, but now I wonder if he was talking about Herman. If there's something rotten, Ever said stiffly, his focus returning, it's in both of them. I frowned. What's with all this talk about the Blanchards, anyway? He cut his eyes away, so I knew I'd hit something. Then he tapped the side of the canoe. Did you hear Augustus isn't naming Herman in the will? It was a sidestep, a cheap distraction, but it worked. You're kidding. Imagine thinking your whole life you'd inherit millions, only to have it taken away. Who's getting it then? Ever shook his head. That's the thing, no one knows. I was hoping you'd heard something. From your daddy, maybe? I didn't. Where'd you hear it? He shrugged. Around. At the Blue Moon? He bit his lip. Yes. Ever, I can handle myself okay? I'm not like him. The mist was finally clearing right in time to watch Ever lean in and tuck something soft as satin above my ear. I felt for it and pulled out a flower, marveling at it in the moonlight, small and pale and star-shaped with a dark purple heart, a water hyacinth. I'd learned their name from Ever years ago. I looked at him in question. He opened his palm to reveal a handful. How? He pointed to the water. I peered over the boat and gasped. While in the mist, we must have drifted into a floating garden. All around us, delicate hyacinths sat on thick-webbed leaves like teacups on saucers. Fast, clever Everett. He must have plucked them so swiftly in the fog I hadn't noticed. I tucked the flower back into my hair and he smiled. Hold still. He rose to his knees, leaning over me. The boat dipped. Careful, I whispered, but I wasn't really thinking anymore. Not with Ever so close, when I could breathe in the air he exhaled. He slid the flowers into my hair gently, one by one, then leaned back and surveyed me. An artist examining his work. He grinned, and without warning, touched my temple, pushing his fingers into my hair. The long strands slid like silk between his fingers, fallen like a rose-red curtain. A small curl caught around his pinky and stayed there. My breath caught. You look like that painting of Ophelia from your art history class, he whispered. The red-haired princess lying in the water, covered in flowers. By John Everett Millay. 3 years ago, when I was still excited about following along with LSU courses and teaching myself since I couldn't go to college, I'd taken LSU's Western art class. The painting had been one of my favorites. Millay had painted Ophelia, Hamlet's would-be bride, singing in the river in the very last moment before she drowned. Show off, Ever teased. My heart beat so hard I could feel my pulse in every limb. Ever's eyes sank to my throat, lingering where my vein jumped. Then he swallowed and looked away, to the floor of the boat, where something else caught his attention. He seized the book and fell back into the canoe. The sudden loss of his closeness was like being released from a spell. I took a deep, fortifying breath, newly awake. What was I playing at? Everett may be innocently affectionate, he always was,
but I was torturing myself. I'd made my choices, made my deal with the devil, and now I had to live with the consequences. Ophelia, indeed, singing in the water while it drowned me. Everett held up the copy of Twilight I'd been rereading. After all this time, I folded my arms and looked away. Not tonight, ever. No teasing, he promised. Then, though I did hear it got nominated for a Pulitzer, something about the high-quality writing. He laughed. Okay, no teasing after that. This is your replacement copy. I rolled my eyes but nodded. Thanks to my job, I'd been able to get my hands on it, plus the other books in the series. The original I'd watched burn. Can I ask you a question? His tone was serious enough to make me sit up. Pale hyacinths tumbled from my hair. Why have you always been so obsessed with it? I laughed, a low, tense sound. The irony of having this conversation now after all these years and everything that happened. I decided, in a fit of pique, that if I was going to hurt tonight, I might as well go all the way. Why do you think? I fingered a fallen flower. Because it's the ultimate in romance. Edward and Bella love each other so much, he's willing to die for her. And she does die for him, in a way. She becomes a vampire so they can always be together. And you're sure that's love? His eyes darkened. Given up your life for someone? This was the part I was waiting for. The knife twisted deep. I think Bella was better off dead than the girl she was before. Becoming a vampire let her protect herself and the people she loved. I was skirting too close to my own wound, but I couldn't help it. There are some things that just have to be done, even if they're evil. And Ever was the only person I'd ever say that to. It was remarkable, the change on his face. His skin seemed to glow, his eyes 2 black holes sucking me in. Ruth, he said, voice thick, are you saying you could love a monster? I looked at him, really looked, at this friend I hadn't expected, whose life had turned out to be worth more to me than anything, even my place in heaven. And my heart swelled with the strangest mix of hope and fear to have the truth so close to the surface. It would be easy right now to confess that I was the monster. I wanted to freeze the moment and live in it, stay in the possibility. But of course I couldn't tell him what I'd done. The great sin he didn't even know was what really drove him away. I choked out a laugh and pressed a finger into my snakebite scar, willing the old pain to distract me. When I allowed myself to look again, I found Everett staring. What? My tone came out sharper than intended. He cocked his head. I'm not allowed to look at you? God forgive me for my weakness. Only if you tell me what you see. His slow, unfurling smile was bittersweet. The center of the world. I exhaled. Ever. He started to move, holding my gaze. He slid on his knees across the boat. I startled back, shoulders rising against the bow, and he stopped. What shone in his eyes was my own hesitation, mirrored back. My own hope. My own longing. He raised a hand to touch my face. He doesn't know. If he did, he would never touch you. I turned my cheek. Ever's hand dropped. I'm tired, I said quietly. Please take me home. He was silent for so long that I closed my eyes. Then the boat rocked as he climbed back to the other end. I heard him pick up the oars, heard them slap the water. I'm sorry, Ruth. His voice was grave. I promise, never again. 26. Now. I'm lying on my couch watching the sheer white curtains twist in the wind, thinking about Herman Blanchard, the disinherited son outlived by his father, when I hear the sound of car tires crunch in the dirt road so fast it could only be Everett. The screen door bangs behind me as I bound barefoot across the lawn. His convertible slides to a stop, dust flying, and he leaps out of the car. It's over. I fling my arms around him. Renard's case is closed. We're free. Ever folds me tightly against him. I press my face into his chest, breathing him in, feeling like I might sob from sheer relief. He cups my head, fingers catching in my hair, and rubs his other hand between my shoulder blades, the movement soothing.
What do you mean we're free?
I pull back. His thick hair stands high from the wind, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. There's white gauze wrapped around his bicep where he got grazed by the drug dealer's bullet and something wild in his eyes. He hasn't raced here to celebrate. The sheriff came to see me at the library. After everything, they're ruling Renard's death an accident. No one told you? Ever's jaw tightens, but the look that flickers across his face isn't surprise. Why isn't he shocked? I don't understand, I say, still holding his waist. Whether or not they investigated our tip, what would make them change their mind so radically? His fingers move down my spine.
Frankly, I don't care. I say let's just take the pardon. It's perfect, actually. I came here to...
Ever. If Sheriff Theriot hasn't gone to see him, he doesn't know the other half. The sheriff was asking questions about you and Herman. His brows knit together. Herman Blanchard.
What did he say?
Something about Herman being locked inside his garage, and then he asked if you ever had any involvement with the Blanchard family. His eyes move over my shoulder into the distance.
I can't believe he had the gall to ask you that.
Hey, I place my palms flat against his chest. I've watched this town scapegoat people my whole life. I won't let them do it to you.
Listen, Ruth. Forget about Herman. I came to tell you I'm leaving.
No, you're not. My denial is reflexive. What do you mean you're leaving? We're freed from Renard now. Whatever they throw at us with Herman, we'll figure it out. We can still have our summer. I need our summers. I feed and live off them all year. He places heavy hands on my shoulders. I was preparing to leave anyway. And then I got an offer on the house. That miserable place, Ruth. Someone actually wants to buy it. Can you believe it? He shakes his head. I was standing in the living room imagining finally being done with it, and I thought, what if I ask her one last time to leave with me? What if this time she says yes? His fingers tighten on my shoulders. So I'm here to ask. Beg, if you want. Grab a suitcase and let's just get in the car and leave. We can go anywhere. Over Everett's head, a flock of birds comes screaming out of the trees. The earth tilts beneath my feet. Why now? Why so urgent? He drops his hands. Without them, I feel I might tip over. The time's right is all. Come with me, Ruth. You always wanted to leave Bottom Springs. I never understood why you didn't. First, it was the money, then a reason I'll never tell. The secret that lurks between us, keeping us marooned on different shores. Ever searches my face. He must see my resistance because his voice grows hoarse. Why can't you, Ruth? For God's sake, just tell me why I left and you never followed. It's knee-jerk, the need to avoid this question. That's the only reason I can think of for why I blurt out, Barry asked me to marry him. The news hits Everett like a wave. First, a pummel of shock, then the come-down of betrayal. A sort of sinking understanding. He swallows.
I see. And you said yes?
No, I don't know. Inside, alarms ring. What am I doing? I haven't given him an answer.
When?
He clears his throat.
Did he ask?
Days ago. Fear and adrenaline have muddied the waters of my mind since the day they pulled Fred's skull from the swamp, so time isn't clear. Weeks, maybe. He holds his jaw so tight I think it'll shatter.
And you didn't think to tell me?
I did, but with everything happening, my voice trails off. He holds my eyes.
Ruth, are you sure you don't know your answer?
It is strange that I've waited until now to tell Everett. Even stranger that I'm still processing how I feel. It's like I'm groping my way through the dark, trying to understand my own heart. Everyone expects me to, but the truth is, I don't know if I want to get married at all. Do you know what I picture when I think about marriage? Being trapped like Mary Fortnott, or nameless like the fishing wives. I think of my own mother, and I can't be like that. To my surprise, he scoffs. That's not the kind of marriage you'd have. That's the only kind I know. I press my hands to my neck, trying to suppress the heat welling, and turn from him. The late afternoon sun peeks over the roof of my house, extending soft beams like outstretched arms. It's easier to speak this way, facing the sun instead of him. It's okay, really. I gave up on the idea of true love and soulmates a long time ago. Now the only kind of closeness I want is friendship, like ours. That's enough. His voice is sharp. Of course it isn't. I jerk like he slapped me. Don't forget how well I know you, Ruth Cornier. Before I can protest, he's in front of me, the sun lighting his hair in a golden halo. You've been in love with love your whole life. It's in all the books you read. It's all you used to talk about as a teenager. Of course you want it. I wipe away the moisture in my eyes. I was a fool, fixating on it because I was lonely. But I know better now. Love isn't salvation. It's a curse. Feeling so much, wanting so much, not being in control of yourself. I closed that door and I'm better for it. You can't lose it, he says gruffly. He reaches out, resting his fingers on my arm. Not a demand, but a plea. It's who you are, and I need you. He swallows hard. I need you to believe it. My life used to be darkness, and then you came along, sunny Ruth, with your big heart. If that part of you ever gets snuffed out, I swear to God, I don't know what all... He stops. The pain on his face is suddenly replaced by a gutted understanding.
What am I saying? You didn't shut the door. You just don't want to tell me you're going to say yes to Barry.
Everett, that's not...
You're going to marry him.
Everett's voice is full of conviction.
And grow old with him and have his children.
He cuts his eyes away and squares his jaw, trying to master himself.
You'll make a private world with him.
He swallows hard and nods, as if it's already decided, a thing he can see clearly.
And I'll be the ghost who haunts you every summer.
I stand there in the grass watching him bear the pain of being left behind, and think for the 100th time that I should tell him why I don't deserve his friendship or his pain. My voice snags. I'll do it, even if it means he hates me. It's on the tip of my tongue.
No.
He scrubs his hands over his face.
You don't have to placate me. I've always known this would happen. I just got my head turned. Forgive me and forget I asked.
He starts toward his car. Stop! Ever freezes mid-stride and turns, the look on his face hauntingly hopeful. It's unfair of me to ask when it will change nothing. But it's been 6 years of wondering. Even now, as he skirts closer to saying something, I still don't know exactly what it is. I used to think maybe there was something growing between us different from our years of friendship. But then I committed my sin, and he chose to leave. So I take a deep breath and ask, what am I to you? The sun is in his eyes. He squints down at the grass. A smile curves his mouth, so sad I would give anything to retract the question.
It's funny. Since the day I found you in the swamp, I've been trying to answer that question. I thought once that you might be the answer to the only prayer I ever made, or my conscience, my heart beating outside my body. Sometimes," he swallows, "I think you're a fistful of sand, and the tighter I clutch, the faster you spill. I don't know, Ruth. You're something I've never had a name for." He doesn't know it, but once upon a time, I had the perfect name for him. 27. May, 19 years old. "It's dead," Everett said, crouching to peer at the bird in the grass. It was beautiful and small, jewel blue feathers and a snow-white belly, though the white was streaked with mud. A tree swallow. It lay there, one dark eye facing us. Must have gotten attacked by something or flown into a tree. No, I crouched beside it. It's still alive. The way it lay, half covered in dirt, made it look discarded. I willed it to live. As if it heard my thoughts, the bird's head swiveled. It opened its small beak in a silent cry. "See?" I squeezed Ever's arm. All right, all right. I think its wings damaged, though." Gently, Ever lifted the bird and made a dark, cool basket of his t-shirt, placing the swallow inside. "Rescue's closed on Sundays, but we can go first thing in the morning." We'd pulled a lot of injured animals out of the swamp over the last year. Tender-hearted Mr. Wilkes, who ran the makeshift clinic, was probably the only other person in Bottom Springs who liked Ever. He looked at me, the bird cupped in his shirt. "Can you take her? I know you have the baptism, but I can't let my dad find her." He didn't need to say more. For months, I'd tried to talk to Everett about what his father had done to him, but he refused to say a word, as if silence could simply erase the January day I'd found him broken in his living room. If I tried to bring it up, he'd close down, change the subject, or get frustrated, making me swear not to tell anyone, especially my father or the cops. Maybe burying it was what he needed to survive, but I'd spent so much time since I'd found him imagining his father hurting him again that the scenes had started to bleed into my dreams. All I wanted to do was the one thing he'd expressly forbidden me to do: march into the sheriff's office and dispatch the deputies in to put Killian behind bars. It would be a horrible betrayal of Everett and his friendship, his agency, his trust in me. But wasn't his safety worth it? In this instance, didn't I know better than him? These questions plagued me. So when I said, "Of course," the two simple words wavered, wanting to be so much more. Back home, I took advantage of the fact that my parents were still down at the shore, where they were setting up for the afternoon's baptism, to sneak in the swallow. I'd learned from Everett and Mr. Wilkes what the bird needed, so I went right to my closet and pulled out an old boot box, shook out the contents, and stuffed it with towels, wrapping one around a hot water bottle. After poking holes in the lid, I laid the swallow inside, taking care not to touch her more than necessary. It seemed counterintuitive to close her up in a box like a tomb, but Mr. Wilkes said birds needed it so they didn't go into shock. Too much stimulation could make her tiny heart give out from fright. I heard the front door open sooner than expected and ran with the box as gently as I could. My parents wouldn't let me keep a dirty animal in the house, not to mention she was proof I'd been out in the swamp with Ever. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs as I tucked the box into my closet. "Shh," I whispered. "Everything's going to be okay. Just hang on for one night." "Ruth Sarah Cornier!" My mother's sharp voice made me jump back from the closet, hitting my hip against the desk and knocking my book bag to the floor. The contents spilled everywhere. She strode into the room. "If you're not dressed and ready—" Her eyes lasered on the mess. Pins, a printed syllabus for LSU's History of Modern Philosophy course, and Twilight, bent, dog-eared, and splayed with the cover up. My mother looked at me. I found I couldn't say a word
in such shock that the moment I'd feared for so long was actually happening. She bent and picked up the book. "What's this?" My mouth opened, but nothing came out. Seeing the book in her hand, it dawned on me for the first time that the cover of Twilight, pale hands holding out an apple, was meant to evoke Eve tempting Adam to sin. My stomach sank as my mother turned the book over and read the back. I was living a nightmare. "This," she said slowly, "is that occult book I saw on the news. The girl who falls in love with a demon." I placed a shaking hand on my desk, trying to steady myself. "It's just a book. Harmless." But even I didn't believe myself. It wasn't just a book. It was how my heart had discovered hope. My mother stared at it. "This is how the devil recruits young girls. It's brainwashing." I braced for it, screaming, hitting, excoriation. I was the devil's whore, an unrepentant sinner. She would shout for my father, and he would bound up the stairs, push me to my knees, and beat me with the rattan cane until I sobbed my confessions. But instead, my mother opened it and studied the title page. "For ever and forever," she read, then looked up at me. "That doesn't sound harmless. It sounds like you're signing your life away." I flushed at her misreading. It was only a silly, idle scribble based on that Tennyson poem Everett and I had recited to each other 2 years ago. "Mom, this is going to make you want things." There was a creeping realization to her voice. "It's going to make you lustful and wanton." I started to counter, then stopped. It wasn't entirely untrue. She kept looking at that cover like it had hypnotized her. "You silly, silly girls." Her lip curled. "You're all so predictable, wanting to light your lives on fire. I thought we'd raised you better." "It's just a book," I repeated and held up my hands, palms up. "I'm being rebaptized today, remember? I stayed in Bottom Springs and I go to church every Sunday, and I've never caused you," I paused, "much trouble." She gave me the most incredulous look for a woman who was normally allergic to sarcasm and tossed the book on my bed. "Sit down," she said, gesturing to my mirror. "Vanity may be a sin, but there's no excuse for going to your baptism homely." Moving cautiously, eyes on her, I edged to my vanity and sat in the pink padded chair. She came behind me. Even though she just returned from the Gulf, where Holy Fire Born Again held its baptisms, there wasn't a speck of sand on her. Her navy dress was beautiful, the fabric richer than we'd been able to afford back when I was young and the church was still growing. Her white blonde hair daggered straight to her shoulders, a stark contrast to mine, long and scarlet and tangled from the outdoors. But our blue eyes were twins. They met in the mirror. "Over and over, you girls." She didn't look away as she took a fistful of my hair, seized the hairbrush and dragged it through. When it caught on a tangle, she wrenched harder and I bit my lip. "Why do you always want so bad to fall in love?" Disdain hollowed the words, "you girls," as if she herself had never been such a creature. "Sickening the lengths you'll go to, and always with the wrong boys." She ran the brush again, jerking my head. "It's like there's a switch in your brain once you hit a certain age and you lose all reason." I was nothing like that when I was a girl. I never caused a lick of trouble, and look how I was rewarded. She raised her hand at my room. "Look at this house. My husband, my stand-in. Do you think it came easy?" She paused and met my eyes. "If you think I'm blind to what's going on, you're wrong." I blinked to clear the tears, being tender-headed. "You mean the book?" She waved the brush. "The book, the boy, this obsession, Ruth. Why? What's in it for you?" The question was remarkable, a singular event. She'd never asked me to explain myself before. Suddenly, I wanted to answer with the truth. I thought of Bella, how she'd given up everything for Edward, no hesitation. The other girls at school fallen over boys at Starry Swamp, then sobbing over them in the girls' bathroom. Lila LeBlanc and her endless suitors chastened their attention like she had a hole in her heart only they could fill. Beth Fortnott, always wanting boys she thought were bigger and better, trying so hard to escape herself. Why did we fall in love like lit matches dropped in kerosene? The answer came to me easy as anything, and if I could have been honest with my mother, I would have said we loved like this with an all-consuming passion because our hearts had awakened to the truth of what we wanted for ourselves. The awakening itself was a miracle for those of us who had no map for love, who'd never once felt an emotion directed at ourselves as strong as the ones we gave to others. How do you draw a map of a place you've never been? Twilight had been my map. I thought of my love for Edward Cullen at 14. Yes, that was my heart's hunger showing its teeth. Teeth. As if beckoned by his true name, Everett appeared in my mind, supplanting Edward. Well? My mother smoothed my hair with her cold fingers. What do you have to say for yourself? Though I ached to tell her, I realized it might only be a trap. So I stayed quiet, hoping she read that as contrition. But she wouldn't be dissuaded. She plucked a silver comb from the table. Choosing obstinance. Well, she cleared her throat. There was once another girl who was sullen and rebellious, who didn't listen to her parents. I was familiar with these cautionary tales. They all started the same way. There was once a girl. What followed was the same plot with different details. A girl who was headstrong and disobedient, whose great sin caused her life to end in tragic ruin. All these three-dimensional, live-in girls flattened into tales whispered by mothers to daughters. What did it feel like to become a warning? I imagined a great hand pressing me until I was paper-thin, like Christ's wafer body at communion. She thought she was in love, my mother continued. So even though he was older and refused to tell anyone that they were dating, she gave herself to him. And do you know what happened? He left her pregnant and alone, disgraced and untouchable. This was by far the most familiar story. I bit the inside of my mouth, waiting as she scored the comb across my scalp, then said, "You can skip ahead. I've heard this one." Our eyes met and held for a long time. Then she said softly, "I have one you haven't heard." I couldn't look away. There was once a girl who came from an old family so poor they had to live out in the swamp and kill with their bare hands to eat. Everyone in town looked down on them. I was mesmerized by her eyes, focused on something far away. Already, the story felt different. As the girl grew up, she started coming into town. She was pretty enough to turn heads, and many men tried to court her, but she fell in love with the worst one, a dangerous man who made her big promises. My mother's hands tightened in my hair. Everyone warned her he was masking his darkness while they were courting, but she ignored them and married him anyway. He bought her a pretty house right in town, and she became pregnant. A faint echo of grief flitted across my mother's face. Not long after that poor girl gave birth to their son, her husband came home miserably drunk and beat her to death in a fit of rage. She stroked my forehead. She had the most luminous skin, the things he did to it. After a moment, her eyes refocused. That's what can happen to you. Luminous skin gave birth to a son, a drunk father, It was Everett's mom, I breathed. That's who you're talking about. I wanted her to deny it, but she said, "It's a horrifying story. That's why I never told you." In the thickness of my shock, I blinked at her. But Ever's mom died giving birth to him. She dropped the brush on the table. That lie's probably the only mercy that boy's ever been given. Entire belief systems reordered themselves in my head. Then why didn't his father go to jail? You knew this happened, and you let Everett live with him? There was no police record, said my mother coldly. The Duncans stayed to themselves anyway. Didn't come to church, had no community. Killian told everyone she died giving birth, and no one questioned him, not even her own family. My mind whirred. But if you knew, you could have saved him. Hush, she hissed. It's not our place to interfere with heathens. Besides, I'm sure that boy's as rotten inside as his daddy, and if he wasn't born that way, he is now. That's why you need to stay away. The Duncan line is darkness incarnate. The words lashed out quick as a stricken snake. I thought Jesus preached kindness. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? Her slap was so hard she nearly sent me off the chair. I caught myself against the vanity, cheek throbbing. How dare you? How dare you? Do you want me to get your father? My ears rang. All I could think was, I had to tell Ever. This dark secret that had been kept from him, the real reason they called his father the devil and avoided him at all costs. His whole life, he thought he'd killed his mother. He'd carried the weight of it. What would happen when he knew the truth? That fierce anger filled me, the kind that begged me to defend him, the way he'd done for me in the swamp with Renard. I longed for the cool weight of a stone in my hand. But who would I turn it on? All of Bottom Springs? What could I actually do against people like my parents? Weak, meek Ruth Cornier. My mother walked to the bed and seized Twilight. Your rebaptism couldn't come at a better time. The devil is hard at work inside you. She thrust the book at me. Take this down to your father and show him what you've done. The instinct seized me, and I obeyed. And when my father commanded me to strike a match and set fire to the book, no matter how much it hurt, I didn't protest. I held the flame in the fireplace and let it drop. I thought of that girl, Ruth Cornier, the wisp, and as the pages blackened and curled, I imagined it was her who was burning. On this holy day, my father shouted, his voice triumphant, reaching across the waves to the congregation who watched raptly from the shore. We give thanks to the Lord for giving his life so we might have a path toward redemption. A wave crashed at my back, knocking me forward, the water warm and murky and high as my hip bone. My father seized a fistful of my hair and braced a hand against my back. The congregation swayed on their feet, anticipating. You are gathered here to witness the rebirth of Ruth Sarah Cornier, he yelled. Today she recommits herself as God's servant. This, my friends, is how we defeat death. This is how we conquer that last great hurdle. They cheered. What a sight we must have been. My towering, golden-skinned father holding me in the waves like a red-headed flame he would douse in the sea. He kept yelling, but I let his words fade out. My eyes drifted past the congregation to the blue sky above. A flock of starlings was coming, hundreds of black birds pouring toward us like a dark wave. They danced in their murmuration, undulating like water, forming topography, twisting into spirals, mysterious messages I wished I could read. It was beautiful. Somehow they knew how to do this, each of them born with an instinct for exactly where they were meant to be. They called to each other in a great cacophony, and I imagined They were calling to me, asking where I was meant to go, what I wanted in this life. In my heart, I knew the answer. It was the same as the answer to my mother's second question. This all-encompassing love for all the wrong men, what's in it for you? The truth was, I longed to kiss people like Edward Cullen, vampires and heartbreakers who could hurt me, kill me, men who walked the knife's edge of life, because what I really wanted, what I'd wanted from 14, even before I had the language to describe it, was to suck the marrow out of them and carry it myself. Forget puberty, forget growing up into a woman. I wanted to drink their threat, hold that volatile substance in my chest, swallow their danger and become the danger myself. Vampire, viper, all that power, mine. That was the thing everyone glossed over about Bella. Why, as I aged, I fell in love with her, I think, even more than him. Because all along, she knew she'd been born to be a vampire. It was only after Edward turned her in her death and monstrosity that she became her truest self. That was what I longed for. And no number of girls who died trying, no number of cautionary tales would ever stop me. Because I wanted to be transformed, same as all the people up there on the shore, except baptism wasn't strong or quick enough for me. Love so violent it was a threat, a maelstrom, maybe that could do it. Maybe after it burned through me and I was transfigured, the world would look at me and be afraid. Wouldn't that be something? The prayer of every teenage girl. A roar went up. My father dragged me underwater. 28. Now. I surface from my thoughts with a gasp as the organ music soars and the congregation rises to its feet. "Earth to Ruth," says Barry and yanks me up. I grip the pew, unsteady like I've just emerged from somewhere deep. In front of us, the choir trails down ornate twin staircases to the stage in their red and white finery. Once, Holy Fire Born Again was no more than a small, square building on an empty plot of land. It stapled the grandest thing about it, and even that outmatched by the library. Over the years, it's grown in every way. The building with the renovations, the congregation fill in this massive nave, and my father's reputation. After the choir sings their opening, he'll emerge on the balcony overlooking us, magisterial, an emissary from God. Like clockwork, the Holy Spirit will overtake someone and they'll start speaking to him in tongues. Barry pries one of my hands off the pew and squeezes it. I was thinking we could have a short engagement, get married right here in the fall. What do you think? I'd finally told him I needed more time to consider his proposal, and though he wasn't happy, he also hadn't let the answer stop him from planning. He seems to view our marriage as a foregone conclusion that I'll eventually catch up to. I smile weakly. Fall is nice. A rare visitor appears in the aisle. Augustus Blanchard hobbles to his row up front, accompanied by a hovering usher. He's grown emaciated these last couple of years, no longer a commanding figure. He leans hard on his cane with every step. "Looks awful," Barry whispers, leaning in. "That man hasn't been the same since Herman passed. That's what grief'll do to you, I guess. I'm worried reopening Herman's case is going to make the old guy keel over." I study Augustus's profile. His face, though hollowed, is as stern and unyielding as ever. I don't read grief in him. "Barry?" I say, and he straightens to attention. He's been fawning and attentive since I told him I needed time to think. Withholding my answer has given me more power over him than I've ever held, and unfortunately, I need to exploit it.
Who's inheriting the Blanchard fortune when Augustus dies? Shoot. Barry raises his eyebrows. His hands are folded in front of him, his brown hair swept to the side, wearing a carefully ironed collared shirt. The spittin' image of a good man. That's the $1,000,000 question, ain't it? I got no clue. Just know it wasn't gonna go to Herman. Do you know if Mary Fortnott inherited Fortnott Fishin'? She did, right, after Fred died, since she was his wife? He looks at me like I'm crazy. She's a woman, Ruth. She don't know a thing about fishin'. Course she didn't inherit it. Who did, then? Barry scratches his chin and eyes the choir, which is finished assemblin'. I don't know who owns it, but Gerald Terrio runs it these days. All around us, people start twisting in their seats to face the back of the church. Gasps go up, followed by fierce whispers. Barry and I turn to see what's caused the commotion, and my heart nearly falls out of my chest. Everett stands at the back of the room, the massive double door still swinging behind him. His hair is tousled from his convertible, and he wears his usual black t-shirt, jeans, and heavy boots, an outfit that's tantamount to a crime here. He displays the gauze-wrapped bullet wound on his bicep like a badge of honor. As the entire congregation watches, he pats himself down, theatrically checking for flames, and finding none, grins widely, showing off all his teeth. The volume of the whispers skyrockets as he swaggers down the aisle. I meet his eyes, and his grin grows. Then his gaze flicks down to where I hold Barry's hand, and his smile falters for a second before it's back to full wattage. He winks and slides into the pew directly across from mine. Everyone sitting there scrambles away, a sight that would have been funny to teenage Ruth, but now that I'm older and know the consequences, it only brings me heartache. He makes a show of sitting, dusting off his seat, then settling his tall body onto the cushioned pew, one leg crossed casually over the other. When the organ music stops, there's nothing to mask how savagely the whispers are flying. The devil's son has appeared in church. Catching his eye, I mouth, "What are you doing here?" It was a joke we used to make on lazy summer nights, lying on the dock. Can you imagine if you just showed up to church one day, what they'd do? He was never supposed to actually try it. He smirks and shrugs, leaning back in the pew like it's a recliner. Dangerously reckless. Only 2 days ago, he told me he was leaving Bottom Springs. I'm grateful he didn't, but this is the last place on earth I want to see him. The nerve walking in here. And for what? I murmur. Provocation, says Barry, his narrowed eyes on Ever. It's a thing they get off on. They? He settles back and drapes an arm over my shoulders. Never mind, you'll know soon enough. What's that supposed to mean? My father strides onto the balcony, and all talking stops. He stretches his arms out to encompass us, eyes sweeping his flock. They land on Everett. Ever, for his part, turns and looks at me. My face burns, caught between them. My father's expression remains impressively neutral. "Brothers and sisters in Christ," he calls, voice amplified by the microphone. "Praise him! Praise him!" the whole congregation shouts. Far in the back corner, someone keeps chanting it, compelled by the Spirit. My father lifts his voice over it. "Today I will tell you how the Lord shall avenge himself upon the souls of the sinners who've rejected his wisdom and light. Ours is a wrathful God, oh brothers and sisters." The congregation hollers back, all eyes in the room on the devil's son. As soon as the congregation floods out of the church into the wide green lawn, I beeline to Ever. "You need to leave," I hiss. "You're stirring up trouble. It's a ticking bomb." He folds his hands behind his head like he's lying on a beach somewhere.
Maybe I don't care anymore. Ruth. Barry appears at my side. Come now. He takes my elbow, pulling me away. Hello, Barrett, Ever says. We were talking. Barry, hold on. I try to dig in my heels, but Barry grips me tighter and keeps moving. Hey! Ever's voice has lost its playful indifference. Don't squeeze her like that. People are turning to watch. The lawn is eerily quiet. Barry leans in as he tugs me. I don't want you seeing him anymore, not in public or in private. Trust me, Ruth, something's brewing and you don't want to be near it. Now's not the time for childhood loyalties. You're holding me too tight. I try to wrestle my arm from him. It seems Ever was lying to himself when he said he didn't care about anything anymore. When I whip my head over my shoulder, I find him striding purposefully after us. Escalation is the last thing we need, not outside of church in front of the whole town. I have to broker peace. Hey, Barrett, Ever calls. Why don't you let her walk on her own? She's capable. Barry halts mid-step and swings around. Don't tell me how to treat my fiancé. Ever's eyes jerk to me. You said yes? Though he's asking me, Ever's question seems to strike Barry like an arrow to the chest. He drops my arm and thrusts his finger at Ever. The crowd's moved with us into the parking lot. We're surrounded by eyes. Just because your twisted brain has been obsessed with Ruth Cornier since high school don't mean you get her. Barry's heated. It just means you're delusional. Stop, I beg, stepping between them. There's no reason to get in an argument in the church parking lot. Let's just calm down and go our separate ways. You think you own her, don't you? Unlike Barry's voice, Everett's is cool, his face an icy mask. You think the Reverend gave her to you as a trophy. He did, Barry cries, and it's my job to take care of her. I turn incredulous eyes on him. No one gave me to anyone. Barry flushes redder. You know what, Duncan? He waves a hand. It's past time we did something about you. He starts to turn, then jabs a finger in Ever's direction. I know you, motherfucker. You act all high and mighty, but I know what you're really about. And soon, they all will. He pushes through the crowd. I can only assume he's heading for my father. Ruth. Ever steps closer to me, his voice lowering. Despite the fact that we're ringed by spectators, the way he looks at me makes me feel, for a moment, like we're alone. Come on. He says it impatiently, like he's waiting for me to catch up to something he's already realized. You're choosing the path of least resistance again. The path of least harm. No. He shakes his head. You know what? I think for all your ability to see inside these people, you're still theirs in the ways that matter. Over his head, the great white steeple of holy fire born again rises like a needle. It's grown taller and taller over the years, closer and closer to God, and now it towers over us like a watchful eye. Beneath it, the gathered crowd tightens. The words mob violence slither through my mind. Not here, I urge. If you want to talk, let's go somewhere else. Ever shakes his head. You're falling at their feet like they want you to. Why? Because you're so determined to win back your place in heaven? He lowers his voice. Do you really think what we did was so wrong? Shut up, I hiss. He's treading on dangerous ground. Why are you suddenly acting like the rules don't matter? You think there's no rules for me? His laugh is cutting. Who's God really, huh, Ruth? Some ghost in the sky? Or the men right here on earth who can do anything they want to us? Don't talk like that. I give up and resort to Barry's tactic, gripping Ever by the arm and trying to muscle him away from the crowd. I know what you think of church, but now's not the place or the time. Ever looks at me like he's never seen me before. Do you actually believe it? Believe what? All these eyes, It's like Barry's proposal, but worse. I'm nearly vibrating at the thought of one of these men catching the details of whatever's saying. Their staring's already violent enough. Everything your father preaches. I always thought deep down you didn't believe it. But maybe I was wrong. Ever steps closer and taps 2 fingers against my temple. Is he in there? Is this his? Enough. I slap his hand away. His eyes turn desperate, just like 2 nights ago when he came to my house and asked me to leave with him. Why does he keep returning again and again to ask for things I can't give? Sometimes I think I know you better than any creature on earth, Ruth. Better than I know myself. His voice cracks and I cannot look away. And then you side with them? Or refuse to fight for yourself? And I remember you've spent your whole life with that man. And I think, maybe she's a goner like the rest of them. And I just never wanted to see it. I'm not a goner. My eyes well against my will. Recklessly, self-destructively, Everett came to Holy Fire to pick a fight. And now he's doing it to me, interrogating me in front of everyone, making me choose sides. You willing to do whatever it takes to get to heaven? His eyes burn. Bend on your knees, wail in the streets? He clutches my shoulders. Tell me, Ruth, once and for all. I have to know who you belong to. How dare he? The tears threaten to spill. You know. I choke on the words. You know better than anyone I need to repent. Truthfully, he doesn't know the half of it. Ever looks at me like I've stuck a knife in his gut. Is that the lead weight tied to your feet? Is that why you won't ever leave? You're stuck here serving some kind of life sentence? For God's sake, Ruth, you don't have to repent like this. Of course you'd say that. Barry breaks back through the crowd, flanked by the sheriff and my father. All 3 of their faces are blood red, livid. I realize Ever and I are talking so close we look like we're embracing, and step back. You killed them all, you sicko. Barry's voice soars. Even your daddy. You're a goddamn psychopath. The crowd explodes. Barry, the sheriff barks, shoving him back. Stand down, deputy. What's wrong with you, Barry? I whirl to Ever. I'm so sorry. But he already senses it. Barry's words have inflamed the crowd. Any moment now, their shock and horror could ignite into violence. He starts backing away. It's not too late for you, he says, then turns and pushes through the crowd. People stumble away to let him through. Heart pounding, I watch his car peel out of the parking lot, grateful he's escaping, even if I never will. It was, after all, the price of my bargain. 29. August. 19 years old. I closed my eyes against the water and turned it up as hot as it would go, as hard as it would hit. Molten heat pummeled me from the shower head, but I closed my eyes and bore it. I'd taken too many showers lately, driven by an impulse to get clean, though the scouring I craved was stronger than a shower could accomplish. I stood under the waterfall and imagined a great knife carving off my skin and muscle until it got to bone. That's when I'd be clean enough, when I was small and fragile again, unburdened of the monstrous layers I'd grown. The heat finally grew too much. I turned off the shower, stepped out and toweled off, twisting water out of my hair. I wrapped myself in my white robe and padded down the hall, opening my bedroom door. Everett leaned against my desk. The window was open beside him, letting in sticky August air thick as honey and so humid rain would surely start any minute. His right arm was in a makeshift sling he'd made for himself. The large bruise that shadowed his right eye was finally starting to yellow, the cut slicing his lower lip, scabbed and healing. I used to read books with heroes who got wounded in wars or in fights defending the woman they loved, and pictured their bruises as romantic swipes of color. But I've since learned better. There was nothing romantic about what had happened to Ever. I was surprised he could still make it through my window. I stopped mid-step. My parents are downstairs. He cocked his head, confused probably about my tone. I'd never minded him climbing in my room before. I know, he said, slowly drawing out the words. That's why I took the private route. I shut the door quickly and cast my eyes to the carpet, folding my arms tightly over my chest, wishing I was wearing anything other than this thin, flimsy robe. It hurt to look at him. What's wrong? I could hear the frown in his voice. Nothing. Warm water beaded steadily down my back. How's your arm? It'll be okay. Your eye is looking better. I told you I'd be fine. The words were a knife through my rib cage, whether he meant them to be or not. The message was clear. Once again, I'd overreacted. But I swallowed my protest. Everett was allowed to be rude these days, because 2 weeks ago, he'd come home to find his father lying dead on the floor, a bottle of vodka next to him. Since then, Ever's life had consisted of a confusing maelstrom of end-of-life paperwork and tense interactions with the sheriff's office, the latter entirely my fault, though he didn't know that. Once he told me he was glad I never walked on eggshells around him, but now I was doing worse than walking on eggshells. Facing him now required a magician's prowess, an immense sleight of hand to keep his attention where I wanted it and away from where I didn't. Right, I acquiesced. I forgot how fast you heal. Silly me. His voice grew more concerned. Ruth, if I did something... I glanced at him, then back down. Looking for too long was dangerous. It was too soon, too raw. The hurt on his face, combined with the bruises and cuts, mixed with everything he'd been going through lately, losing his dad, could be my undoing. I cleared my throat. Have the church folks stopped bothering you yet? Outside, thunder cracked, and just like that, rain began to fall, small drops sprinkling through the window. A breeze ruffled the curtains, cutting the oppressive heat. Ever walked to the window and stuck out his uninjured hand, catching rain in his palm. No, they're still coming by to tell me alcohol poisoning was what my dad deserved, and now he's most assuredly reigning in hell. Pretty much every day someone comes by. I think it's the most visitors that house has ever had. I walked to my dresser and pulled out a drawer. I needed to put clothes on, layers of sweaters, maybe to build a barrier between us. Ever's voice turned teasing. They don't like it when I agree. Messes with their minds. It's pretty funny, actually. If your dad wants to send any more over... I stopped rooting in my drawer. It's not funny. It's cruel. That's what's so funny about it. He drew his hand in from the window, dripping rain, and wiped it on his shirt, leaving a dark handprint. The cruelest people we know are from church. Let that sink in. I scoffed, turning back to the dresser drawer, and accidentally caught the knot tying my robe on the corner. Swiftly, the knot unwound, and my robe fell open. I drew a sharp breath, stomach plunging, and grabbed for the fabric, pinching the sides back together. I couldn't even look at him. The sheer humiliation. If he'd seen... Ruth. Ever's voice was strangely low. That single word, my name in his deep, lilting tone, changed the temperature in the room, charged the air. I turned my head, knowing it was a bad idea. The sight of him stilled me. His dark eyes were intense, gaze unwavering, like a predator on a hunt. His muscles tensed. He took a slow, measured step toward me, as if he thought moving faster might send me running. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My throat felt nearly closed. He slowly lifted a hand the same way he did to calm a scared animal. His eyes were trained on my face. "I'm coming closer." His soft voice found its way inside my chest. "Why?" I breathed. He stopped an inch away, looked down at me with his hair fallen over his forehead. I almost shook at our closeness. Ever and I had always existed in a world of our own. We'd tried to be there for each other, as close as two friends could be, but what was happening now was different, uncharted. I had no map for it. "Can I?" he whispered, and though I didn't know what he was asking for, I dipped my head anyway. Ever placed his hand over mine, then slowly, with our eyes locked, lowered it to my side. The robe I clutched fell open, revealing a sliver of skin, the small curve of my breast. I caught my breath. He took my other hand and gently lowered it. The robe opened to my shoulders. His eyes took me in, drifting to the soft dip between my breasts. I had no idea what to do. My heart beat so fast I was sure he could see it under my skin. Slowly, so slowly, he rested his fingertips against my bare stomach. A gentle touch, but each finger sparked a nerve. He skimmed his fingers higher, leaving goosebumps in their wake until they came to rest between my breasts. He pressed his hand flat, the warmth of his palm and his fingers spanning my chest. The unexpected rush of feeling made me close my eyes. I had never been touched like this before. "Your heart is racing," he whispered. "I can feel your blood pumping under your skin." This, finally, was what Bella had felt in the meadow the moment before Edward kissed her. I took a deep inhale of Ever's woodsy scent, and it was almost like I was there. "Ruth," he said gently, "look at me." I opened my eyes. No amount of imagining could have prepared me for the beauty of his bruised face wearing that tender, urgent expression. "I sold my dad's garage," he said thickly. "I have money now, enough to leave Bottom Springs." It was like he'd plunged a sword through my chest. "What?" His eyes grew brighter, hopeful. "The garage? It sold immediately for exactly what I asked. I have more goddamn money now than I ever expected. This is our shot to leave. We'll do it just like we said. I'll work, you'll go to school, we'll travel and read and be happy." Somehow it hadn't occurred to me that Everett's father's death would finally give Ever what he needed to leave. Freedom, money, and opportunity. How shameful, as an avid reader, that I hadn't predicted the textbook tragic irony. My fear that Ever would one day leave me had finally come true, and I'd been the very one to engineer it. I took a step back and knotted my robe tightly. "I can't." His face fell. "What? Why? Why?" There was nothing on earth I wanted more than to go. Escaping was the dream that used to keep me going. It was also the possibility I'd sacrificed, the future I'd foreclosed to strike my deal. So no matter how mesmerized I was by his proximity, if Everett chose to leave, there could be no us in the way I'd only just allowed myself to begin to imagine. "I don't get it." He took a step toward me, but I backed up and stopped, hurt on his face. "This is what we've always talked about." I'd have to lie. "I don't want it anymore." I crossed my arms. "I thought about it, and it doesn't make sense to leave. I'm happy here. I have a job and family. It was just talk, foolishness." "Liar. Why are you acting like this?" "It's not my fault you took it too seriously." Now I was the one plunging the sword. His eyes widened. "Who are you right now? Seriously, who am I talking to? Because it isn't Ruth Cornier." "I don't want to go," I said, raising my voice. "Parents downstairs be damned. If you do, fine, but you can't drag me against my will." I'd finally horrified him. His pleading expression closed up. I would never do anything against your will. We stood looking at each other for a long, tense moment, my hands clenched in the effort of keeping my true emotions off my face. Then Ever pressed his hand to his heart and twisted an invisible key. Just a second, the briefest touch, but I knew what it meant. He was locking away this moment, never to be resurfaced. He turned to the window, swung a leg over the ledge, and vanished into the rain. I stood there staring at the window but not seeing it. Then, like a dam cracking, the grief poured out. I sank to the floor and cried so hard it felt like I was breaking myself in half. And still, I couldn't get my body to express the true fullness of my grief. I was the architect of my own misery. No amount of sobbing was equal to the pain. I was losing Ever. From this day forward, everything would change. He'd been more than my best friend. Sometimes a person was bigger than that. Sometimes they were your freedom. The whole woods, the channel through which you first fell in love with the earth, felt at home in it. Sometimes a person was your home. The love you learned to grow for yourself stored in another's body. Sometimes they were the way your body first learned what it wanted. Sometimes they were an awakening. He'd been all of it, and now he was gone. 30. Now. I slam Barry's car door as the sheriff's and my parents' cars come screeching to a halt. I don't have anything to say. I pull up my long dress and race across the lawn to my front door. I don't want to talk to Barry, not after what he pulled with Everett in the parking lot, and the sheriff and my parents are only here to harass me. I want to be alone in my small sanctuary, lock the door, and pretend my house is hollowed ground.
Ruth Sarah Cornier,
my father booms.
You stop this instant.
Like a magic spell, I go rigid on the grass. So many years of obedience, and it's like my body isn't fully mine. I remember Ever tapping my temple. Is he in there? Is this his? All four of them, Barry, the sheriff, my mother, and my father, storm across the lawn in their pressed church clothes. The low heels and ironed button-ups are a disguise. No matter what they're wearing, they're an army here to launch an assault. I steel my spine.
You idiot!
To my surprise, the sheriff shakes his head at Barry.
You tipped our hand. Now what if he skips town? You can't blame the boy for getting excited,
says my father. He's still in his white robe from church, the gold thread on the massive crosses adorning his shoulders catching in the sun.
The Duncan kid was being deliberately provocative.
Tipped what hand? I asked the sheriff, focused on using this ambush to at least learn whatever secret Barry referenced in his anger.
He won't skip town.
Barry says it bitterly, like a child unused to being criticized.
Ruth's still here.
I think of Ever's haste to leave Bottom Springs. Had he caught wind he was going to be scapegoated somehow? Is that why he was so eager to leave? The sheriff clears his throat.
I don't think.
Someone tell me what's going on, I demand, taking everyone by surprise. My mother's look is censorious.
Don't interrupt your elders.
I'm this close to screaming that I'm 23 years old and don't care about rules I never agreed to when the sheriff turns to my mother and says,
No, Ruth's right. It's time.
He mops his gleaming forehead. The mid-July afternoon heat is so thick it nearly ripples in the air. Sweat trickles down my back, but the last thing I'll do is invite these people into my house.
The reason I came to question you the other day about Everett's connection to the Blanchards is because we're gathering evidence linking him to Herman Blanchard's death.
Sheriff Theriot delivers the bombshell in a matter-of-fact voice. Even in his white church shirt sleeves, there's no mistaking he's the law.
We had a witness come forward, one of Herman's neighbors. Says 2 years ago, round the time Herman was found dead in his garage, her son, young boy, about 7 at the time, told his mother he saw the low man visit Herman. Said he spotted the man walking out of Herman's house, and when he saw the boy, the man put his finger to his lips to shush him and then ran away.
Goosebumps rise on my arms despite the heat.
The woman didn't say anything until now because at first she thought her son was telling tall tales. Of course, Herman's death was ruled accidental, but with all the talk about the low man floating round Fred and Renard's deaths, she thought she better come talk. At first, I was ready to dismiss it as more occult hysteria.
Then why are you telling me? My voice is thick.
Because I don't know about no low man, but you know what I did realize? The creature's supposed to be pale and morose and good-looking enough to tempt a person. You know who fits that bill? Everett Duncan.
The sheriff glances at my father and they exchange portentous looks. Absolutely not, I said.
Everett fits the description of a man a gas station attendant out in Forsyth recalls getting in a big fight with Fred Fortnott not too long before Fred went missing.
That hits like a sledgehammer. Ever has never mentioned getting in a fight with Fred. It can't be true, then. It has to be someone else or something the sheriff invented to pin him. Everyone watches me. They're waiting for me to break into tears, I realize. Gasp, scream, show some sign of horror. I make my face remain expressionless.
We believe this explains why Everett didn't come back to town last summer. He knew the boy saw him outside Herman's house and wanted to let the heat die down. Make sure he wasn't gonna get caught.
You have it all wrong, I say. Everett is one of the best men I know.
You're still defending him?
Barry's voice is incredulous.
Told you she was obstinate.
My mother's icy tone is the soundtrack of my childhood.
Listen, the sheriff puts out his hands, placating. Everett's going down for this, no two ways. But we need your help first. Why'd he come back this summer? What's he planning? You're his only friend. You have to know something.
To see me, I think, then feel naive. He came back to sell his father's house, I say instead. Barry shoots the sheriff a worried look.
He'll have no more ties here. He could slip away.
Exactly what I've been worried about.
Ruth.
The sheriff's voice grows grave.
We suspect Everett killed not only Herman, but Fred before that and his own father before Fred. We're waiting for money to exhume Killian's body and test it since it wasn't done when he died. That's 3 murders we know of. Do you know what that makes him?
The sun beats down on us, distorting the air, giving everyone auras. There are no bird calls, no frog croaks. The world is silent in this moment of anticipated dread. The sheriff's voice is steady.
Ruth, your friend is a serial killer.
31. Now. It's late when I meet Everett at the bar. There's no chance he'll be safe at the Blue Moon after the stunt he pulled at church, so I've asked him to meet me at the Alibi, a place I've heard mentioned in gossip. It's in a deserted part of Forsyth, nothing but trash tumbling down the street when I hurry across it. The only light comes from the red and blue bar signs. But inside it's busier. I've noticed in Forsyth, people don't talk to each other much, maybe on account of it being a bigger town where everyone doesn't know each other's business. In the dim and moody Alibi, men sit alone, staring morosely over their beers, or in pairs at the bar, talking quietly. I spot Everett in a red booth and straighten my shoulders. I need to keep my wits about me tonight. It's not the time for emotion. It's time for logical thinking. Investigative Ruth, getting to the bottom of the sheriff's absurd accusations and finding a way to counter them.
Got you this.
Ever says when I walk up, slide in a glass of something so shockingly pink it can only be Boone's Farm across the table. He wants me to sit across from him instead of next to him like usual. Okay, taking the hint, I slide into the booth. You assumed I'd need the hard stuff after what happened at church, looks like. I'm going for light to undercut the tension, a classic Everett move, but he doesn't smile. Well, I'm just glad you agreed to meet me. He looks away, jaw tightening, so I take the opportunity to study him. He's in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, innocent enough, though his sleeves are rolled up on account of the heat and it makes him look a little tough. The way he's sittin', arms folded over the table, shows off his pronounced muscles, his broad shoulders, and once again, like when he was wrenching open the safe in Earl's garage, I'm struck by his bulk and cut, things I stopped paying attention to when he became an extension of me. He's taken the gauze off his bullet wound. I can see the path the bullet took across his skin, red and angry, but even scarred and half-shadowed in the murky bar, I still see my Ever. Of course, I know better than anyone you don't need to look like a killer to be one. Hey, yells Ever suddenly. Across the bar, 2 men stop playing pool. Guy in the plaid's cheatin'. Fuck you, says the man in the plaid. He turns to his partner. Am not. Ever turns back to me as the man's partner starts pulling balls off the table and cursing loudly. He takes a sip of beer, a smile curving his mouth, and says, more to himself, just thought you'd like to know. I frown at his strange mood. I'm surprised you're still here. I'm happy about it, don't get me wrong, but it seemed like you were in a hurry to leave. Yeah, well, Ever drops his beer back on the table. I guess I must be in the mood to torture myself. A new song comes on the jukebox and he yells without looking, "Someone turn it up!" I watch the lone other woman in the bar walk to the jukebox and turn the dial, eyeing Ever with intention. Yesterday on my lawn, the sheriff had pleaded with me for help one last time before I fled into my house. We don't have enough evidence for a warrant yet, he'd said, which is why we haven't arrested him. We need a confession or some lead-on evidence, a location where he stashes souvenirs, a tip on a weapon, something like that. You're the one he trusts. We need your help. My father had turned to me with actual respect in his eyes and told me I had a chance to do something noble that would restore me to full righteousness in the eyes of the Lord. It was like he could see straight into my soul, the way he'd said, no matter your past sins, it's a chance to repent. I hadn't been able to look away from him, and it wasn't only the guilt that held me there. It was also that old impulse, the one I thought I'd outgrown, to be good in his eyes, to make him proud, to be loved. It had taken muscular force to push the impulse down. I'd had to remind myself that I knew better than to trust them. If Ever was evil, I would have known by now. No 2 people in the world have been closer than us. I'm the one who keeps secrets, not him. So I'm here tonight to protect Ever, warn him about the sheriff, tell him to get out of town. I open my mouth and nothing comes out. He watches me expectantly. His face is truly so haunting, those flecks of color dancing in his eyes as hypnotic as the bands of color on a coral snake, rustling and warning under fall leaves. A memory comes back. That day at the dock when we were 18 and I crouched in front of him in the sand, locking an invisible door in his chest, shutting away all the things better left unsaid, all the things I didn't want to hear. Ever, I clear my throat. Did you ever run into Fred Fortnott at a gas station? He barely looks at me. He's busy grinning at the woman who turned up the music, his white teeth dazzling in the low light. I don't know, Ruth.
He turns, still wearing the Cheshire Cat smile. Bottom Springs is a small town. Chances are. I try to sound casual. You ever get in a fight with him? He rolls his empty bottle across the table, snatching it just before it falls to the floor. You asked me here to talk about Fred? Asshole, barks the man in plaid, knocking Ever's shoulder as he stalks past our table. Cheater, Ever calls back, and the man stops. He turns. His eyes are hard. Say that to my face. Ever seems nearly giddy as he unfolds from the booth. Gladly. The man looks up at him, taking in his height and breath, and clenches his jaw. You know what? Not worth my time. He shoots me a dirty look and beelines out of the bar. Ever sighs and drops back into the booth. Are you trying to start a fight? I want to shake him. This is like his performance at Holy Fire. Reckless, self-endangering. We've spent our friendship trying to take care of ourselves and each other, so I've never seen this side of him. He's like a stranger. Is that why you haven't told him about the sheriff's accusation? Are you doubting him? I push away the Boone's farm. Let's say I am trying to start a fight. Ever's dark eyes glitter. Everyone around here already thinks I'm a villain. Why not give them what they want? He glances at the woman by the jukebox, dancing slow and sultry to the rock song, and shakes his head. They want it so bad, after all. What have I got to lose? He returns to me. I've got nothing left to care about, anyway. Hollowness empties my chest. Before I can answer, he leans in. So what's next? You going to ask if I've ever tampered with Herman Blanchard's gas lines? Come on, Ruthie. Let's hear the next part of this very subtle interrogation. I jerk back like he's slapped me, shame burning my cheeks, and then shove up out of the booth. Whoever this person is I'm talking to, tell him I want my friend back. Ever doesn't blink. Funny. I'd like mine back, too. We stare at each other, two faces mirroring anger, until I can't take it anymore. I leave him sitting in the booth, nearly kicking open the door to the bar on my way out. Let him keep drinking and fighting. Let him become his father for all I care. Cloud cover means no stars tonight, so the outside world is dark and lonely. I'm unlocking my car when a deep voice calls, "Hey, Red, you're pretty cute." Red, like Renard used to call me. My hands freeze on the door handle. I look back and see a man standing in the parking lot near his driver's side door. He looks to be about my age, maybe a little younger, smiling and wearing a white baseball cap with LSU stitched into it. Back home from college for the summer, maybe. I open the car door as fast as I can. What, no response? The man's voice turns indignant. That was a compliment. Whisper quiet, Everett appears at my side. I startle back. His eyes are locked on the man. A wicked smile spreads slowly across his face. Don't. Go back inside. But Ever ignores me. In a flash, he's in front of the man, saying something so softly I can't hear it. And before I can yell for him to stop, the man in the baseball cap takes a swing. It's the invitation Everett's been waiting for. He ducks nimbly and catches the man in the face with his own fist so hard he jerks the man's head back, sending him tumbling to the gravel, his baseball cap flying. Ever is good at this, well practiced at bar fights. People used to whisper about it, and I used to say it wasn't his fault. He wasn't asking for it. What if I was wrong? Ever, stop! I yell, slamming my car door shut. He shoves the man to the gravel, where he splays out. His arms go up, trying to shield his face. He's making some sort of incoherent noise of protest, something between a groan and a plea. Everett straddles him and pummels, blows that twist the man's face. His expression is vacant, like he's gone back to those nights with his father,
locked in the past where I can't follow. Stop! I scream and fling myself at him, catching his heavy arms and doing my best to wrench them back. Please, I sob, and Ever stops, allowing me to pull him back. He staggers off the guy, breathing hard. The man lets out a sob and scrambles for his car. Who are you right now? My voice is hoarse from yelling, but no less stricken. Everett wipes his mouth with a bloody hand, red pooling around his split knuckles.
I'm my father's son, Ruth. That what you are. You are.
A car engine roars and the man Ever beat peels out of the parking lot. His LSU baseball cap still lies overturned on the ground. Tears wet my cheeks. Do you want to go to prison? Ever flings out his arms and takes a step backward. Who cares what I want? I'm a dead man walking. He shoves his bloody hands in his pockets and turns away from me into the night. As he leaves, it hits me, this feeling, my heart like a hummingbird's, chills despite the heat, paralysis in my legs rooting me to the gravel. I'm scared of my friend, and it's not the first time. 32. June. 19 years old. The moon was bright enough to light my way around the back of Everett's house. I brushed aside a curtain of low-hanging branches, stepped over a section of rotted fence, and entered his backyard. It looked like the inside of a madman's mind, expansive, wild, and unruly, the grass nearly up to my knees in some places, patches of mud in others, thorned branches grabbing at me like tentacled arms. The full moon shone on it all, lighting old beer bottles thick with film like a path to Ever's window. It was late, but I would knock anyway. This was too important to wait. Today was his mother's birthday. When he told me earlier, almost shyly, I knew it was the first time he'd ever told anyone. It should have been a sacred moment, an outstretched hand, a show of trust. Instead, it made me sick. All day I'd wrestled with the truth. I had to tell Ever how she really died. Since I couldn't get out of Bible study after work, I was left to sneak in the dark to his house the way he usually did to mine, crossing my fingers I wouldn't run into his father. But before I could knock at Ever's window, movement in the farthest corner of the backyard, near the forest's edge, caught my eye. There, a flickering flame. A small bonfire, and what was that? A figure crouched low? Even in the moonlight, it was far enough away that all I could see was a dark mass, vaguely human-shaped. Ever? As if in a trance, I moved toward the fire. Something shone in the grass. I stopped and squinted. It was a smooth white stone, glittering with tiny specks of minerals. There was something written on it, dark and barely discernible. I picked up the rock and turned it so it caught the light. There, a shape. 5 curling spirals, their edges meeting in the center of the stone, rust red, smelling faintly of iron. The spirals were drawn in blood. I dropped the stone and looked frantically around the grass. White rocks were everywhere, forming a giant circle around the bonfire, their surfaces gleaming with bloody spirals. What was this? What did it mean? I looked up at the fire. There were 2 dark masses, not one. They seemed to be bent over something, their movements jerky, like wolves over a kill, tearing away flesh. Had I been wrong? Were they animals? There was a strange smell as I moved closer, musky and putrid, the scent of the decaying animals we passed on our hikes. Their dark movements against the orange-red crackling fire were hypnotizing. I drew forward like a woman under a spell. I needed to know what I was looking at. I was close enough to peer. If I could only lean. I stepped on a branch and it snapped with a loud crack. The figures whirled at the noise, faces illuminated by the moonlight. I screamed and stumbled back. It was Ever and his father. They stared at me with vacant eyes, their faces smeared with blood, thick and dripping down their chins. There was blood everywhere, coating their hands, running up their arms. As they turned, they revealed what lay between them. A deer, stomach split open, inside spilling out. My eyes jumped to the blood around their mouths. I was filled with an overwhelming sense of wrongness, what my father called the sense of sin. I begged my body to move, but my limbs were locked, terror turning me to stone. The fire hissed and popped like a creature given warning. Ever blinked, coming back to himself. "Ruth?" Hearing my name and his hoarse voice unlocked me. I scrambled backward, slipping over the white stones and nearly fallen in the grass. I righted myself, eyes locked on Everett's blood-soaked face. The terrible mask of gore and beauty, and a fear beyond rational thought filled me. The sight of them, demons feasting among the flames, triggered every warning I'd ever been given about hell, every threat screamed by my father from his balcony. It was a holy terror that seized me. In that moment, I ceased to be Ruth, the rational thinker, and became my father's creature, his weak-kneed acolyte, through and through. I turned and took off through the yard. "Wait!" Ever yelled. I could have sworn I heard him getting to his feet, and the thought of him chasing me, strong, ever, impossibly fast, unleashed a new dimension of fear. I leapt over the rotted fence and streaked into the street, pumping my legs as fast as they would go. It was midnight. His neighborhood was the hunting ground, and I was prey. That's what I felt, deep in my bones. I was the deer. Running to postpone the moment Ever's fingernails would rake across my back and I would fall, finally feeling his sharp canines deep in my neck. In that moment, in the height of my fear, it felt like some part of me had been waiting for it, secretly, since the moment I'd met him. I ran like the devil himself was behind me all the way home. 33. Now. We keep the microfilm reader in the basement of the library, a place Nisa swears is haunted, though that's not a very Christian thing to say. It's dark and humid down here, no air conditioner, and a single rickety light, but I'm willing to stay for as long as it takes. Like the sheriff, I need proof, except the evidence I'm searching for will show Everett's innocent and someone else is behind the deaths they'd like to pin on him. The case I need to build is diametrically opposed to the sheriff's, and it's half for Ever's sake, half for mine. An hour ago I searched definition of a serial killer on the computer, unable to help myself, and the results, the gruesome pictures and stories, made me sick. I can't get the memory of ever beating the man outside the alibi out of my head. The way he'd looked doing it, the grim satisfaction, those empty eyes, like so many of the mug shots in the search results. I load the reader with half a year's worth of issues of the Bottom Springs Bugle, the town's now defunct newspaper, figuring that for thoroughness' sake I should go back to the beginning, which means 1999, the year Everett and I were born. I've just pulled the first issue up on screen when I hear heavy creaking footsteps and labored breathing, the telltale sounds of Nisa willing herself to go down the stairs. Sure enough, the next moment she bursts into the basement with wide eyes. "I'm surprised you're down here," I say, leaning back in my chair. "What about the ghosts?" She takes in the gloomy room, which we mostly use for storage these days, as the demand for microfilm is not high. "Figured if I hustled fast enough, no ghost could grab me." She side-eyes me, and I can't help but laugh. I'd forgotten how much Nisa's presence is a balm. "I'll make this quick," she says, and thrusts out a book.
It's ancient, the cover threadbare. I have to squint at the tiny gold embossed title. Symbology of Euro-Descended Spiritual Philosophies, Volume 2. Nisa's voice is charged with excitement. I finally did it, Ruth. I found our symbol. You did? I abandoned the computer. This is one of the books I got shipped from the LSU archive. My old colleague had to go digging. Apparently, no one's checked out this baby for about 15 years now. Poor thing. Nisa pats the book, then starts flipping pages, her words coming a mile a minute. Now, I think it's page 285. Yes, that's right. Nisa, you're a certified genius. She waves the compliment away, but her cheeks tinge with pink. Hush. There it is. In the section on French Catholicism, look. It's right there in black and white. The same symbol Barry said had been carved over and over on the trees in the swamp. A circle between two crescent moons, their tips pointing in opposite directions. The book says that in some Madonna-worshipping sects that evolved out of French Catholicism, like Le Culte de la Lune, I interrupt. Exactly. In some of these, a circle topped by horns represents Lucifer and all the dark beings under his dominion. Wait, those aren't crescent moons? Nope. They're curved horns like the kind in old drawings of Satan. Adapted from goats and rams, apparently. So our symbol is a mark of evil? No, see, here's the thing. Our symbol has horns on top, but also on the bottom, facing down, and according to this, symbols facing down take on their opposite meaning. I scrunch my nose, which means Nisa's voice is practically jubilant, which means this symbol isn't supposed to call forth evil. It's supposed to get rid of it, negate dark spirits, strip the devil of power. It's an apotropaic mark. A what? Apotropaic mark. They're found in every religion and culture the world over. Symbols people use to protect against bad spirits. You'll see them painted above houses, worn on necklaces and grave sites, dating as far back as we can trace. I blink at her. So the symbol in the swamp, the one the whole town thinks is a mark of witchcraft meant to beckon the low man, is actually meant to protect us? Exactly, she gushes, turning the page. It was found on trees, right? All of them facing town, just like this picture of a protection circle. Look, there on the page is a scene I recognize, a black and white photo of a clearing. In the center is a small fire, and around that, a circle of white stones, each painted with their two-horned symbol. Is that a Le Culte de la Lune ritual? Nisa peers at the caption, then shrugs. The book doesn't say which group it belongs to. Sorry. It just says, protection circle found in the southeastern United States. It's our symbol from the swamp painted on the rocks, but otherwise so close to the scene I witnessed in Everett's backyard years ago that it can't be a coincidence. But he swore he wasn't responsible for the symbols in the swamp. Why would he lie about it, especially if he was only protecting the town? Nisa slams the book shut. Isn't this exciting? I'll tell you what, they'll probably give us honorary deputy badges. I'm going to call my friend at LSU, see if she's got any more books like this. She pauses, her expression thoughtful. And I guess it's time to tell the sheriff we've got a pagan vandal in our midst. But not one who's trying to hurt us, I murmur. No, she agrees. Not at all. That's exactly what Everett said to me all those years ago. 34. June. 19 years old. The woods hummed with butterflies fluttering to wildflowers newly in bloom, tall, airy cleomes, perfect teacup marigolds, bright, spiky stalks of bee balm swaying in the sun, the very picture of summer beauty, and still my heart was cold as I followed Everett in. staring at his back as we hiked to the mysterious thing he wanted to show me. All I could see was his face last night, that terrible mask of blood. He was standing at the edge of my parents' lawn when I woke up this morning, as if he sensed he had to start over, win me back from the beginning. His tall frame and solemn face were the first things I saw when I peered out my window, exhausted from a night without sleep. I'd crept out of the house to meet him despite the potent mix of fear and embarrassment that still lingered, because my curiosity was stronger. How could he possibly explain? He'd studied me in silence for a long time before finally asking if I'd let him show me something. That's all he offered. Once again, it was curiosity that tipped the scales to bring me here, traipsing behind him through the morning mist into a corner of the woods where I'd never been before. "This is it," Ever said, stopping to face a large, gnarled tree. "What I wanted to show you." I stepped wordlessly around him. Not only was the tree thick and tall, but its weathered bark and knotted branches made it look old and wizened, like one of those ancient trees Old Man Jonas swore had stood in our forest for over 1,000 years, bearing witness to a millennium of men. I felt an immediate reverence. Smooth white stones were set around the tree in a small circle, decorated with the same 5-spiraled symbol as last night. And carved into the tree was an alcove, a hollowed-out space with a thin ledge that must have been a beast to chisel. The ledge had 2 white candles, wax mostly melted. In the center of the alcove was a carved portrait of a woman. She had long hair, gentle eyes, and a small, knowing smile. At the base of the tree, wildflowers had been laid carefully between the roots. They were limp and brown and obviously put there some time ago, but I could still see some of the vivid blue of the swamp lilies. "My shrine to Celestina Duncan," said Ever wistfully. I stepped inside the circle of stones and ran my fingers over the roughly hewn lines of her face. "Celestina," I whispered. So that was his mother's name. A butterfly flapped close enough to brush my hair. The scent of flowers was so pungent here that I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, filling my lungs. Then I turned back to Ever. "I don't understand." He dug his hands into his pockets. "My mom kept a room in the house where she sewed and knit and read poetry. She never got to go to high school, but she read a lot, like you do. She was smart and curious like you. My dad won't step foot in her room since she died, which made it my refuge growing up." I'd seen the room in Ever's house. The pressed flowers on the walls, the sewing machine, the illustration of the Virgin Mary. I spent a lot of time there as a kid, memorizing the poems she collected, teaching myself to use her sewing machine. Anything she liked, I wanted to learn. Trace her steps, I guess, to be close to her. I was pretty young when I found this wedged in her armchair. He pulled a small brown notebook out of his pocket, bound with a leather strap. It's her diary. Well, half diary, half scribblings, some grocery lists. My dad said she started carrying it when she got pregnant because she'd forget things. It's how I discovered her religion. Religion? Everyone always said the Duncans never stepped foot in church. My dad called it swamp spiritualism. Ever cleared his throat. It was a practice passed down from her parents, who were self-imposed outcasts, I guess you'd call them. People who liked to live off the land, didn't really trust others. That I knew. Celestina's sheltered upbringing was what had made her dismiss the town gossip about how dangerous Killian Duncan was. I swallowed the sharp knowledge and said, "Living off the land, like you do, with your hunting." "Practical reasons aside, I figure it's my heritage. You know," his voice grew quieter. "My mom wrote about being lonely.
It's hard to picture her moving to Bottom Springs and falling in love with my dad. Of all people, no one much talked to her after that. If I'd had the chance, I would have tried to be good company to her. His eyes radiated a desire for me to believe him. You would have been great company, I agreed, and he swallowed. I told my dad I'd found strange prayers and sketches in her diary and begged him to tell me about them. He offered to teach me what he knew. That doesn't sound like him. A knowing smile curved Ever's lips, an echo of the one he'd carved for his mother. No, it doesn't. But over time, he became obsessed with doing her rituals. Nowadays, it's the only time he acts like a real human being. I think she was the only person he ever truly loved. There was a seed of grudging respect in his voice, maybe even a seed of love. How it had managed to take root in such inhospitable soil after everything his father had done to him, I didn't know. Perhaps it was because Ever didn't know the worst of it. I needed to finish what I'd started last night and tell him the truth. Ever stepped carefully over the stones and crouched low, picking up a wilted lily. He rolled a petal between his fingers. It's a form of atonement, the rituals. As much as he's always blamed me for her death, I think part of him blames himself, too. That was too much. Ever, I started, but he shook his head. Wait, what you saw last night. It's something my dad and I do every year on her birthday. I know it's strange and you probably think it's sacrilegious, but it's one of her ceremonies. He dropped the lily and reached for the stones, brushing his fingers over the spirals. The purpose is to show you're worthy of divine intervention. To do that, you give something in sacrifice. And if you're deemed worthy, the bridge between the living and the dead will open. It was in her notebook. She'd do it to commune with her parents, ask for advice. He held up the stone. 5 spirals, 5 signs of worthiness. They all require giving something. There was so much blood, I whispered. The 2 of you bathed in it. It looked like... I know. He smiled grimly. There's a reason I never told you. Some of the rituals are a little rough. You might be thinking everyone's right and we're some kind of devil worshippers, but Ruth... He lowered himself all the way to his knees, eyes shining as he looked up at me. It's harmless, I swear. Blood is natural, fire is natural. No one gets hurt. What about the deer? He raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you'd become a principled vegetarian. Did you eat it? Not exactly. This is one of those details I'm going to need you to be exact about. I didn't eat it. I kind of washed myself in its blood to honor the sacrifice. It scared me, I admitted. Seeing you the way other people make you out to be. There was something fragile in his expression. In that moment, he looked so much like a child. Except the Everett I remembered from elementary school had already been closed and guarded. This Everett was looking at me with precarious hope. I'm sorry, he said softly. It's not that I actually believe I'm opening a bridge to the dead, but when I do her rituals or come here to this shrine, I feel connected to her. They're the biggest pieces I have left. It's something she believed in, and I think she would have been happy to know we carried it forward. It feels like carrying her forward. What I'd seen last night wasn't a demon, then. It was a boy aching for his mother, going to any lengths to be close. What wouldn't I do for a person I loved? The fear I'd felt, the whispers about Ever I'd allowed into my head, dissolved. I knelt so we were eye level and placed a hand on his shoulder. I understand. He brushed his cheek against my knuckles, his stubble lightly scratching.
You do?
Yes, but there's something I have to tell you.
Listen to what she wrote.
He insisted rushing to open the little leather notebook. He thought I still had reservations.
It was her last entry. She said, I've had my troubles, dark, dark days, but today I'm happy knowing my Everett is coming soon. I didn't know love like this could exist. He's mine, the closest person in the world to me, this tiny baby I haven't even met yet. I hope all our lives will be this close. His mother's words stilled me. The sunshine found Ever through the branches, lightened his skin, making him look like an angel for once. It brings me peace, he said quietly, closing the book, knowing she was happy. Her spirit went gently, I think, which means she's at rest. My mother's voice echoed back. That lie is probably the only mercy that boy's ever been given. A breeze ruffled Ever's hair. It carried the sweet scent of flowers. This was all he had. A pretty tree, a yearly ritual, a merciful lie. I couldn't tell him how she really died. Not now or ever. It wouldn't bring his mother back, so what would the knowledge do other than wound him? No, I had to carry the horror alone so he could be spared. I'd always wanted to protect him. Maybe this was how I was meant to do it. Ever frowned at my silence, eyes tracking over my face. What do you need to tell me? I took a deep breath. Nothing, after all. 35. Now. Remembering the details of that day makes me all the more certain Everett's mother's swamp spiritualism can be traced back to la culte de la lune, or whatever version of it survived in secret over the centuries, called Wicca or witchcraft depending on who you asked. It adds up. The symbols, the white stone circles, the illustration of the Virgin Mary hanging in Celestina's room. If I take Ever at his word that he's not the one who carved the symbols in the swamp, and remembering the way I judged him years ago, I'm keen to trust him now. That means someone else in Bottom Springs practices, someone who's kept it hidden only to go public now. But who and why? Or does it even matter? Do the symbols in the swamp have anything to do with the murders, or are they connected only by happenstance? Pieces of evidence discovered at the same time. The more I learn, the more my list of questions grows. All the more reason to take a page out of Nisa's book and research. I shake the mouse and wake the old dinosaur desktop, returning to the January 1999 issues of the Bottom Springs Bugle. Forcing myself to squint at the tiny print, I scroll through news of high school football games, a winter storm, the celebrated opening of the Rosethorn Cafe, and other quotidian happenings. It's not until I get to March that I find anything interesting. Celestina Duncan's obituary. It's just 2 short lines. Celestina Gabrielle Duncan, born in Truefayette Parish on June 9, 1974, passed away during childbirth on March 2, 1999. She is survived by her husband, Killian Duncan, an infant son, Everett Duncan. Cold and nondescript, a woman's life reduced to less than a paragraph, and they printed the lie Killian must have fed them about how she died, no questions asked. My stomach turns. I keep scrolling, but there's no other mention of her. But in a June issue, something new catches my eye, an article about my father titled Young Reverend's Fiery Speeches Court Controversy. I read aloud to the ghosts. Bottom Springs native James Cornier, 25, has caused quite a stir in recent months with his radical, impassioned speeches against what he terms the malevolent influence of the occult in Truefayette Parish. Mr. Cornier, who styles himself a born-again reverend, despite his lack of formal religious training, claims God chose him to bring believers into the fold and eradicate a sinister network of occultists in Bottom Springs. I blink at the screen for a second, then clear my throat and keep reading. His heated speeches about sin and corruption are delivered every weekend in a clearing near the entrance to Starry Swamp, where Mr. Cornier, under the influence of the Holy Spirit, has taken to speaking in tongues and even handling serpents, 2 of the 5 signs distinguishing God's true believers, according to a passage from the book of Mark. While these controversial worship practices are most often associated with the holiness movement and other forms of extreme evangelicalism, attendance at Mr. Cornier's rustic sermons has swelled to considerable numbers in recent months. And as his popularity grows, Mr. Cornier's words are having an impact. The Reverend is credited with driving out the Longbow family, longtime Bottom Springs residents accused by his followers of practicing witchcraft, as well as the Freeman family, whose home was vandalized twice with threatening graffiti before they relocated. Though Mr. Cornier's following is on the rise in True Fayette Parish, not all are impressed. Angela Links, spokesperson for the New Orleans chapter of the Anti-Defamation League, when sent a recording of one of Mr. Cornier's speeches, claimed any language inciting violence against particular peoples can be held liable for the resulting crimes. In particular, she flagged the parts of Mr. Cornier's speech that focused on a need to dispose of immoral women, which she termed a thinly veiled threat. In defense of his methods, Mr. Cornier told the Bugle, "It's time for real Christians to take our religion outside the walls of the church. True believers have been charged by God to bring our faith into every aspect of our lives. No more Sunday Christians. Our careers, our politics, our families, and our communities should all reflect godly values. In this fallen world, ours must be a muscular faith. If not, like Sodom and Gomorrah, we will fall into ruin. I urge the people of Bottom Springs to eradicate the poisonous influences living among us. Our survival depends on it." Mr. Cornier does seem to be right that the fate of Bottom Springs is on the table, with dwindling attendance at Holy Fire Church compared to Mr. Cornier's growing flock. It seems the town has been overtaken by religious zealotry and evangelical fervor. This journalist, for one, would hate to see Bottom Springs become a place that drives out long-standing neighbors over feverish accusations. The soul of this town may indeed be in jeopardy. I whistle softly. You tell him. I check the byline. John Abraham. Well, at least one person in history has had the stones to disagree with my father, even if he was a journalist I've never heard of at a now-defunct newspaper. I had no idea my father got his start like that, stoking a witch hunt, but I can't say I'm surprised. I search for more articles about him, but find none. In fact, as I pore through issues searching for John Abraham's bylines, I notice the subjects of his articles turn to wedding announcements and social calendar coverage. No more religion, nothing hard-hitting. Could my father have been powerful enough to shape the coverage? I continue to scroll, reloading the reader twice with new film, but it's not until an issue dated nearly a year later that I find my father's name again. This article is the opposite of critical, celebrating Reverend James Cornier's ascendance to the pulpit of Holy Fire, made possible by the early retirement of the church's previous leader. To my surprise, I'm in the accompanying photo, a red-haired toddler in my mother's arms. She and my father stand in front of Holy Fire, renamed Holy Fire Born Again, a small and humble building with the parking lot paved with dirt. My mother's expression matches my father's, grim and haughty, chins held high, as if their inheritance of the church was a foregone conclusion. I can't help but wonder if the previous preacher actually retired or was forced out. I groan into my hands.
These glimpses of Cornier family history, while illuminating, have nothing to do with Fred's or Herman's murders. I need to focus. I rub my eyes and with a weary sigh, start fresh on another roll of film. Quickly, a new problem presents itself. As the years progress, the newspaper goes from scarce mentions of my father to an abundance. And not just him. I can trace the ascension of the Fortnot Fishing Company and Blanchard Hospital clearly through the issues, the Bugle turning chock full of mentions of Fred Fortnot and the Blanchard family. The men I'm hunting are everywhere, making each page a labor to get through, and yet nothing I read gives any clue as to who might have wanted Herman dead, or how Fred got involved with the Sons of Liberty, his likeliest killers. I find no evidence to support my favorite theory, that Herman got involved with the Sons of Liberty himself, and they were also responsible for his death. It makes so much sense to me, though I can't tell if that's because I'm applying Occam's razor or I simply want a neat and tidy answer pointed away from Everett. Hours slide by until I'm well past the library's closing time. It's hard to tell without windows or a reliable clock, the desktop's forever frozen at 1:14 p.m. But I've stopped hearing footsteps from above, so Nisa must have gone home for the night. On screen, black and white newspaper print bleeds one week into another until my vision swims. I close my eyes, lean back in my chair, and let out a sigh. The basement ghosts do not respond. Why, I wonder aloud, did I think I could investigate 2 murders by myself? I work at a library and I'm being defeated by microfilm. Disgraceful. I slump back over the keyboard and punch the forward key with more force than strictly necessary. I'm in July 2013 now, the last year the Bugle was in print, and the issues are preoccupied with the giant bicentennial celebration that took place that summer. I was 14 at the time, so skimming through pictures of the parade and memorial dedication on Main Street triggers distant memories. I click to a spread of the town-wide barbecue on the shore, and the day floods back. The smell of hot dogs burning, the crunch of hot sand under my feet, the glittering fireworks. I can remember my mother admonishing me to put down my book and join the other girls in the water, but I can't remember my father. I click to the next page and find him glaring back at me. My gaze flicks to the other faces in the photograph, and my stomach drops in shock. Gathered in a close circle around my father on the beach are Killian Duncan, drinking a beer, and Sheriff Theriot, shirtless and grinning, one arm slung over Fred Fortnot's shoulders. Fred's laughing behind mirrored sunglasses, and beside him is Augustus Blanchard in white linen, his disapproving gaze on Killian. Only my father seems aware their picture is being taken, and the look in his eyes is vicious. There's no one around them. They're set apart from the crowd as if they meant to be not noticed. I glance down at the photo credit. J. Abraham, my father's lone critic. I reel back from the screen. There's no way to read their posture and expressions other than chummy, even intimate. But my father hated Killian Duncan. So did Sheriff Theriot and Fred Fortnot. What were these men doing together? With Augustus Blanchard, of all people, presiding, I feel a distant sense of recognition. Like a memory is struggling to surface. Is it possible I've seen them together before? Was Killian one of the men who used to come home with my father, high off some mysterious revelry, and I was just too young to remember? I stare at the picture, tracing the image, and suddenly a small detail catches my eye. I zoom closer. There, on Sheriff Theriot's bare chest, near his rib cage, a small dark tattoo. A circle with 2 sets of horns, one facing up, the other down. It's unmistakable. The symbol from the swamp. Le culte de la lune's mark of protection. God Almighty, I whisper. though it's not God's language inked on the sheriff's skin. How is this possible? I drag the mouse slowly, forcing myself to focus and move methodically through the rest of the picture, scrutinizing the grainy image as if it will speak to me. There, the tips of the horns peek out from Killian's unbuttoned shirt. And there, the symbol's slender circle rests just above Fred's waistline, revealed by his lifted shirt as he laughs. I don't see tattoos on Augustus or my father, but they're both still wearing shirts. Could the symbol be hidden, waiting there? A thing I'd missed all my life? And what does it mean that these men were bound together by it? I print out a copy of the photograph on the basement's old sputterin' printer, then think twice and print 4 more. It can't be a coincidence that John Abraham, whoever he was, took a picture that clearly angered my father, published it, and then the newspaper was shuttered by the end of the year. In fact, no paper copies of the Bugle have survived. Only this microfilm, a technology so underused in the library that it would be easy to forget it existed. If someone did try to erase this photograph's existence, if they thought they'd gotten rid of it, better to have backups. Sweeping up the warm pages, I'm about to head upstairs when I realize that in my haste, I skipped over the remaining photos in the issue. I force myself to sit back down and scroll to the end. There are so many faces I recognize. Old Man Jonas, man in the barbecue, Mrs. Otten laying under an umbrella, clutching a bottle of sunscreen. A wide-framed picture of a huge crowd gathered near the docks, watching the fireworks. I search for my face but don't find it. It must have been after my parents forced me to go home. But there's 13-year-old Beth Fortnott at the outskirts of the crowd, wearing a rapt smile, holding hands with Barry Holt. My Barry. The sight punches me in the gut. If I was 14 that summer, Barry was 15, not yet a football star, but on his way. In the picture, he tosses back his swooped brown hair, grinning down at Beth with the matching secret smile. They dated. Looking at the picture, there's no other reasonable conclusion. I'd never witnessed them together, and Barry had never told me. Then again, it's not like Fred Fortnott would have allowed it, so maybe that's why they kept quiet. Barry was exactly the kind of boy Beth longed for. Popular, athletic, loved by everyone. Was he who she'd met out at Starry Swamp the night her father beat her? Dear Lord, was Barry... No. Nisa is right. The basement is full of ghosts, but not the kind I expected. It's where my certainty that I know anyone in this town has come to die. I jabbed the computer's power button and bound up the stairs, my footsteps heavy. When I reach the top, all I can think of is getting home and putting more pieces together. I whirl around the corner and run right into Kobe, one of the Fortnott fishing wives, nearly knocking her over. We both stagger back, arms pinwheeling. I only just managed to keep my pages from flying everywhere. I'm so sorry. Heat rushes to my face. I didn't think anyone was here. We're supposed to be closed. To my surprise, Kobe clutches her purse to her chest, eyes finding the floor like she's afraid to meet my gaze. I was just returning some books, she murmurs. Forgot the hours. Silly me. I watch, amazed, as she hustles to the door, unlocks it like an expert, and slips out. "Oh!" booms a voice. "You still here?" I whip around, my hand on my chest. "Nisa, you scared me half to death." She chuckles, winding around an aisle before coming into view. "Look at us burning the midnight oil. We need a raise. Go tell your daddy." "What are you doing here?" I glance at the door. "And what was that with Kobe? She practically flew out of here." Nisa puts a hand on her hip. "If I tell you, do you swear to keep it a secret?" "Of course." I'm well versed in secrets, like everyone else in this town. She straightens a row of books. You've probably noticed I make it my business to gather information in whatever form it comes. Certain people in this town know if they have news to share, they can drop by the library after hours. I look around. The rows of books blink back innocently. That's how you get your gossip. You use the library like an information speakeasy. I give them a fair exchange, she insists. Secrets for secrets. Everyone needs a whisper network. It's how we look out for each other. You know how people are always talking about Lila LeBlanc stepping out on her man? We started that rumor. Keeps them distracted from the fact that she's been working on her AA out at the community college in St. Lafitte. She has? Studying to be a social worker. Says she's planning to leave her husband and move out of Bottom Springs as soon as she's through. I blink, trying to process. Her family will be furious. The LeBlancs had worked so hard to reestablish themselves at Holy Fire after Lila's fall from grace. Like I said, we protect our own, especially from the closed-minded. I remember Kobe's swift exit and my heart leaps into my throat. What did Kobe tell you tonight? Nisa's face grows animated. It's about Herman. As I feared, the sheriff hasn't managed to keep a lid on Herman's case. What about him? I steel myself to hear the accusations against Everett repeated. There's rumors spreading he had unnatural urges. Nisa whispers the last two words, though we're the only two people here. One of the Fishin' Wives' kids, a girl from his old Bible study classes, started talking, saying she swallowed, did inappropriate things that don't bear repeating, when she was a kid, Ruth, and not just to her either. Nisa stops and shivers. The goosebumps find me, too. So it's true, I whisper, thinking of my father's fury that day in the parking lot. Of Lila LeBlanc, allowed to step alone into Herman's car. Of what I'd wondered ever since. All this time, that's why. You knew? I knew something was off. I say honestly. I just didn't know what. I clear my throat, swallowing the unexpected emotion. Why's this coming out now? Nisa's voice rises, her excitement palpable. Because now we know how he really died. Oh no, she's about to say, Zola Miller, who used to live next door to Herman, you know the one, she's a nurse over at Blanchard, got all those Christmas decorations in her yard every year. Well, she's telling everyone that her son saw the low man leave Herman's house the night he died. Nisa's eyes shine. She blinks at me, waiting for my reaction. Don't you understand? First, Fred dies, and then the truth comes out that he was a bad man who was violent to his family. Now we have a witness who saw a kid, a man fitting the low man's description, leaving Herman's house, and it comes out that Herman was a pedophile. She shakes her head as if to rid herself of the words malignance. I'm not a superstitious person, Ruth, you know that. I'm a proponent of logic. But when both the Bible and the Bard say there are more things in heaven and earth than we dreamt of, I've got to admit there's something to this low man theory. You too? Honey, it's too many bad men dying in a row to be a coincidence. Her words freeze me. Too many bad men dying in a row. What's wrong? Nisa presses a hand to my forehead. You've gone paler than usual. I have to leave. I stagger back. I'm sorry, Nisa. I have to go home. Okay, but be careful here. Kobe said her part of town's up in arms over this news about the low man. People are scared. It might grow dangerous round here soon. Okay, I echo, barely registering what she's saying. I turn and grope my way to the front of the library. At least you have that good news, though, Miss Richie Rich, she calls to my back. That should be enough to brighten your night. I turn and frown. What in the world are you talking about? Nisa searches my face, then draws her hands up to her generous hips and shakes her head. As smart as you are, I swear you wouldn't know the sky was fallen. And news about your own daddy, too. My father, Augustus Blanchard, died last night, she says. It was the shame over Herman that finally did him in. Turns out he left his will in your daddy's care at the church. Augustus bequeathed all that Blanchard money to Holy Fire Born Again. Can you believe it? The world tilts under my feet. Only right, I guess. She clucks her tongue. Leaving it to someone good and holy now the truth's come out about his wicked son. I glance down at the printed pages now clutched tightly in my hand. Nisa, I say hoarsely, my mind reeling, is there any way you could use your connections to track down a man named John Abraham? 36. Now. Thunder crashes around the house as I turn off the shower. I spent the morning thinking and digging in my garden, ripping out dead things, planting new flowers that will welcome the fall. Digging, digging, digging. Roots and bulbs and bones and memories. The water has stripped the dirt from my skin, soil running in dark rivers down my legs, and now I finally feel clean in a way that reaches far beneath the surface. I step out of the shower, ignoring my towel, and walk dripping into my bedroom, leaving a trail of footprints. The world rages outside my windows, the late summer storm magnificent in its violence. Whistling wind and drumming rain move together in perfect synchrony, like a cataclysmic orchestra. Coastal Louisiana, a beautiful, otherworldly place, a land of deadly weather. I lean over my quilted bedspread and reach for the long white dressing gown draped over my reading chair, the one Everett loves to make fun of. Fit for a Victorian maiden, he says, or else a Victorian ghost. My room is small and muggy, half the shower's fault and half its perch on the second floor, where it collects the rising heat. The only relief I get comes from the wide bay windows that overlook the forest, the part the postman refuses to approach. I slip on my gown and twist the hand cranks, opening the windows. Wind and rain whip inside, twisting the drapes. Outside, the tall trees shake fiercely, branches like arms clawing at the sky. I plant myself in the center of the windows and close my eyes, letting the wind lift my hair. 4 years ago, when I was still living in my parents' house, I came back from a shower and found Everett waiting in my bedroom. It started raining through the window, and then he asked me to leave with him. I refused. A decision that changed our relationship forever. A decision to keep my precious secret intact. And now here I am again, in the rain, at the window, facing a pivotal decision. The past is resurgent, breaking into the present, creating a second chance. What will I do with it? I lift my arms slowly in supplication. The rain beats against my face, mixing cold with warm shower water. I open my eyes to the still gray sky. Clouds swirl confrontationally, as if challenging me to say out loud the truths I've spent all day digging up and piecing together in my garden. 6 years of friendship. Moments I've played back so many times. All the digs ever used to make about what some people in this town got away with, how there should be justice. The anger he carried that I thought was just teenage rebelliousness. Who could blame him? His burning hatred of town leadership. His questions on our canoe trip when we were 21, probing Herman's oddness. The way I can see now, in retrospect, he danced around what he really wanted to know. How the day at the Gulf when we were 18, he seemed to understand something I didn't about Fred. He'd always known everyone's secrets, their sins. He even knew Renard's darkness before I did. So many bad men dying in a row. All those men in the photograph with their tattoos for protection. Is this what they were afraid of? Rough winds bang the windows. Say it. I take a deep breath. Thunder explodes, shaking the house. Is the person I know best actually a stranger? I clench my fists. A damned, cunning creature. Reach deeper. The storm howls. Retrieve the key, unlock the last door. And if he is, doesn't that make him exactly like me? The true Ruth, buried in the corner of my garden, far beneath the bloomin' showpieces, a place I try never to unearth. But now, wet hair streaming down my back, lightning cracking above the trees, the truth about Everett pressin', I make myself remember. 37. July. 19 years old. A knock sounded at the door. I sat straight up in bed. My parents were at an overnight church retreat, leaving me alone in the house, and it was far too late for visitors. Too late for me to even be awake with work in the morning, but I was lost in the pages of Frankenstein. Amazed Mary Shelley had finished it, as the book's foreword claimed, at the tender age of 19. How strange to call it a tender age, as if we 19-year-old girls were soft and good to eat. The knock came again, feebler this time. My heart skipped as I crept out of bed, trying to imagine who it could be and what they could want in the dead of night. The moon barely shone through my window. The only sound was the chirp of crickets. Was it a parishioner looking for my father? Or something more sinister? I pictured the beautiful, cruel face of the low man, come to claim my blood after all these years. But the low man crawled in through windows. Surely he wouldn't knock. I tiptoed downstairs, feeling like I was walking to my doom. Cracked the door with a timid, "Hello," then threw it open. Everett sank to his knees on the ground. His face was so bloody I could barely make out his eyes. "Ever!" I fell and cupped his face. "Holy Father, what happened?" "Fight," he rasped, sounding like he'd swallowed glass. "Bad one. I think my arm is broken." His face so severely cut, his eyes almost swollen shut, clothes ripped across the chest and at the knees, hands and arms bloody. The way he was trying and failing to prop himself up, arms shaken. He looked near death. Fear knifed my heart. "Stay right there." I leapt up. "I'm going to borrow the Fortnight's car and take you to the emergency room." "No," he groaned. "I can't." "Why in God's name can't you?" "I just can't," he ground out. "They'll call the cops. Please, Ruth, just bring me inside. I want to be near you." I was beside myself. "If I don't take you to a doctor, you're going to die." With the volume of my voice, it was a wonder the Fortnight's lights hadn't come on. He tried to lift his head to look at me. "No. If you don't let me, I'll never speak to you again." Childish, but in my hysteria, I wasn't above it. The last time his dad beat him had been horrible, and it was nothing compared to this. I didn't understand how he'd made it to my house. Had he stumbled and crawled? "I'll stop being your friend," I warned. "You'll never see me again." Ever's forehead dropped to the ground. "Ruth," he said weakly. I crossed my arms, heart pounding. Silence stretched, wasting precious moments. "Please, God, make him less stubborn. I'd do anything to protect him." Ever tried to curl into himself, then winced in pain. His eyes closed. "Please," he whispered. "I just want to be with you." The words and the sight of him trying to cradle himself shattered my resolve. "Come here." I swooped down. "Let me pull you up. Here, lean on me and try to stand." Slowly, painstakingly, I got Ever to his feet. He leaned his full weight on me, and though my arms and legs trembled, I forced myself to remain upright. Walk slowly, I urged. That's it. One foot in front of the other. Little by little, I got Everett into the house, up the stairs, and into my room. When he finally sank onto my bed, I collapsed on the floor, breathing heavy. "Ruth," he whispered, "come closer." I took a deep breath, gathering my resolve. "Since you won't let me take you to the hospital, you have to do what I say. I'm cleaning the blood off you, and then you're going to rest. I'll stay awake and watch you. In the morning, we're going to Mr. Wilkes. If you won't let me treat you like a person, at least let me treat you like a broken bird." A ghost of a smile curled Ever's bloody lips. "Okay, Ruthie." Cleaning him with washcloths took a long time. I'd have to bleach them or throw them out before my parents returned. There was no way to explain the blood. I was weary tending his wounds, so I couldn't stop the tears from sliding down my face. From his own father, I kept thinking. His own father. Ever's right arm was surely broken. He'd hissed when I tried to touch it and kept it protectively at his side. But at least he'd relaxed at the gentle rub of the washcloth. His eyes closed, breath steadying. By the time I finished, I thought he was asleep until he murmured, "Lie next to me." I took a deep breath, dropped the washcloths, and crawled in next to him. His cool hand found mine and squeezed. I studied his busted knuckles, then drew up the covers and pressed close to him, watching his chest rise and fall. In minutes, he was asleep. That's when I started to sob. Great, silent, wrenching sobs, shaken with the effort of not waking him. His father was going to kill him. It was so obvious. I felt it in my bones. He'd gotten close tonight, walked right up to the line. The next time, he'd step over it, because that's how men like him worked. That's what happened to Ever's mom, and now the same fate was coming for Ever, and he didn't even know. He didn't know because I hadn't told him what his father was truly capable of. Possessive fury lit in me, filling me with living, breathing, combustible rage. It was one thing for people to hurt me, but not Ever. Not my kind, brilliant, sarcastic friend, the boy who'd saved me. I would do anything to keep him safe. But it was Ever himself who kept going back to his father, kept letting it happen, kept dismissing it. Why? He was drowning in pain and wouldn't pull himself out. The only way this could end was him black and blue and no longer breathing in the grave next to his mother. The cold realization sank through me, putting out the fire of rage little by little until every inch of my body was numb and calm. It was simple. Everett needed a life raft. I could be one. I could put myself between him and his father. There was a way. I climbed out of bed, taking care not to jostle him, kissed Ever's cheek and put my hand above his nose to feel the shallow air he exhaled. Satisfied, I floated down the stairs, past the clock in the dining room with both hands up, pointing at midnight like a compass confirming I was headed in the right direction. I shut the door and slipped into the night. When I arrived at the Duncan house, it looked like Everett and Killian had gone to war. The garage was half open, gallons of chemicals and tools everywhere. Shattered glass lay in the driveway, and there were divots in the grass as if something had mauled it. The lights in the living room were on. The monster of this once storybook castle was home. I knocked. Shuffling, loud, grumbling, and then the door opened. Killian Duncan squinted at me. He was tall and lanky like Everett, with coal-black hair and pits of darkness for eyes, except in Killian's there were no redeeming flecks of light. His skin was strangely smooth and uncalloused for a man who owned a garage and spent his life stumbling drunk. Surprisingly ageless.
I was cheered to see a dark bruise forming around his eye. At least Everett had managed that, until his lips pulled back against his sharp canines in an approximation of a smile. Then the normal clawing fear I felt around him returned.
"Shithead's not here."
I could tell by his voice he was half gone to the bottle.
"Ran away to lick his wounds."
He raised a brow.
"Surprised he's not having you lick them for him."
He moved to close the door in my face, but I caught it with both hands. "Wait." Mr. Duncan swayed, eyeing me curiously. "Can I stay until he comes back?" He studied me with otherworldly eyes. After long enough that my hands turned clammy, he turned inside.
"Wait for him in his room if you want, but only 'cause it'll piss off your daddy to know you were here."
Mr. Duncan chuckled, then settled in his plaid armchair, unmuted the TV, and picked up his glass. Half-empty liters of Coke and Papa vodka rested on the table. I shut the door quietly behind me, but it didn't matter. He had the volume up, lost to his football game. I walked behind him into the hallway, opened Everett's bedroom door, and then shut it, loud enough so he would hear. I crept back down the hall, peered around the corner, and watched. It's one thing to kill a person in self-defense. One thing for your adrenaline to surge, flooding your body with chemicals, terror so potent it's an intoxicant, forcing you to act. It's another thing to wait and plot, to feel the icy burn of logic, the calm, cool knitting of a plan, the patience it takes, the choice you're making. You don't just make it once. You make it again and again every minute you don't go home. Don't give up. Don't take yourself out of it. Over and over, you're choosing. Which is the true nature of evil? Fire or ice? The answer is ice. The cold, pragmatic calculation it takes to turn yourself into a predator. I watched Mr. Duncan's every move. It was him or ever. That much was obvious. But how to do it? I thought of the stone we'd used to kill Renard. A heavy object would be good, but messy. Same as a kitchen knife. Mr. Duncan was large and could overpower me. Anything that leaned on strength was a risk. The minutes ticked by. The only sounds the game announcers and Mr. Duncan's occasional belching, the only movement the glass traveling to his lips and the sweat slipping down my back. Finally, after what seemed like an hour of crouching, I closed my eyes. Dear God, I prayed, He who smites his enemies and will return in a blaze of glory to take all heathens to hell, please help me bring the sinner to his knees. I opened my eyes and searched the room, waiting for an idea to jump out, a flash of inspiration. But I had nothing.
"Fucking Alabama!"
Mr. Duncan mumbled and nearly tumbled out of his chair. He staggered in the direction of the bathroom. This was my chance. Every nerve in my body sparked, begging for action. I thought of Everett lying broken in my bed, his dead mother's likeness carved into the tree, and that's when I realized God hadn't helped either of them, and he wouldn't help me now. I took a deep breath. There was only one choice. Satan, I prayed. Lord of darkness, help me get justice. Give me the tools. I gritted my teeth. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, a light turned on in my mind, and I remembered the garage as I walked up. The door half open, all those tools everywhere, those automotive chemicals. Those chemicals. I slipped out the door and flew to the garage, searching among the mess until I found the antifreeze, on its side in the corner. I snuck soundlessly back inside. Mr. Duncan was still in the bathroom. Hands shaken, I uncapped the gallon. The antifreeze glugged out bright orange and sweet-smelling.
I didn't know how much to pour, so I let it run for a long time into his glass. Then I splashed in Coke to mask the taste and smell, guided by some foreign instinct, a stranger in my head. The bathroom door opened, hinges groaning. He was coming. My last chance to make a different choice. If I left the glass here, there was no going back. I remembered how it felt when Renard's weight lifted off me. That moment when I went from being crushed to sudden freedom, the ability to breathe again. Everett had thrown himself between us. It was a brave choice, with no going back. I left the glass. Mr. Duncan wiped his hands on his jeans and dropped ungracefully into his armchair. I watched from my hiding place, chewing my thumb. He resumed the game and picked up the glass. I sank my teeth into my flesh as deep as they would go. He drank, long and deep, without flinching or studying the glass. He didn't even notice. The antifreeze must be too close to the taste of his drink, or he was simply too drunk to tell. Minutes passed. He finished, then poured himself another drink. I waited and waited, but nothing happened. It hadn't worked. I hadn't poured enough. All of this was for nothing. I closed my eyes one more time. Please, I prayed to the devil. You can have anything, my life, my freedom, in exchange for his. Please take this trade. Me forever. Please, for once, someone hear me. A crashing sound made my eyes fly open. Mr. Duncan jerked against his chair, his glass fallen on the carpet, dark liquid staining. His legs started shaking, rattling the table. He made a desperate gurgling sound and twisted off the chair, falling to the floor. He was having a seizure. The poison was working. The devil had taken my deal. I stood, half of my face hidden behind the wall, watching as he spasmed. Eventually, he wrenched up on his elbows and bent over, gagging violently, trying to throw up. I emerged from the shadows and walked to him. He felt my presence and twisted around, his bloodshot eyes widening in shock. "You!" he choked. I'd never seen fear like this on anyone's face before. "I always knew it would be a Cornier," he rasped, saliva bubbling from one corner of his mouth. "But I never thought it would be you." I froze, unmoored by his strange words. "Please," he begged, reaching out his arms. "Have mercy. Call 911. I looked at him, past his pain and into his heart, and all I saw was sin. "Forever," I whispered, and stepped away. For several minutes he struggled, legs and arms jerking, trying to crawl to me, but then he went still. His chest stopped rising and falling. The announcers on TV whooped at a touchdown. Killian's eyes were wide and unseeing. I walked home as the first rays of dawn began to lighten the dark, a different person. So this was what it felt like to have your darkest prayer answered, to make a covenant with the devil. I was a true killer now and would have to spend my life paying for it. I owed a debt. I was back in bed, lying next to Everett by the time he woke up. The moment his eyes opened and he looked at me, I knew I'd saved him. I was a fallen woman. It was worth it. 38. Now. The wind carries me as I stride barefoot through the woods. Above me, the clouds crack open, lightning lashes down in jagged strikes. I'm soaked, dressing gown clinging like a second skin, mud streaking my legs. The landscape I move through is surreal. In this storm, my home has turned foreign, liminal, slipping back and forth between this world and a stranger one. There's a charge in the air, a feeling like anything is possible. Dark clouds swirl above the Duncan house, drenching it in rain. I pound on the front door. It swings open as if I've been expected, and there he is. 23-year-old Everett Duncan, ageless like his father, tall and dark, pale and beautiful. Since we were 17, his existence has made me feel like the real world might be more mysterious and exciting than I'd given it credit for, closer to the worlds inside my books. His eyes widen as he takes me in, studying the long strings of hair dripping down my face. His eyes dip to my soaked white gown and then quickly jerk back up. I finally catch my breath. "There's something I need to tell you." He stares at me for the longest time, lingering over the pulse in my neck. Then he shakes his head. "No." He turns and disappears into the house. I follow him, leaving the door open. Wind rushes in. "You can't hide. We have to have it out." He paces to the old chipped coffee table, pulling at his hair. The mist that's crept in with me is so thick it's already curling at the ends. "No, Ruth. Turn around and let's pretend you never came." I stand firmly at the edge of the living room. "We have to have truth between us. It's time." Ever strides to me, presses 2 fingers to my chest and turns an invisible key. "Remember what you told me? It's better this way." "The night your father almost killed you? When you showed up on my doorstep." "Don't," he begs. "I went to your house while you were sleeping and poured antifreeze in your father's drink. I watched him die on the floor, right there." I point to the carpet in front of the TV. "I let everyone think he died of alcohol poisoning, but it was me, Ever. I killed him so he wouldn't ever lay a hand on you again. There, I've done the thing I once thought was impossible. I've confessed." Ever drops his head in his hands. His shoulders shake. "I know you hate me now," I say. "I know we can't be friends, but I thought maybe if I told you my secret, you'd tell me." "I already knew," he whispers. I freeze. "What?" Ever lifts his head. His eyes are weary. "I felt you leave and climb back into bed hours later. I left the antifreeze in the corner of the garage. That's where we always left it. A few days after he died, I found it tucked neatly on the shelf. Such a Ruth move to put it away like that. All this time, while I'd thought I was carrying a secret that would destroy us, he'd known. The things I'd sacrificed to keep it from him, to protect him from tying his life to the person who'd secretly killed his family. The things I'd done to repent. It feels like something fundamental has been ripped from me. Then why aren't you furious, horrified by me?" He looks at me with such tender sadness. "How could I be furious when you only did it to protect me? When it was my fault anyway?" I can't process. I'm in too much shock. "Your fault?" He paces to the other side of the room, only turning to look at me when his back is flat against the wall, like we need the distance for whatever he's about to say. His foot taps nervously. "The thing inside me? It got inside you, too." This is it. We're circling his secret. I can feel it. "What thing inside you? The voice?" Ever shakes his head. "If I tell you, I'll lose you. Don't you see why I've been so miserable? You're the only person I want to tell and the last one I can. This is why I've done the unthinkable and confessed I killed his father. To get his truth, I knew I had to offer mine first, one risk in exchange for another, both of us out on this terrifying limb. Now I steal his words. Ever, I already know." He looks at me cautiously. "You do?" "There were so many clues once I knew to look." I steel myself, walking toward him slowly, praying he doesn't retreat. "If I'm honest, I've always known there was something different about you." He doesn't move. doesn't even blink as I inch closer, telling him what I've finally figured out. You're too beautiful, too pale and too cold. I can never feel your pulse. You run too fast. You've barely aged in 6 years. You sucked the copperhead venom from my leg. That night with the deer, all the blood in your mouth, the way you spend all your time outside in the swamp. It's been staring me in the face all these years. You're not human. Ever's voice comes out strangled. What am I then? I take a deep breath. All or nothing. You're the low man. His brow furrows. That's what you think? I stop my progress. Aren't you? All these years, have you been waiting for me to tell you I'm some sort of supernatural creature? His laugh is harsh and clipped. Have you been hoping I'm fucking Edward Cullen? I can't speak. He studies me. Then his voice softens. My God, you have. I can only press a hand to my chest. My emotions are too overwhelming. The certainty and thrill I'd felt just a moment ago transformed into shame and crushing disappointment. But your lack of a pulse. Of course I have a pulse. He holds up his wrist. It's just faint. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I wouldn't know. I've never been to a doctor. That's right. You always refuse to go to the hospital. There has to be a reason. I was an abused kid with zero money, Ruth. The last thing I could afford was a hospital visit and doctors who would ask questions I couldn't answer. But how fast you run and climb, how long you can hold your breath, it's not normal. I've spent my whole life outside. You won't step foot in the grocery store. I've been banned from the Piggly Wiggly since I got caught shoplifting peanut butter and bread when I was 12. But my voice falters. That time it looked like something bit you, the puncture wounds on your arm. Ever looks down at the scar. I was bitten. You might have noticed sharp teeth run in the family. He looks up at me. What else? He asks quietly. Is that all? Humiliation floods me. He's right. At some point, I must have mapped Edward onto Everett, melding fiction and reality to create a friend who was larger than life, who was different in a way that could save me. I'd thought it made so much sense that Everett was the low man. It had clicked so fast that it was clear I wanted it to be true. That part of me has been waiting for him to reveal some last mysterious part of himself, a dangerous romantic secret, like Edward revealed to Bella. What a fool I've been. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Ruth. Wind howls through the door, tossing Ever's hair, but his dark eyes stay fixed on me. But that's not how it works. There are no heroic vampires or mystical swamp creatures. There's not even a god or a devil. They're all fiction. There's no one out there making sure everyone gets what they deserve. It's just us. You and me. And I'm just a sick man. There's no secret that redeems me. His jaw tightens. I used to think it was a miracle you wanted to be my friend. This is why, isn't it? You were holding on to this fantasy, and I fit the bill. He jerks his head to the window. God, Ruth, I didn't think it was possible to hurt any worse. Maybe I was holding on to a fantasy, I admit. The words come out rushed. I'm desperate for him to believe me. Maybe I wanted my life to be different so badly I imagined you might be a way out. But you know what? I'm glad I did. Otherwise, I might have missed out on you. And it turns out I care about you, Ever, who you really are. I promise. Ruth, I can hear his broken heart in his voice. You have no idea who I really am. I take a deep breath and touch his face, hoping he won't push me away. Then tell me. He looks at me like it's the last chance he'll get. Last Sunday when I walked into church, I nod, heart pounding. He swallows.
It wasn't the first time I've been inside holy fire.
39. Now.
I dropped my hand. When I was young, maybe 7 or 8, my father started taking me there at night. At night? He would go to meet your father and the others, and they wanted cover. I was too young to understand what they were doing or why we didn't acknowledge the Reverend when we passed him on the street. All I knew was I hated those nights. Church was a place of torment. My dad used to lock me in a room for hours while they met. No food, no water, not even a window. Ever looks down at his hands clenched tight and with effort relaxes them. At least at home, if things got bad, I could always escape outside. In there, I was trapped. I couldn't get away from the crosses on the wall, all those bleeding bodies, thorns and bones sticking out. I remember thinking those men looked as hungry as I felt. I had nightmares about them coming to life and climbing off the wall to eat me. Why didn't you ever tell me? He smiles ruefully. One night I heard laughter outside the door. It swung open, and Fred Fortnott was standing there. I didn't know him at the time. All I knew was he was drunk. Even that young, I knew the signs. Fred grabbed me and dragged me to your father's office, where they were all waiting. Suddenly, I'm the one who wants to beg Ever not to say whatever he's going to say next. He must sense it, because his eyes soften. They were performing some sort of ritual. I recognized the white circles on the floor and some of the symbols drawn around it from my mom's notebook. There were other symbols I'd never seen before. Symbols and a white circle. Whatever's describing has to be connected to the men's tattoos. There were a dozen or so of them, and they were all drunk. Someone was in the back near your dad's desk, holding a rattlesnake and singing. Ever's voice lowers. Fred threw me in the middle of the circle, and they started chanting at me. Then they took turns testing me. Testing. Putting the rattlesnake in the circle with me to see if it struck. Forcing me to drink things that made me throw up. Beating me. My voice comes out small. My father did that? He shakes his head. No, he watched. Fred, though, and plenty of the others, some men I've never seen before or since. They were talking and laughing like they were all old pals. I didn't know what I was part of, if it was some strange religious ceremony, or if I was just the entertainment. I think back to those nights when the door to my parents' house would open and the living room would flood with drunk, laughing men. How I'd watch from an upstairs window while they smoked and yelled over each other among the hydrangeas. This must be what they were doing before they came to our house. Their mysterious revelry. Daddy's social hour. I think I will be sick. I tried to fight back. Ever says, his tone carefully neutral, like he's trained himself. But I was too young. I was so young, I kept looking at my dad, thinking any minute he'd swoop in and save me. That's how naive I was. He didn't. My heart is full of horror. How could my father have stood there and watched a boy be beaten? How could any of them? If they were the same men who used to come pouring into my house, they were church elders, godly men. No one saved me. Not that night or any of the others. Ever touches his chest. One of the worst nights, Augustus held me down in the middle of the circle and burned his cigar into my chest. He said he was casting out devils. The scar was a lesson about what awaited me if I remained unsaved. That's how it always was with them. A mix of elements I recognized from my mom's notebook and other ramblings I didn't understand.
Your scar, I whisper. The perfectly round burn I saw at the inlet when I'd pressured him into taking off his shirt. That's why he never undressed. He was ashamed of it. It went on for years. I didn't have anyone to tell because everyone important was in that room. It only stopped when I got too big to go down easy, when I learned how to make them sorry to touch me. He takes a deep breath, looks at the carpet. I was afraid to tell you. I press a hand to his cheek, hot and flushed under his stubble. Your father was a monster for letting it happen. They all were. You don't understand. Thunder rattles the house. Ever raises his eyes, and a chill goes down my spine. I knew if I told you, you'd see they were right. It's inside me. What is? Darkness. Whatever makes people a monster, whatever disease my father had. There were times growing up I thought I'd go crazy trying to keep it inside. Ever, you're starting to scare me. Keep what in? The need to hurt people, he says quietly, his eyes fixed on me. The urge to see them suffer. I try to step back, but he catches my hand, places it over his heart. Listen to me. When we killed Renard, it unleashed something inside me. I liked killing him so much. I thought about it for weeks after, wishing I could do it again. I couldn't stop picturing the look on his face when he realized he wasn't going to win. I savored the blood. I can barely breathe. The wind slams the door shut, locking us in. His dark eyes trail over my face. Growing up, I thought it was just me those men hurt, that I deserved it because I had these compulsions. It was enough to keep me in control. But when I saw Renard hurting you of all people, and later, when you told me what Fred did to his wife and Beth, how afraid they were, when your dad didn't want you around Herman, but he let Lila go, it made me realize it wasn't just me. If I was sick, they were too. This sickness you're talking about, these violent urges, it's only natural to want to defend yourself. He shakes his head. You're not listening, Ruth. The regret in his voice. What did you do? I whisper. Our hands are still twined together on his chest. He squeezes mine tighter. When I realized you killed my dad, and why, it was like some higher power showing me the answer. I thought, here's my solution. I could feed the voice in my head, release the pressure valve, and at the same time punish people who deserved it, who'd never be stopped otherwise. So I gave myself permission. I went a little mad, Ruth. You killed them. I pull my hand from his chest, my words lance in the air. Fred and Herman. He doesn't need to answer. The look in his eyes is enough. We stand there staring at each other. He and I have always been mirrors reflecting our best parts back. We had to be to have a shot at loving ourselves when no one else would. It was survival. Now I see my worst sins, the most gruesome parts of me, reflected. 2 cold-blooded killers. 2 damned souls. So where is my remorse? Why don't I feel that old familiar guilt? My heart pounds and it's hard to breathe, but it's not from fear. This is who I am, he whispers. And now you're the one who's horrified. You're the one who hates me. Tell me how it happened. He blinks. Okay, he says softly, watching me like he expects me to bolt any second. Fred was the first. One night I was filling up at a gas station in Forsyth. He and Beth pulled up at one of the pumps, but they didn't see me. I watched him bully her like my dad used to bully me. He kept complaining she'd taken too long picking out a drink. He hit her so hard she fell against the truck. They were out in public, Ruth. It was like he had no fear, like he knew he was untouchable. A flash of lightning illuminates the window, making Ever's face glow.
My control snapped. I'd spent years fantasizing about it, and the compulsion just took over. I walked up and sucker punched him. He never saw it coming. He fought back, but not for long. When he realized I wasn't a boy anymore, that I was as strong as him, he forced Beth in his truck and drove away. It felt good, but it wasn't enough. He hadn't really paid. He wouldn't change. So that weekend when you were at the library, I followed him. When he went into the swamp to fish, I went too. He takes a deep breath. I beat him without mercy, the way he beat us. It was incredible.
Ever's expression turns reverent as he remembers. His eyes are two dark pools sucking me in. The way his bones twisted, Ruth, his blood was all over me, sticky and salty.
I was the one in charge.
He closes his eyes, savoring. I had to wash his blood off in the water, and when I was done, I threw him in for the gators like we did to Renard. I knew I needed to cover my tracks, so I snuck to his boat, drove it into the Gulf, and swam back, hoping they'd think he got lost at sea. It was the best I can think of at the time. Sloppy, I know, but it worked for a while. A coldness has stolen over me. Fred went missing 3 years ago, when we were 20. You did it when you came back to visit that summer. He hesitates, then nods. The next summer, I got smarter. With Herman, I made it look like an accident. It was easier to be detached with him since he wasn't one of the men from those nights at church. But he still was a predator who needed to be stopped. What you told me confirmed it. So I disabled the garage door to lock him in, made it look like a gas leak. It worked flawlessly until a boy spotted me when I was leaving. That's why you didn't come back last summer, I whisper. You were afraid of getting caught. The sheriff was right. I'd cried myself to sleep for ages, thinking it had to do with me. I take a step back.
I thought it would be better if I laid low.
He doesn't stop me.
In truth, I shouldn't have come back.
So many pieces are fitting together. Augustus died 2 nights ago. Was that you? He looks at me like he regrets what he's going to say.
I did plan to kill him, but scrutiny was too high after the sheriff found Fred's skull. I hate that Augustus died naturally. He robbed me of the chance to give him a matching scar. The coward must have known I was coming.
You came back to Bottom Springs this summer to kill him. One by one, he was going after all the men in the photograph. I take another step away. Not for me.
Come on, Ruth. It's complicated.
Ever starts to step toward me, then halts, forcing himself to give me space.
But I did lie to you, and I'm sorry. You defended me even though everything Barry and the sheriff said is true.
His voice turns bitter.
I'm a freak and a sicko, a monster.
More than that. Herman, Fred, Renard, he was a serial killer. Why didn't you leave the minute I told you the sheriff found a skull? I ask. You could have disappeared and saved yourself all this heartache. And leave you to suffer alone? Never. But once we knew it was Fred's skull and I was safe, but you weren't. With the sheriff dredging the swamp, I knew it would only be a matter of time before they found something pointing to Renard. I couldn't leave you to face that on your own. I needed a plan to keep you out of prison, and I found one. He takes a deep breath. Besides, what? I thought if I made sure you couldn't get caught for Renard, I could convince you to finally leave Bottom Springs. You risk getting caught to stick around for me. Why would you endanger yourself like that?
I told you. It's complicated.
I turn from him to look out the window. I'm trying to process, but it's so much, requiring a rewrite of my entire life. My father's capacity for cruelness, The truth about the men in my house. Ever knowin' I poisoned his dad, committin' matchin' sins. I'm still searchin' for the emotions I'm supposed to feel, the terror and fury, but I'm strangely numb. I keep circlin' an unavoidable truth. I test it by sayin' it out loud. If you're sick, then I'm sick too. Ever shakes his head. Like hell. You did what you did to protect me. And you know what? The world's better off without my father. I'm glad he's dead. How's that for sick? What you did to Fred and Herman protected a lot more people. I think of Mrs. Fortnott and Beth, who didn't even wait around for Fred's memorial to escape Bottom Springs. Lila and all the other kids who might be haunted because of Herman. It will never happen to another kid. Ever's long-ago jab comes back. It's funny what you see for other people that you can't see for yourself. And just like that, it all comes together. All the years of my life spent on the outside, tiptoeing in the background of classrooms and the church and my own house. All the philosophy and history I've read, all the love stories, every book, in fact. Every quiet rebellion, every time a fire stoked in my heart when something wasn't right. Every harsh word I bore witness to. Every cruelty, every strike of the rattan cane. Every night I cried myself to sleep, thinking life should be different. Each thought and feeling was a brick placed one right after the other, building a bridge to a new place. A new way of thinking that might have been impossible if not for those 23 years of pain. Now I know why my heart isn't pounding in fear or regret. I gather myself to my fullest. Everett stills. Here's how I see it. Fred and Herman, your dad and Renard, those weren't crimes. What? His dark eyes scan my face. Killing them wasn't the crime, Ever. It was the justice. That's not what the sheriff would say, or your father. Who cares about their paper-thin morals and self-serving laws? My chest expands as I breathe deeply. What I'm about to say is my mightiest rebellion yet. The kings get to make the rules, but that doesn't make them right. All your life they've treated you like something unnatural and outside them. You know why my father is so powerful? Not because he's wise or good, because he has the ability to point to someone and cast them out of the kingdom of heaven. Cast them out of goodness, out of community. That's how he'd gotten his start, after all. The foundation of his power was fear and exclusion, not holiness. Why should we have to love and obey a world that doesn't love us back? My voice rises above the pounding rain. Renard treated me like I was less than a person when he tried to rape me. And all those men told you that you were less every time they abused you. To them, we're not people the way they are. We're lower creatures, animals, beasts. You know what I say to that? Okay, then. I'm done trying to change their minds. I swallow past the lump in my throat. 23 years of trying to persuade them to make them love us has gotten us nowhere. I accept it. We're not human. So why should we be bound by human laws? Ever stands transfixed. Who would defend us if we didn't defend ourselves? Who would have ever stopped Fred and Herman and Renard if not you? Your father, if not me? Their rules don't apply to us, Ever. We didn't ask for it. We didn't want it. But they forced us to become a law unto ourselves. How ironic that Augustus was the one who'd laid it out for me when I was a child. It had taken me this long to understand what he told me was a confession. Laws, religion, civil society, they were just veneers, constructions put in place by the powerful to tame us animals.
impose control. Over so many years, we'd forgotten, treating the constructions like they were part of nature. But nature doesn't know good or evil. All nature knows is survival. How terrifying and freeing that right and wrong aren't laws and stones, but navigational instincts, like the kind of instinct a swallow feels for its place in a murmuration, like what guides geese north on a dark and starless night. My father, Augustus the sheriff, all those men, they haven't done anything holy. They simply wrested control over Bottom Springs like so many conquerors before them. Listen to you, Ruth. Ever shakes his head. I take back all my teasing about your fake college syllabus. Don't make light. I'm not. You're wasted here. You almost sound like a pastor the way you talk. He clears his throat. But I know what you're doing. You're trying to justify my crimes. They are justified. Sometimes what's right isn't the same as what's lawful or holy. I'm done feeling guilty for what I've done, and I'm not afraid of you either. He takes a step away from me. That's because I've been corrupting you since high school, and that's not some Christian bullshit I'm spouting. That's science. That's in books. Influence is a contagion. His voice is bitter. If you stick with me, I'll ruin you like Barry said. He's right, and it kills me, and you're better off without me. That's why I'm going away for good. You can't. It's already in motion. The house will sell, and you'll get everything. It's all in my will. You'll have freedom and power however you want to spend it. He swallows. Here with Barry, if you wish. That's why you went to Durham to see Sam, to make a will? Everett, that would mean... I freeze as I realize what he's been planning. No. We both know what's coming. I'll be lucky if I get the electric chair, and Gerald and those fishing boys don't tear me up first. That's not... He shakes his head. Don't look at me like that, Ruth. Your two great eyes will slay me suddenly. No more Chaucer. I told you to stop teasing. He lifts his gaze. Come on. You and I both know I was never teasing. My protest dies on my tongue. The next lines of the poem slip back to me as easily as if we were 18 again, and he'd whispered them in my ear. Straight through my heart. The wound is quick and keen. I look at him, and the longing on his face steals my breath. His eyes are burning, one hand pressed to his chest, over his heart or his scar, I don't know. He pushes past me, throws open the door, and rushes out into the rain. 40. Now. I seize the hem of my dressing gown and run after him. Every nightmare I've ever had about the Duncan house, this haunted place filled with evil spirits, has come to life. The forest is wild and howling, tree branches twist violently, whipping into my path like malevolent creatures bent on keeping me out. Ever, I yell, stop! But the thunder drowns my voice. The storm's still raging. It's the kind they pull boats off the water and board up windows for. Ever's headed through the trees in the direction of the swamp. If he makes it there, I'll lose him. Ever! My lungs burn. I slip in mud and barely keep upright. Brilliant white lightning daggers into a clearing just ahead of him. Please! I shout. And like magic, he stills. I keep running even as he turns and strides in my direction. Go back inside, he yells. He's soaked as I am. His black t-shirt clinging to his chest, his biceps, his black jeans to his thighs. He shoves dripping hair off his forehead. It's too dangerous. You've never infantilized me before. I struggle to catch my breath. Don't start now. Rain begins to pour so thick I can barely see past him. It creates an eerie sense of seclusion,
Just the two of us in a bubble of space and time and tempest. Ever yells to be heard over the wind, "Why are you following me? You can't just say that and leave. You have a fiancé." Even though we're standing in the pouring rain, heat radiates from me. "Don't try to turn this around, and he's not my fiancé. I never said yes. You said no to me when we were 19 and I asked you to leave Bottom Springs, remember? You practically shoved me away. And then you said no again just days ago. Remember that night on the canoe when I tried to touch you and you were so frightened you practically dove off the boat?" Ever's eyes search mine. "You've always been clear about where you stood, and that's okay, that's good. I respect it, and I promise to never overstep. So let me keep my promise." I have to restrain myself from shaking him. "I said no because of what I did. I thought you'd hate me if you found out. I thought you'd feel betrayed. I was trying to protect you and punish myself." I take a step closer, but he throws out a hand to stop me, like I'm dangerous. "I know what you want, Ruth." His chest heaves. "And it's not fair." "What do I want?" "You want one last confession, but you already know the answer." I shake my head. Water runs down my temple. "No, I don't." Ever tips his head up to the clouds. When he looks at me again, his eyes have changed. The flecks of light are dancing. "Of course you know." Thunder booms. "You're too smart, too good, Ruth Cornier. The girl who watches everyone and reads every book and thinks she's keeping it a secret. So kind, she gives people the things she wants for herself. Hair you can see coming a mile away, bright as the sunset." His voice grows thick. "Daughter of the man I hate almost as much as my own father." Ever presses the heels of his hands into his eyes. "I should have stayed away from you after the swamp." "Maybe you should have." I yell, furious at him for even suggesting it. He strides to me without warning. I suck in a breath, resisting the urge to back up. He pushes his fingers through my hair, grips the strand so I have to look up at him. "Ruth." "But you didn't," I say softly. "You didn't stay away." A moment of stillness, my hair taut in his hand, then roughly, Ever shakes his head. "Why didn't you tell me?" I whisper. His hand slides from my hair to my cheek, his palm icy against my skin. "I told you so many times." I swallow thickly. My heart beats too fast. Other people's poems don't count. He looks me in the eyes. "I love you, Ruth. Of course I love you. It's the only thing that's ever redeemed me." This, standing in the howling wind and driving rain the whole world turned upside down, is the place I've been searching for, the place for which I'd had no map. Everything between us is bared. We are new and raw and standing on a cliff's edge. This is what I'd hoped love would be. This is what I've waited for. Something unlocks in my heart. Wheels turn, transcendence floods my veins, transforming me from the inside out, turning me into something different, something more than I was a moment ago. Everett Duncan loves me. His voice is tortured. "That's why I have to leave before the sheriff gets his evidence and catches up to me. If he does, I'll fry, and I can't have you going down with me." I shake my head. "Ruth, I love you too, Ever. I always have." He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes as if looking at me is too much. Drops of rain hit his forehead and fall down his cheeks. "I can't tell you how that makes me." His voice falters.
I'm not a good man, Ruth.
I love you anyway.
With his eyes closed, I trace a finger over his cheekbones, his nose, his brow. This profile I've marveled at.
We're the same.
You're not a monster, he says roughly.
No, I agree. We're not monsters. We're the sane ones.
I think of the poor, frightened child I'd been in church, searching for love and acceptance, doing my best to repeat, "You will be saved. You must be good, and be spared the lake of fire." How deep the wound must have been for me to carry it for so long. But Everett loves me, and I'm no longer a child. I will not be afraid.
The truth is, I say, I love you more for having killed them. Let the sheriff come. We'll fry together.
Like a perfect moment in a dream, Ever seizes my face and kisses me. Lightning flashes, real or imagined, I can't tell. His warm, insistent mouth is all I'm aware of. The pulsin' feelin' from years ago when I lay in the grass and he put his mouth on my wound comes back tenfold, making me shudder, making me feel like every part of my body is meant to be touched. He pulls me flush against him, his thumb on the pulse pumping at the hollow of my throat. And I've never known such need, such hunger. I've never known how good it could feel to be in my body, what one human being could do to another. Ever picks me up, clutching me to his chest, and takes off for the tree line.
"Better in here,"
he murmurs, right before we slip into the darkness. He lays me on the forest floor and kneels beside me, eyes dark and reverent, pulls my damp gown down my shoulders so my chest is bare. Goosebumps flood my skin. My heart races, chest rising and falling quickly, nervously. But when I look up, I see nothing but his beautiful face bent over me, and above it a shield of trees, and above that the endless roiling sky. He sinks down, captures my breast in his mouth, and skims it with his tongue. Slowly, he sinks his teeth in. I gasp and arch off the ground, like I'm possessed, like he's bewitched me. He grips my hips and skims his sharp teeth lower. Torture, pleasure, need. Maybe I was destined for this. Self-immolation in the rain. Our story is darker, messier than the love stories I read as a kid. It began messy, and I know, down here in the leaves with Everett's mouth sending me, that it will end messy. But this is what I wanted before I even had the language for it. The kind of love that can look at ugliness, complexity, the unvarnished truth, and not flinch. A love that peels back the layers. Forget God. This is the love that will save me. As the storm rages, as the trees shake, I learn over and over what my beastly body can do. 41. Now. I can tell Everett's gone before I open my eyes, so I don't. Instead, I lie on the ground, feeling the warm sun on my face, listening to birds chirp and tree branches swish in the breeze. When I finally do look, I find a bright morning strikingly peaceful in the wake of last night's storm. 2 sprigs of helal rest where Ever's body did, and beside them are the words, "My house tonight," written in the dirt. I pick up the flowers, fingering the cone-shaped heads and delicate purple petals, running them like silk over my skin. They're used to make a healing salve, according to Mr. Wilkes, to put broken things to mend. I place them on my chest and let my eyes drift shut. Ever loves me. I'm not alone and never will be.
My eyes fly open at the sound of twigs snappin'. To my right, tall bushes shake. There's something large in them. My adrenaline spikes. More shaken, branches crackin'. A narrow-snouted black bear pushes out of the bushes. I gasp, then slap my hand over my mouth, terrified to have made a sound. It towers above me, black fur studded with motes of dust that glisten in the sun. It lowers its head, and our eyes lock. The bear's eyes are surprisingly beautiful, amber ringed with black. My body is rigid, immobile, except for my heart, which pounds so hard I can barely breathe around it. All those warnings my mother gave me about the creatures in the deep woods, how they could sneak up on you, lash out, and kill. Inhuman, with no capacity for reason or logic, only an instinct to hurt. I look at the bear's claws, long as my fingers and thick with mud. The potency of my fear makes my vision hazy. It creeps closer. Even my pulse freezes. The bear lowers its head to the side wherever laid and sniffs. I stifle a sob, squeezing my eyes closed, as its soft nose brushes my waist. Then it stops. I crack open an eye. The bear lets out a breathy sigh that smells of musk and, strangely, berries. It rubs the flat of its head against my stomach and, too fast for me to scream, opens its yellow jaws and snatches one of the flowers off my chest, chomping it back in a single gulp. It eyes me again, then turns and shuffles away. I lie still. Long after I've stopped hearing it move, my body remains frozen. Finally, a bird chirps high and searching through the trees, and when it's answered by another, I burst into tears. Before I know it, I'm laughing and weeping. My body shakes, first with disbelief, then joy. Squirrels scamper in the trees above my head, and I rock with delight. A bee swoops low about its business. An ant crawls up my arm, and I'm gasping, wiping away tears. The truth breaks wide open. I belong here on this good green earth. I'm part of it. Not a sinner or a saint, just another creature. Mud and pollen and teeth and sinew. If there is a God, some higher power, it's here in these woods. In the beautiful strangeness of being a human, an animal wandering the world with soul-deep yearning. I belong here, and nothing can take that away from me. I climb to my feet, put on my muddy dressing gown, and start for home. 42. Now. I'm nearing my porch when the screen door bangs open and Barry bursts out of my house. "Ruth?" He calls, then stops short at the sight of me. "What are you doing here?" He must have parked his truck in the back where I wouldn't see, but how he got inside when I've never given him a key is a mystery. My arms spike with goosebumps. "I came to warn you." Barry's resplendent this morning in his deputy uniform, his metal badge and swooped brown hair gleaming. Though he's older than me, I suspect he'll always look like this, like a boy, and such a good one, too. A Boy Scout officer, upholder of all the rules. He squints as I step onto the staircase. "What happened to you?" I look down. I'm wearing nothing but my dressing gown, of course, which is caked in dried mud with matching streaks along my skin. My hair forms a wild, tangled nest twisted with leaves. I must look like I clawed my way out of a grave. "I was in the woods," I say simply. Barry's hazel eyes widen, then narrow. "With him?" "Yes." There's no point denying it. But even though I'm taking pains to appear nonchalant, I don't climb any higher up the steps. I don't know how Barry will take this. "Shit! I mean, Christ!" Barry growls, frustrated at his inability to swear in my presence. Please tell me you got evidence. A confession, something. I told you I wasn't doing that. Barry presses his hands to his mouth and roughly exhales. You mean to tell me you've come home looking like that from the woods, where you were with a serial killer, and you don't even... A light comes on in his eyes. Why you barely dressed, Ruth? Why do you look like you've been tumbling round in the grass? You are my fiancé, recall? I don't recall giving you an answer. I say cool on the outside, but I swallow a lump. Let me remedy that now. Thank you for the offer, but I decline. You what? From the look on his face, Barry never imagined declining was an option. I'm saying no, I repeat, and steel myself for his pleading. But instead, his eyes scour me. An ugly look transforms his face, half disgust, half vindication. You laid with him. My heartbeat picks up, but I try not to show it. Please leave my porch, Barry. I need to clean up. He moves in front of the screen to block my path. Ruth, tell me plain. Are you still pure? Leave, I repeat, eyeing the gun at his waist, the width of his arms. You really did it. You ruined yourself. He sounds almost odd. God almighty, I was right all along. He's got some kind of sick hold over you. I know you, Ruth, and you are not a natural-born whore. Not with the great James Cornier as your father. This is his fault. If only being a whore was the worst of it, I think, and almost smile. Suddenly, I understand why Ever constantly makes light of things. It's a brace against the fear, and it's enough to rally me. Tell me, Barry, I grip one of the porch columns for support. How well did you know Beth Fortnott? The question floors him. I can tell by the way his mouth drops open a little, even if the next moment he's feigning disinterest. We were friends in school, he says stiffly. Why? What with the sheriff asking so many questions about Fred lately, it's dredged up a lot of memories. I got to thinking about what happened to her. He swallows. What do you mean? You know how in high school, Beth had this boy she was crazy about, who she would have done anything for, and he went and knocked her up. He shifts. The porch creaks under his feet. And her daddy forced her to get an abortion against her will. Not to speak ill of the dead, but can you believe it? Fred Fortnott would have sworn up and down it was a mortal sin, except, I guess, for his girl. What gets me is, Beth never gave up the name of the boy who got her pregnant, and he never stepped up to defend her. My guess is he thought poor Beth wasn't worth risking his golden reputation. Barry's eyes lift to mine. His face has gone from flushed to white. I know it was you. I found a picture of you and Beth in an old issue of the Bugle. There's no mistaking what you two were. That's impossible, he chokes. You couldn't have. How ironic. Barry, the deputy, is folding under pressure. Did you love her? I ask, and before he can answer, I add, I don't know which is worse, if you did, and still left her to the wolves, or if you never loved her and let her fall on her sword for you anyway. Which makes you more of a coward? She was trying to trap me. He bursts out, punching the porch column I'm holding so it shakes. She wasn't like you in high school, Ruth. She was willing to give it up. And if she was sleeping with me, who else was she sleeping with? Girls like that? Loose girls? You never know. I wasn't going to have my whole life derailed by some Jersey chaser who can't keep her legs shut. My mama, the church, everyone would have known. You know what this town is like? It would have been over for me. There it is. I laugh. Yes, Barry, I know what this town is like. Your hypocrisy is remarkable. But something else he said is sticking with me. And what do you mean I couldn't have seen a picture of you in the Bugle?
Because your own daddy promised they're gone.
He hisses, like this is definitive proof he's in the right. He told me it was just one mistake with Beth and no one would know. Did he say he was destroying the old Bugle issues? No. What? I don't know. Barry shakes his head. He just said there wouldn't be any proof, no witnesses or pictures, so everything would be okay. Why do you care? Barry, I say, unable to keep the excitement out of my voice. I take a step closer. He eyes me warily. Did you know my father, Killian Duncan, the sheriff, Fred, and Augustus were all secret friends with matching tattoos? Barry had claimed my father was grooming him to be his successor. Maybe he knows something. He shakes his head at me. What are you on about? It's the same design as that symbol you found in the swamp. Have you seen a tattoo like that on the sheriff? He looks at me for a long time before he says, You really are going insane. Just like your mama warned. She kept trying to tell us there was something wrong with you ever since you said no to the sheriff, but I wasn't hearing it. She said they put you on medicine for it. Is that true? Barry puts his hands up in surrender and inches closer. His eyes have gone soft. It's okay if it is. You don't have to be ashamed. Maybe what happened is you stopped taking your medicine, and all we need to do is get you help and everything's gonna be okay. There's nothing wrong with me. But of course, as soon as I say it, the old demon is back, panic clawing up my throat. Barry's watching, his eyes keen. That's what I said at first. There ain't nothing wrong with Ruth, Mrs. Cornier, with all due respect. But now I see it explains everything. Why you hung around Everett in the first place and won't give him up. Why you're so antisocial and stubborn. He speaks soothingly, as if to a child. But we'll fix you. Your parents'll take you to Blanchard. To commit me. The panic is starting to win. Just come with me, Ruth. It's for the best. Blanchard's your daddy's place now, so they'll treat you right, keep it hushed. They'll do whatever he asks. No, I have to go. I shoulder past Barry to my door. You think I'm a fool? He grabs my arm and yanks me so hard I rebound to him with a gasp. You've made a habit of slipping past me, but no more, girl. I came for you, and I'm leaving with you. As a deputy, you should know this is assault. I pull my arm back, but Barry's stronger than me. I can't break his grasp. Where exactly do you think you're going? Wrestling with me has finally mussed Barry's perfect hair. It hangs over his forehead, covering one eye, making him look unhinged. The entire town's up in arms. That's what I came to warn you about. They think the low man murdered everyone and is gonna kill more people if we don't stop him. All those damn fishing company boys, all them fools from church, they're in Main Street practically rioting. Sheriff can't control them. We're about to call in reinforcements from the next parish. They're rioting? For a moment, I forgot to fight him. Lost in the image of Main Street flooded with angry townspeople outside my father's or the sheriff's control. But you and I both know the truth. There's no supernatural creature. Barry shakes me so hard I think he'll dislocate my arm. See? I had Everett figured from the beginning. That all black freak show look, never talking, always drawing weird symbols in his notebooks. Just look at his father, the way he beat on him. I bet you anything that's what made him snap. That's who he killed first, you know. His daddy gave him a taste for it, and now he can't stop. That's why he moves around all the time, slips around like a ghost so he can kill all over Louisiana. Barry has the audacity to soften his voice. He's gonna hurt others if we don't stop him, Ruth. We need you to help. Get your hands off me. Barry seizes my shoulders and pushes me down the stairs.
We're going to the hospital. Once you get right, you'll see your so-called friend's a predator."
My feet hit the grass and I stumble, but Barry's grip on me keeps me upright.
"I'm going to keep you safe, Ruth. You'll thank me later."
For the first time in my life, my panic becomes a gift. It fills me with such powerful, frantic energy that I'm able to twist and yank my arm free from Barry's grasp. I slap him across the face with all my might. Barry's head swivels with the force of the blow. He drops my arms and staggers back, almost tripping into the staircase. He blinks up at me, incredulous, one hand finding the sharp red mark I've made across his cheek. "You think I'm at risk from ever?" My voice booms across the lawn. I swell to my full height, letting my fear become a source of intensity, of might. Barry watches me, transfixed. "You think I need you to swoop in and shield me? Take me to the hospital and chain me up for my own good? Listen to me, Barry, and listen well. I am the one you aren't safe from. You better hurry up and run from me." I don't know where it comes from, but I hold his gaze without flinching, chest heaving until, to my shock, Barry scrambles up and runs. 43. Now. When I finally step into my house, the phone is ringing loud and shrill. No one ever calls on the landline except for telemarketers. Covered in dried mud and still shaken from my standoff with Barry, the last thing I want to do is make forced conversation. I sink to the living room floor, back against the couch, and let it ring. Finally, the noise cuts off as the answering machine picks up. "Hello, Miss Cornier?" warbles a thin voice from the speaker. "This is Mr. Jonathan Abraham giving you another call. I dialed you yesterday at the request of your friend Mrs. Nisa Gadri and left a message but never heard back. She gave me the impression you wished to speak with me rather urgently." I leap from the floor so fast I nearly trip over my dressing gown and lunge for the phone, yanking it off the receiver. "Mr. Abraham, are you still there?" "Why, yes." He sounds startled. In addition to the readiness of his voice, which suggests Mr. Abraham is older, there's an oddly formal cadence to his words. I've noticed it's the way well-educated Southern men sometimes speak when they have a chip on their shoulder and need the world to know they are, in fact, well-educated. "Is this Miss Ruth Cornier?" "It is." I'm still a little out of breath. This is the John Abraham, the old Bugle journalist, manifested out of the ether, or perhaps just the telephone book. Either way, Nisa has worked some magic to locate him this quickly. "Thank you for calling. I'll be honest with you," his voice turns wry. "Receiving a call out of the blue that Reverend Cornier's daughter wished to speak with me certainly piqued my interest. My history with your daddy goes back. That's what I wanted to talk to you about." I twist the phone cord around my fingers. "Mr. Abraham, I know you used to live in Bottom Springs and work for the Bugle. I read some of your old stories." "Yes, I did. Before Augustus Blanchard and your daddy ran me out of town. So imagine my surprise to find myself talking to a Cornier on the phone." My heart rate picked up. "I found your earliest articles about my father before he worked at Holy Fire." "Oh, he didn't like those," interrupted Mr. Abraham. I could feel his bottled frustration through the phone line. "Back then he was so green. This young whippersnapper who popped up out of nowhere and started riling people up. I was a seasoned reporter. I'd come down to Bottom Springs from New Orleans after 22 years at the Times-Picayune, looking for a slower life. My health wasn't great at the time on account of a lot of stress that wasn't good for my heart. When the owner of the Bugle offered me a job, I thought, why not go down south? I could whip the old paper into shape, maybe turn it into an award-winning local outfit, leave my mark that way. And then I met your daddy. At first, I thought he didn't stand a chance against me. Mr. Abraham's laugh is tinged with bitterness. What happened? Turns out people liked what he was peddling more than what I was. Liked his nightmares and fairy tales better than the truth. I'm guessing you're not particularly religious? Mr. Abraham remains silent for a beat, then asks, "And exactly how straight and narrow are you, Miss Nosin' around in her daddy's business?" Point taken. I clear my throat. "So you found yourself button heads." Somehow he got the Bugle's owner to forbid me from covering him, which irked me to hell. Goes against every journalistic principle, but the owner was a businessman, not a journalist, on a chain of papers all over the state, and he didn't want the trouble, so for a while I was muzzled. What changed? Mr. Abraham sighs. "Look, Miss Cornier, I've been waiting a long time to talk about what transpired down in Bottom Springs, but no one was ever interested in asking. Most people wanted me to shut up and not rock the boat. So I'm certainly willing to play your source, but before I spill, I have a question for you. Okay? Why?" I blinked. What? Why am I talking to you? What's got you drudging up the past, peering down the dark rabbit holes in your own father's life? I weigh my options for a moment before deciding that a man like John Abraham, who prizes the truth, requires honesty. I'll tell you plain, Mr. Abraham. I recently learned my father, Augustus, and a small group of other leaders in town were involved in some despicable behavior years ago, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. I want to know the truth about what they've done and who they are. I think Bottom Springs deserves it. And now, with Augustus dead and Blanchard Hospital passing to my father, Mr. Abraham nearly gasps. Augustus is dead. It happened just a few days ago. He died in his sleep and left everything to my dad. Sweet Jesus, Mr. Abraham whispers. Those sons of bitches got away with it. Please tell me what you mean. I saw the photos you took from the bicentennial, the ones you published right before the Bugle got shut down. How? All the old issues were destroyed. No, they weren't. We kept them on microfilm at the library. At this, Mr. Abraham chuckles. Good old Mrs. Dupree. I knew she had some fire in her, the old bat. The picture, I repeat, of my dad and the others at the beach, where you can see their tattoos. Your daddy hated those pictures, especially the ones I didn't print that showed his own little witch mark. I press my shoulders hard against the wall. Wait a second. Are you saying my father has a tattoo? I only saw them on 3 of the men. Mr. Abraham's voice goes flat. They all have them, the whole cabal. In all my life, I've rarely witnessed my father without a pressed, buttoned dress shirt on. I'd always assumed his formality, the care with which he covered himself, was evidence of his godliness or even an insecurity, some shame over his large, broad body. The humanness of it had actually endeared him to me. But now I know the real reason he's kept his skin out of sight. The great Reverend James Cornier, the man whose fame and power has been built in opposition to the occult, wears an occult symbol on his chest. With my back to the wall, I slide all the way down to the floor. Is that why the Bugle got shut down? My voice is low. Because you published that picture? I know it was your last issue. Did my father have something to do with it? It wasn't the pictures, says Mr. Abraham. The pictures were only a nuisance. I'm guessing what drove Augustus Blanchard to acquire the Bugle for well over market price and then promptly dismantle it was something he deemed much more dangerous. He waited a moment. My investigation into Blanchard Hospital. Beneath my surprise, a white-hot spark of interest flares. On what grounds? This is your scoop, Mr. Abraham promises, lowering his voice like we're meeting in a dark alley with enemies in the shadows. After I was told not to go after the promising young reverend, I had a bit of an axe to grind, so I started poking around. In his dealings, his friends' dealings, you name it. Whatever they touched, I studied. I was hungry and itching for a story no one could suppress, to show those bastards even they didn't have the power over the truth. As part of that, I requested all the publicly available files I could get on Blanchard Hospital. It turned into a little hobby horse, me digging around in those files every day after work. Eventually, I noticed something in Blanchard's purchase orders that struck me. What was it? They were ordering massive amounts of painkillers, mostly Schedule II opioids like oxycodone and hydrocodone. Back then, those things were still considered miracle drugs, but there were some cracks beginning to show, some stories swirling around about how addictive they were, over and beyond anything else. And Blanchard was ordering, we're talking hundreds of thousands of these pills a year, and their orders increased every year, all the way up to 500,000 the last year I had records for. When I checked the number of patients they typically saw in a year, the numbers didn't match up. Even if they prescribed those opioids to every person who came in for a runny nose, the amount would still be excessive. Painkillers, the goods the Sons of Liberty stole from the hospital and trafficked around the state. Maybe Blanchard was ordering massive amounts because the Sons were stealing them. But if so, if the thefts were affecting the hospital's bottom line, why hadn't anyone ever alerted the sheriff? I started researching pill mills. A new enthusiasm brightened Mr. Abraham's voice, and in it, I caught a glimpse of the tenacious reporter he'd been all those years ago. You ever heard of those? It happens when the good guys turn dirty, the doctors and hospitals themselves. I found out about them from some old colleagues who started working for the AP. They said the FBI had started quietly investigating a few pharmacies and pain clinics in other states after they discovered they were selling opioids to drug traffickers to hawk on the black market. My God, I whisper, because I know where this is going. The conclusion I came to was that Blanchard Hospital was running the same sort of operation, except the one thing I could never figure out was who they were handing their pills off to. I did everything by the book, gathered evidence, was meticulous in my research. I even got a doctor from Blanchard to agree to go on the record with his suspicions. Do you know how hard that was? I was going to publish the story and take down Augustus. And then, right before my big interview, Augustus swooped in and bought the Bugle and shut it down. After that, for some mysterious reason, the doctor wouldn't talk. Augustus found out what you were planning. How? I have no idea. But I was furious. Behind his old Southern aristocrat veneer, Augustus Blanchard was a rat bastard who deserved to be exposed. I was going to take my story somewhere else, try to get it published in the Times-Picayune as a freelancer, but then one morning I walked outside to collect my mail and found these strange symbols carved above my door. Here they were, symbols again. What kind? They looked almost like your daddy's tattoo, except the ones on my door had only a single set of horns. I remembered what Nisa had said about apotropaic marks. The two-horned symbol in the woods and tattooed on the men was a protective mark because it inverted something dangerous, and thus warded it off. So without the inversion, someone put the mark of the beast on your door. I figured it wasn't good, Mr. Abraham said dryly.
I knew about your daddy's history, running off people he didn't like by accusing them of being devil worshippers. So I knew the symbols were a warning, and I knew who from. I decided it might be best to leave town and lie low for a little while. Sadly, a little while turned into years, until this phone call. I straightened my back against the wall. Thank you so much for telling me, Mr. Abraham. I know you took a risk, and I'm sorry for what my father and Augustus did to you. It's what powerful people do. Don't get me wrong, that's not an excuse. I'm not excusing them. But I've had a lifetime to think, and what I've observed is that power is a parasite. It wriggles inside you and takes over, so all you can think about is how to get more of it and cut down anyone in your way. For that reason, you can't trust anyone with the lick of it. Before I can think too long about this, he adds, but something tells me if the Reverend's own daughter wants to know the truth, my work might finally go to good use. So maybe all isn't lost. It's not, I promise. The work you did won't be in vain. John Abraham whistles low and short. If you would have told me that one day James Cornier would be felled by his own damn kid, I never would have believed you. Sometimes the world really is a strange and wonderful place. I have to go, I tell him, because finally, all the disparate threads I've uncovered since the trapper first pulled Fred's skull out of the swamp have woven together, and now I can see the God's eye view, and there's only one place to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham. All right, kid, he says. You go raise some hell. 44. Now. Instead of the rioters Barry promised, Main Street is a ghost town. Not a soul on the sidewalks, shops locked and dark, even the Piggly Wiggly. I find the emptiness unsettling, stronger proof that something big and terrible is underway. Or maybe it's that I'm on my way to do something big and terrible, a confrontation 23 years in the making. By the time I make it to my parents' house, my hands are shaken. I stop at the edge of their lawn and study the place like Ever must have done all those mornings he waited for me. From this angle, you can see straight into my old room. Pink curtains hanging slightly askew from getting caught so many times on Ever's shoes when he climbed in. I remember when the house was just a 2-story clapboard, like Holy Fire Born Again. It's swollen over the years, new wings added, columns and windows, metamorphosizing into the hulking manor it is now, sprawled triumphantly across the lawn. With the added cupola on top, it mirrors Holy Fire's steeple, 2 buildings competing in their reach for God. But it's not God my father has been reaching for all these years. At the thought, my composure breaks, and I bend over to clutch a stone flower pot, trying to catch my breath. My adrenaline is sending my heart rate through the roof, my instincts begging me to turn and flee instead of going in. This grand house is where I learned to be afraid, learned to be a wisp. The mere sight of it slumps my spine. But I'm armed with the truth, and I will no longer be afraid. I force myself upright and make it to the door. It creaks open to a foyer full of people buzzing around, carrying things like poster board, water bottles, and wooden stakes. As I push my way inside, they eye me warily, as if they know something I don't, as if this is their house, not mine. There's no one in town but a small army here. What is my father planning? Ruth. His unmistakable baritone reverberates through the house. I turn to find him descending the staircase, a smile on his face. To what do we owe the pleasure? I crane my head. The great Reverend Cornier is always on high like the sun.
Even here at home in August, he wears his stiff button-down, slacks, and shiny loafers. The only hint of disorder is the chest hair that curls from the top of his collar, as if he is too virile to be contained. His mane of dark hair gleams with oil. A feeling of disassociation seeps through me. How could any part of me have come from him? My father's smile widens, revealing large, square teeth. Perhaps he thinks I've come to beg forgiveness, pledge myself to his side in whatever war he's preparing for. We need to talk, I say. I don't lower my eyes like I would have when I was a girl and afraid to hold his gaze. He studies me for a moment. Whatever he sees makes him clear his throat. Friends and neighbors, will you look at this? The prodigal daughter has returned. Everyone around us, his faithful flock, laughs. Go on now, he grins, waving them away. Head on down to the church. Our work can continue there. I don't budge as people I've known all my life file past me, staring like I'm some sort of salacious curiosity. When the door finally shuts, the sound echoes. My father and I stare at each other. Well? He grips both sides of the staircase. Talk. I've been imagining this from the moment Barry fled my house, as I stood in the shower washing the mud off, on the walk through the ghostly town square. I know I must remain calm and composed. I cannot allow him to wound me, make me panic, and lose control. I know what you did, I say. Let me guess. He steps languidly down the last stairs. You're here to complain about my treatment of your friend. Is that it? The devil will have far worse punishments waiting for him in hell. I ignore him, press forward. It took me too long to see it, especially since I was so close. But I see now, Dad. You're the missing ingredient. It's been you from the beginning. I can't imagine what you're talking about. He stands a foot away in the gleaming white foyer, towering above me. And frankly, I don't have time to guess. It's a big day. His small, satisfied smile reappears. You'll find out soon enough. This is meant to be an interrogation, but he's not complying. Do you deny being friends with Killian Duncan? Killian, my mother emerges from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Her blonde hair lays in a perfect bob, the ends brushing the Louisiana pearls she wears whenever company's over. Why would you accuse your father of such a thing? I slide the folded paper out of my dress. Explain this, then. I step forward, holding it so they can both see John Abraham's damning photograph. My mother squints. What does this prove? Killian Duncan was a degenerate in need of counsel. Your father was probably shepherding him. That's his obligation. Where'd you find this? The Reverend's voice is quiet and controlled, but red patches have appeared on his neck, a telltale sign of anger. You may have destroyed all the physical copies, but you forgot about the microfilm. I take a deep breath. Pity you were too busy banning books from the library to spare a moment to learn how it works. My heart hammers with adrenaline. I have no idea where this bravado is coming from. I did no such thing, and I won't stand here listening to vile accusations from my own daughter. He rips the paper out of my hand and tears it. The pieces fall like ashes to the floor. I told you. My mother takes a step toward me. She and my father have always had this habit of edging closer to me as they talk when I'm in trouble, as if they are large cats hunting me. First, she refused to believe the sheriff and sided with the killer. Now she's making up lies about you. She needs an intervention. Look at this. Using their closeness as an advantage, I seize my father's shirt and tear it open with both hands. buttons fly as his chest is revealed, and there it is, above his heart, the tattoo, just as John Abraham promised. My mother gasps in outrage. I jab my finger at his chest. You see? Your mighty reverend has a pagan symbol on his skin. My father's face is beet red. How dare you? He seethes, trying to pull the halves of his shirt together and button what's left. I stare at my mother, waiting for her shock and indignation, but her gaze remains cold. Do you think, she says, each word sharp enough to cut, that I don't know my own husband's body? Her words chill me. Why did I assume she didn't know? It's one thing to hide a tattoo from your child, but from your wife? The implications flood me. My holier-than-thou mother is in on it. I step back, looking between them. I know you carved the wards in the trees. You, Augustus Fred, and the sheriff who had to pretend he'd never seen them before. It was the only thing that made sense. Outside of Everett, they were the only people who knew about the symbols, believed in them. That's absurd, my mother snaps. His tattoo is private, from an ancient biblical language. It means chosen by God. My father and I stare at each other. I can practically feel the heat emanating from him. He lied to her. And what a lie. I know it was you, I say softly. James. My mother looks at him. For once, she sounds unsure. He clutches his shirt tighter and twists away from us. It was a precaution, he growls, striding into the dark paneled living room, as if he can run from me. You were scared of the low man, I say, quick on his heels. Moments ago, they were cornering me, but now the tables have turned. He circles his armchair and stops, using it as a barrier between us. I've never seen him so disheveled. The devil takes many names and many faces. We were protecting ourselves. His confession causes warm satisfaction to seep through me. I was right. How did you even find out about the Le Culte de la Lune? You're speaking gibberish. The symbol, Dad, the one on your chest on the trees? You and I both know it's not really from the Bible. How'd you find it? He stares at me but says nothing, only clenches his jaw. It was Celestina Duncan, wasn't it? You stole it from her. Celestina, my mother echoes. Killian's wife. She was a witch, he spits out. Her whole family were witches. That's where they hid in the swamp. They were an abomination. And yet you took from them. I push aside his hypocrisy to focus on the more urgent question. Why did you think you needed protecting from a beast that hunts wicked men, Dad? He clutches the top of the armchair and glares. And it's this stony silence that I've been waiting for. After 23 years listening to him preach, it's my turn to talk. 45. Now. I pieced it all together. I stand directly in front of his armchair, not giving him an inch. Fred's secret dock, the sheriff turning a blind eye to the Sons of Liberty. Why you're inheriting the Blanchard empire. What's she talking about? My mother asks. I refuse to drop his gaze. You holy men are the real drug kingpins of South Louisiana. Excuse me? She takes a step forward and lifts her hand as if to slap me, but wavers when she glances at my father, still as a statue, red as murder. All these years, I say, ignoring her and giving voice to what had finally occurred to me the moment John Abraham shared his suspicions. All the money that flowed to us in Holy Fire, our home improvements, the church renovations, our new cars, Mom's dresses, the hospital's growth, the wild success of the Fort Knott Fishing Company. None of that came from God's blessing, did it? It came from good old earthly crime. You have no idea what you're talking about. My mother snipes. Tithing's up, thanks to your father. He's kept her in the dark.
This slander is dangerous.
My father's voice is a snarl, low and vicious.
Think about what you're doing, who you're betraying. What does God say righteous men should do to liars and traitors?
A threat already. He's feeling cornered. I stand taller. I do know what I'm doing. Maybe you never saw it, Dad, but I have a brain. Or maybe you did see it, and that's why you and Mom tried so hard to make me think I couldn't trust my own mind. The accusations of hysteria, the doctors, the pills, I'd almost fallen for it. I know Blanchard Hospital supplies opioids to the Sons. I found proof of the connection in Jebediah Ray's basement. My father startles at the mention of Jebediah. And your old friend John Abraham told me he'd suspected it before he got run out of town. Only, I say, brushing the leather of his armchair, he didn't know who Augustus had struck a deal with. But I do. Blanchard supplied the painkillers. Then Killian and his drug runners and the Sons of Liberty sold them all over Louisiana.
Tell her she's insane.
My mother's eyes are round in disbelieving. Tell her she's hallucinating.
You're insane.
My father agrees. I shake my head. Fred was a runner too. He brought the drugs across the state lines in his boats disguised as Fort Knott fishing cargo. The sheriff covered things up when you needed him to, and everyone got their cut. The perfect plan. A whole drug empire down here in little old Bottom Springs where no one would suspect. How long has it been working for you, Dad?
Stop it.
He sweeps his massive arm and knocks the lamp off the side table, shattering it in warning. My mother jumps back. It explains everything. I press, walking around the armchair, stepping over the sharp pieces. That's why Gerald Terrio took over Fred's business. You needed to keep those ships running or the Sons wouldn't have been happy. They were already looking to switch suppliers, weren't they? Augustus was getting old and you probably kept the Sons on a tight leash. They've been shopping for new alliances. Hence that rival gang from up north at Jebediah's compound, a fruitless attempt to strike a truce. My father looks at me incredulously.
How could you possibly know that?
James, my mother breathes.
It isn't true.
Who better to take over the fishing company than the sheriff's nephew? He was already complaining about having to run Fred's illegal cargo. You let him in on your secret and solved two problems in one. No more employee mutiny and the drugs kept flowing. Same as Herman Blanchard. You let him have free reign in your church because you needed to keep his father happy. My mother squares her shoulders.
We had no idea about Herman's sickness. We never would have allowed that poison in our church.
My father's look is murderous. I smile. See, Dad? I am smart. Are you proud? You wouldn't have gotten anywhere without the pills from Blanchard Hospital, so you had to keep Augustus happy and protect his son from scandal, all while lining yourself up to inherit when Augustus died. That's why you tolerated Killian too, even though you hated him. He was the connection to the Sons you needed. Maybe he's even the one who brought them in, helped you mastermind it. When did it start? I know you were holding meetings at night in your office when I was a kid. What were you doing? Planning drug runs? Figuring out how to expand your territory, manipulate the Sons? Is that why you started saying prayers to dark gods in those white stone circles? Were you begging for success? His eyes widen. You couldn't possibly know. Ever told me about the circles. Did you know your God wouldn't listen?
It was Killian, he snaps. Killian and his guilt. After Celestina died, he was obsessed with her rituals, trying to piece her back together after he tore her apart. He performed one the night before Jebediah and the Sons were supposed to take down one of our rivals in New Orleans. We were expanding our territory. It was risky, dangerous, but I saw a path, and the ambush worked. Tom and Fred were convinced it was because of Killian's ritual, so the next time we had a shipment going out, he did it again. He brought a rabbit into my office, slit its throat right there on the floor, a bloody sacrifice, and it worked. My father shakes his head as if he's still mystified. That's when I realized what shapeshifters our God and Lucifer are. They were speaking to me anew through this paganism. The Queen Mother and the Low Man, just different names for the same powers. When you beat Everett, was it part of a ritual? Ruth, stop. My mother gasps. Did you need a sacrifice and thought, why not this little boy? He was as powerless as a rabbit after all. My mother whips to my father. This has crossed a line. Tell her to stop talking. Everett was weak. My father spits out. He came from a corrupt family. We taught him his place early. It was a mercy. His words pierce my heart. Everything you did to protect yourself from the Low Man tells me you knew all along what you were doing was wrong. James, my mother starts. Enough, Adele. Jesus Christ, enough. He whirls to her, and she blinks in shock. What is a wife's role? Answer me. Does she question her husband, or is she his faithful lieutenant? I can see her pride warren with her sense of duty. Finally, she lowers her eyes. His lieutenant. Then be silent. He spins to me, and I take an instinctive step back. And you, listen to me. All I've ever done was be the leader this town needed. I made it a God-fearing place. I grew holy fire. I've drawn in people from Forsyth, Port Sulphur, Homa, all over the state. And to do it, to serve the Lord, I needed money, earthly power. Everything I've done was to expand the kingdom of heaven, to expand your kingdom. Of course it's mine, he shouts, seizing the armchair and shaking it. My kingdom and God's kingdom are one and the same. I am the way, child. God came to me in a vision when I was younger than you and gave me this mission. And what are the laws of men compared to the will of God? That's what this has all been about? The apotheosis of James Cornier? He hits the wall with his fist. A photograph falls to the floor and cracks. That's how he's worked his will on earth since the beginning. He calls some of us to be his emissaries, and there are always doubters. Their fate is to burn with the rest of the non-believers. I stare at him, watching his chest heave. You don't get to pretend that it's God who wants you to be powerful. God speaks to me. Did he tell you to do nothing while Everett was beaten? Look the other way while Fred hurt his daughter? Let Lila drive off with Herman? Did God tell you to do all those things? My father rolls his neck as if I'm trying his patience. The end justifies the means, Ruth. That's a thing you'll learn as you get older. Sometimes regretful things happen on the path to greater good, and you should be grateful to me. I've shielded and protected you your entire life. It echoes back. The memory of him pulling me away from Herman. He's right. I alone was protected. Compared to Everett, Lila, Beth, and who knows who else. I've been as cosseted as a princess. A deep sense of debt wells inside me. I never asked you to do that. You didn't have to. You're my daughter. Everett and Beth were bad seeds anyway. You have to take a firm hand with children like that. And when it came to Herman, well, the most important thing was keeping the town on the right path to prosperity. I had to focus on the bigger picture. The bigger picture is you're killing people with opioids. At best, making them sick. How could that possibly be part of God's plan? We're all sick, Ruth. My father delivers the words like he's back on his balcony preaching.
We're all born sinners in need of redemption, but not all of us are destined to be saved. That was never God's plan to let everyone into heaven. It's some men's fate to fill the bowels of hell. Look around our country and you can see it. A great sickness sucking the marrow out of once great towns. The whole nation fall into atheism and immorality. But not here. In Bottom Springs, we're protected. Their wickedness can't hurt us. On the contrary, it fuels our growth, the beauty of our parks, the might of our businesses. Why shouldn't addicts and sinners' bad choices enrich us? Let them be good for something. How can you, like you, he says, as if I haven't spoken. You never obeyed, not in your heart. You claim you've grown into a God-fearing woman, but inside you're still the same sad and silly teenage girl. Pay attention to me, Daddy. Don't punish me when I've done wrong. Here you are again in my house, taking my time, demanding I explain myself. Well, there are bigger things than you and your feelings, Ruth. It's time to grow up. The way he's looking at me, the way he spit out teenage girl like it's the most pathetic thing a person could be. And maybe he's right. Maybe I froze at 17 and am still carrying around my tender girl heart because I feel ashamed at the very suggestion that I'm needy, pitiable, and that shame triggers an avalanche. It all comes back. Shame, shame, shame. Over the intensity of my feelings, over twilight, over wanton contemptible things like love and magic, over my desire for affection, over the ugliness my mere presence seems to bring out in people. What is it about us teenage girls that claws so deeply under people's skin? We're reviled and desired in equal measure, cringed at, laughed at, then lunged at. The sheer effort people like my father and my teachers have spent trying to control us. So many dress codes and rigid rules and unspoken ones we have taken on the mantle of policing ourselves, looking in the mirror and wincing at our reflections, drawing our own blood first before others can. I think my father wants me to erase myself the way everyone who opposed him erased themselves while he was rising to power. Perhaps he's doing the same thing to me he did with the occult. Perhaps deep down, like with the swamp spiritualism, he recognizes I could be a threat and must be taken off the map. You want me to feel ashamed. I can't help the tears that have formed in my eyes. I simply brush them away. You know what, Dad? Let's say deep down, I am still a teenage girl. I think you want me to feel bad about that because you have a teenage girl inside you, too. And you're embarrassed. Everything you hate, my hunger, my softness, my need. You can't look me without seeing those parts of yourself, and you're terrified they make you weak. But I know they're strengths. I'm choosing to be proud, which means you can't control me anymore. It's God's control you should be worried about. My father closes the distance between us and takes my hands. His skin is fever hot. Come to church tonight and repent in front of the whole town. Admit how you've been wrong and be redeemed. This doesn't have to be who you are anymore. Come to the light. I don't remove my hands. Somewhere inside me is still a little girl who desperately wants his touch. Why will the whole town be there? He looks so much like a cunning lion with his dark mane, lips stretching into a smile. They think the low man is our murderer, and they believe Everett is the low man. They're going to hang him. Fear freezes my heart. Who told them to do that? His smile widens. The sheriff and I have an obligation to punish sinners. You refused to give us the evidence we needed to imprison Everett, so we're improvising.
Come with us, Ruth. Choose your family.
And if I don't? He squeezes my hand so hard I wince.
Then I won't shield you any longer.
I try to wrest my hands away, but he only grips them tighter. Let go, I say, sinking at the pain, but his eyes burn. I look to my mother, desperate, but she's shriveled into nothing. Here, in the living room where I used to kneel at his feet, praying he'd stroke my hair, where I once watched my favorite book burn, wishing it was me, I finally understand the greatest pain of all. It's the moment you realize the family who raised you, the people who witnessed you in every moment of tender vulnerability growing up, who saw your small scraped knees, your spilled tears, your young eyes wide in wonder, don't love you back. At least not the same way. Your love is and will always be unrequited. Maybe I'd been a masochist for holding on to hope for so long, or maybe it was only human, the resilience of that tiny flicker in my heart. Either way, kneeling on the floor of their house, the flame is finally snuffed. Loneliness and despair wash over me. But as my father begins to lecture about repenting, sweat shining on his face, I remember Everett, the person who is more than a person, who is the shield I once fashioned for myself, a reminder that the world is bigger than this house, and now the difference between being destroyed and walking away. My father looks down at me when I stop fighting his grip, my face expressionless. His lecture falters. Silence stretches until I ask one last question, one final interrogation. Dad, did you ever love me? Pain flickers over my mother's face, but he frowns. When you refuse God, what do you give me to love? There, all this time, I've been the one chaining myself. I rise to my feet and leave, as hard and simple as that. 46. Now. Tears cloud my vision as I press my palm to the sun-warmed wall of the library, so I hardly register the bright blur before it barrels into me. Ruth! Nisa envelops me in softness and her clean citrus scent. We've never hugged before, and any other day this display would cause me awkward consternation. But today's different. I close my eyes and let myself be held. I was beside myself. She pulls back to study me. You didn't show up for work, so I went to your house and you weren't there. I thought for sure they'd gotten you. The rioters? They're more than that. Nisa squeezes my shoulders. I know I said I found the low man theory compelling, but it isn't a theory anymore. It's a manhunt. They've got guns and knives, Ruth, and they're searching for your friend to kill him. They think he's the low man, an actual beast, a demon. I thought I knew these people, that they were salt of the earth folk with good heads on their shoulders, but it's like some switch flipped. Even old man Jonas is walking around with a fishing spear like a pitchfork. This is worse than Barry or my father described. Where'd you last see them? She shakes her head sorrowfully. On their way to Everett's house. That's where I'm supposed to meet him. If they find him first, I have to go. I say and start to pull out of her arms, but Nisa tugs me back. Listen. In her tangerine blouse, dark eyes searching my face, she radiates warmth and concern. I've always tried not to act like your big sister. I figured you had enough people in your life telling you what to do. But I need you safe, you hear? I'll try my best, Nisa, I promise. And thank you for finding John Abraham. It really helped. She smiles sadly. I was a young woman once. I know what it's like to be torn in different directions, to try to understand what you think is right and wrong, what you care about, who you are, when everyone's trying to sell you their version. It's a rite of passage as old as time. The only way through it is to trust yourself, okay? Choose your own path, okay? I say softly. Something occurs to me. You aren't going to Holy Fire tonight, are you? For the town meetin'? She scoffs. You couldn't pay me enough. Elijah and I are staying home and boarding up the windows. Good. She narrows her eyes. Why are you asking? This time I squeeze her shoulders. Because I need you safe, too. Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye to me? I give in to my desire and lay my head back on her shoulder. Thank you for being such a good friend. Oh, honey. Nisa strokes my hair. Don't thank me. Lovin' you's easy. The bullet holes are the first thing I see when the Duncan house comes into view. They form a cluster in the front door, then sweep across the house in big sawdust blasts, like someone let loose with a shotgun. Next is the graffiti in drippin' red. Murderer, demon, God hates you, rotten hell. The windows are all shattered. Even the stained glass pane is now a mess of jagged edges. The fence is busted. The garage door smashed in like the lid of an aluminum can. Catastrophic damage. I race to the garage door and yank it up, finding the garage in ruins, chemicals dumped across the concrete, but no Ever. I sprint out and try the front door. Locked, I pound. Everett! With no answer, I fling myself into the lawn round the corner of the house and halt right before impaling myself on a knife. Ruth, I didn't know it was you. Everett drops the knife and seizes me. Are you okay? Am I okay? What happened? He falls into the grass beside the knife, drawing his knees up. He looks exhausted. I went to hide my car in the woods. When I came back, it looked like this. He looks up at me and tries to smile. Think the buyer's still going to want it with a few extra holes? The entire town is after you, Ever. This is as bad as it gets. He shifts in the grass, trying to appear nonchalant, but he's biting his lip. How are you? He clears his throat. After last night? There's a manhunt after him, and this is what he's nervous about? I crouch and take his hands, ignoring his busted knuckles. It was perfect. Everything Twilight promised. Ever groans. I grin. I knew you'd like that. He yanks me into his lap and cups my face, eyes on my mouth. He tugs my bottom lip between his teeth and then kisses me, his tongue playful, teasing. I chase his mouth and stop his teasing, finding a rhythm that grows more and more intense until I'm fisting my hands in his shirt, dragging my knuckles across the bare skin of his stomach. He is safety, comfort. It's us against the world. We pull apart, breathing heavily. I rest my forehead against his and whisper, I figured out what our dads were doing those nights at Holy Fire. You did? Secure in his lap, forehead to forehead, I tell him everything. When I'm done, his expression hasn't changed. You knew. I suspected. His cool fingers grip my waist. I wasn't sure. All along? No, only recently. I study him, feeling my heart rate pick up. There's one last thing I don't understand. Yeah? I know why my dad worked with yours. He wanted Killian's connection to the sons. But why would your dad agree to help mine when he hated him? I recognize Ever's brand of quiet, calculating. There's something your dad said to me. I take a deep breath. Before he died, Ever's jaw tightens. What was it? When he saw me, he said, I always knew it would be a Cornier, but I never thought it would be you. Do you know why he'd say that? I don't like the way Ever looks down at his hands or the way his mouth forms a tight line. There's one last thing I haven't told you. I go rigid in his arms. I thought we were done with secrets. I know, just... He looks up at me through his lashes. Promise you won't run. I dig my fingernails into the dirt to ground myself. Tell me. He sighs. A few months ago,
I was drinking at a bar in Trouville when Jebediah Ray walked in. I'd seen him once or twice a long time ago when he came by the garage to talk business with my dad, but it had been long enough I wasn't sure he'd recognize me. He did, though. Took one look at me and came over. Said he'd know Killian's boy anywhere. I didn't know what to make of it, why he was in Trouville or at my bar without his entourage. But we got to drinking. Hours later, when we were deep in our cups, do you know what he turned to me and said? I wait, afraid yet mesmerized. He told me he was trying to get right with God, make amends, and he wanted to tell me he was sorry for what happened to my mama, that it had been real hard to watch what my daddy did to her that night. It was one of his regrets. Dread spills through my veins. My heart broke the minute I understood what he meant, but I played it cool, asked him questions. He said he and my dad grew up together, used to drink together and stir up trouble even after they got married. But Jebediah said after I was born, my dad changed. He started going on and on about witchcraft every time he got drunk, asking Jebediah if he believed in demons and dark magic, that sort of thing. He was obsessed, like a dog with a bone. One night they got so drunk they could barely see straight and stumbled to my parents' house. They found my mom in the backyard in her prayer circle, and my dad went berserk, started screaming that he knew she was a witch. No matter how hard she tried to talk him down, he was convinced, said the Reverend warned him she needed to convert. Otherwise, she was going to sacrifice our entire family to the devil. She was too dangerous to live. When she wouldn't agree to it, he beat her to death. Jebediah said as soon as my dad finished, he burst into tears and started yelling, "No, no, no!" He wanted to take it back. He said that's why my dad turned into such a nasty son of a bitch. His regret ate him up. I'm afraid to touch him, even though I want to. Ever's eyes are incandescent with anger. I'm so sorry, I say instead. It's an understatement to say it's horrible, and she didn't deserve it. All my life, Ruth, I thought my mom's death was my fault. I blamed myself, accepted the hate my father gave me, didn't even fight back half the time. But he's the one who killed her. Our eyes lock, because your dad told him to. I take a deep breath, and after my dad confessed, yours used it as leverage, blackmailed him into working together. As much as I hate it, it makes sense. That's how my mother had known how Celestina really died, because Killian had spilled to my father, who'd used his guilt as a weapon. With that, the final puzzle piece falls into place. You didn't just come back this summer for Augustus. You came to kill my dad. Ever doesn't flinch. My dad may have beat her, but yours pulled the strings. He's just as guilty. We stare at each other, our parents' sins hanging like stones around our necks. You wanted to frame Sons of Liberty for Renard's murder to get back at Jebediah for not intervening with your mom. That's why you were so adamant about avoiding him at the biker bar. You knew he'd recognize you if he saw us. It was a good plan to take the heat off us, Ever insists, regardless of the other motives. Because either the sheriff would actually go after Jebediah, or, if they were working together like you suspected, he'd bury Renard's case. Either way, you'd win. We'd win. I scramble away from him. You are the Count of Monte Cristo. All of this, from the first day in the swamp with Renard, has been part of an elaborate revenge plot. I'm almost dizzy thinking back. When I handed you the rock, when you killed him, I didn't know what I was putting myself in the middle of. Ever's eyes flash. He jumps to his feet.
I didn't know we'd kill him either. All I knew was you were hurtin' and I could help. The rest of them, fine. Part of it was revenge. And you know what? It was sweet. But it was also about justice, protection, the fact that people are in danger so long as these men are alive. My mind races. You stayed in Bottom Springs even after you knew the sheriff suspected you because you thought you could still find a way to kill my dad. Tension ripples between us. Yes. We stare at each other. The thing I don't get is, I swallow the lump in my throat. Where do I fit in? Ruth, it's all for you, Ever says, and kicks the wall of his ruined house. Somewhere inside, glass shatters. Comin', goin', hurtin', protectin'. I'm always thinking of you, revolving around you. Everything else about my life was forced on me. But you're what I chose for myself. What I chose. So close to what Nisa said. Choose your own path. And suddenly I know what I want. I'm the ultimate hypocrite, but I say it anyway. Don't kill him. Ruth, I know my father's terrible, but I know he's terrible, but trust me. Ever spits in the grass. As the son of an addict, I'm familiar with that song. Please. I don't know what compels me. Whatever sliver of love remains for my father, maybe, or some sliver of grace. I fall to my knees in the grass. Don't. To my surprise, Ever pulls me up. You don't have to beg. I want you more than any revenge. I won't touch him if you don't want me to. But we need to leave now before they come back. Run away with Ever and leave my father to his kingdom. Leave my mother, Nisa and her husband, Lila, the fortnight fishin' wives, all of the town to their fate. I take a deep breath and shake my head. I don't want my father dead, but I also don't want that. Ever blows out a breath. You've got to be kidding me. Do you remember when we burned Renard's necklace in the fire? I watch him. I need him to understand. To see if the gold melted, he says reluctantly, if he cared as much as he claimed. I need to do that to my father. Why? I need to know who he is in his heart, if there's anything redeemable. A look of understanding dawns. You want proof he's worth leaving alive. A test. The Bible talks endlessly about parental sacrifice. God sacrificing Jesus, Abraham sacrificing Isaac. Tests of love and devotion. But what about what children sacrifice? What about the courage it takes to right our parents' wrongs? Course correct the mess they've left us? I seize Ever's hands. I have an idea, but if we do it, there's no trying to insist we're innocent. We'll go down as villains. Only you and I will ever know the truth. When he blows out a breath, I know I have him. What do you need from me? To call Sam Landry, steal one more thing, and run for your life. You remember I'm not actually the low man, right? I know, but Bottom Springs wants a beast. I place my hands on Everett's knife-sharp cheekbones, remembering the power I once gave him and taking it back, swallowing it, drinking his threat, holding the volatile substance in my chest. All that danger, all that potential, mine. So I'm going to give them one. 47. Now. Night falls pitch black. Against it, the stars have never been clearer, out in full force to witness what Ever and I have planned, our shot at infamy. It's so velvety dark that on the walk to Holy Fire, we can see the torches blazing from a quarter mile away. The chanting doesn't hit until later, but when it does,
The sound of those familiar voices roaring for blood makes me reach for Ever's hand. People I've known my whole life who watched me play as a child fill the lawn around the church. They hold torches and pistols, shotguns, kitchen knives. I catch sight of old man Jonas with his fishing spear like Nisa warned. The chanting comes and goes, but when it swells, I catch the words, "Send him back to hell." Ever lets go of my hand and slinks away silently on his first mission. When he returns, he finds me crouched behind a truck in the parking lot, holding my breath. He hands me a packet of papers and I exhale. I was right? Just like you said. He takes his place beside me and studies the crowd. Look at them. They've finally taken off their masks. They're animals. They're scared. I whisper. I can feel it in the air. Suddenly the crowd parts to let my father through. He's flanked by the sheriff, Barry, and Deputy Roy McLaren. Their eyes scan the crowd, hands resting near their guns. Sweet old Roy looks nervous and uncomfortable, but a small smirk curls Barry's mouth. This must be exactly what he hoped for. "My good people," my father bellows. "Our home has been poisoned by evil." His deep voice rings across the lawn, causing all to fall silent. "We've grown too godly, too powerful in our faith. We've drawn an ancient enemy out of the dark. The low man has risen on a mission from the devil. One by one, he'll butcher us until none are left." The crowd buzzes. "How convenient," Ever whispers. My father raises his arms and silence falls. "In the face of true evil, God commands us to act in his stead and carry out his holy punishments." The townspeople shout, raising their guns and torches. "We must cast this demon back to hell," my father shouts, and as the crowd clamors, he turns and sweeps back into the church, disappearing through the double doors. The sheriff takes over, shepherding townsfolk. Are they planning to march through town in search of Everett? It doesn't matter. Nothing they plan will come to pass. I lean my head against Ever's shoulder. "Are you ready?" His stubble rubs my forehead as he nods. "Are you?" I pat the papers in my dress and raise the branch we picked up on our walk. "I have everything I need." Someone bellows. Ever and I glance sharply at the crowd. A large, brawny man standing with Gerald Theriot, one of his fishing crew, raises his shotgun, pumping it. The men around him cheer. "You don't have to do this," Ever says quietly. "It doesn't have to be you." "Of course it does. I'm the one who was shielded. I owe a debt. My father is my angel to bear. Now remember, I need you to fly." "I know." Ever cups my face. "I'll see you when this is over." "I'll be there, I promise." He kisses my forehead and straightens to his full height. As Ever strides toward the crowd, I watch him transform, exercising his fear. His back straightens, he shakes out his arms, rolls his neck. He's so well versed at walking into vipers' nests, into no-win situations. He's been doing it all his life. I hate that I've asked it of him. Pray it's the last time. He strides out of the dark into the ring of light cast by the crowd's torches. The reaction is instantaneous. Screams and gasps puncture the air as hundreds of people turn in a rippling wave. "You want me?" Ever shouts, throwing out his arms. "Well, I'm right here." "Now run," I beg, "straight into the woods." "It's him!" Barry roars, and mercifully, Ever takes that as his cue to whip around and run in the direction of the trees. People stumble into each other, random gunfire thundering, shots hitting the ground near Ever's feet. Torches are dropped and stomped, and then in a massive swell the crowd charges after him, Barry and the sheriff in the lead. I have no time to waste. As soon as the crowd clears, I head for the church with my branch in hand,
only stoppin' to bend and seize one of the torches with embers still smolderin'. I breathe life into it like Ever taught me, and when the flame is tall again, I kick open the double doors. I know where my father will be, his favorite place on earth, where he reigns on high. The doors to the nave are open. A small crowd of women gathers around my mother on stage. I recognize Mrs. Otten, the tailor, Julie Broussard, the fishin' wife, and Mrs. Anderson, my mother's haughty doppelganger, among them. Above them on the balcony, where I knew he'd be, stands my father. "Did anyone else hear gunshots?" Julie asks at the same time my father booms, "Bring in the crowd!" I close the nave doors with the boom and shove the branch between the handles so the doors can't open. A gasp sounds behind me. When I turn around, every person in the large, ornate space is gaping at me. "Ruth!" My father's voice echoes down. His eyes are fixed on my torch. "You came to repent!" "No." My voice is loud and clear. "I'm here so you can." "What's the meaning of this?" Mrs. Anderson hisses to my mother, but my mother's face is stony. "Someone get the sheriff," the Reverend commands. But when one of the fishin' wives darts toward me and the door, I point my torch at her. "Stay back." The woman halts. "The sheriff's gone. They all are. There's no one here but us." "Adele," Mrs. Otten says, her voice soft and confused. "It's only Ruth, your daughter." My mother and I lock eyes. "That's not my daughter," she says. "I don't know what that is." "So be it." I point my torch up at the balcony. "That justice you've always feared, Dad, it's here." Surprise drains the color out of his face. The severity of his reaction is more than I expected. He seems suddenly, truly afraid. "It's you?" he asks, voice wavering. "You're the low man." "Yes, Dad. I'm the beast you made." The people on stage crowd closer, looking at each other in alarm. "What about Everett Duncan?" Julie cries. "James, get hold of yourself," my mother barks. "This is no time to lose your head." He's terrified, but it's not because of me. It's decades of his own guilt and paranoia catching up to him. I am his telltale heart walking before him. I stride to the velvet wall hangings, deep purple and stitched with gold crosses, and hold up my torch. "I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer honestly, I'll let someone leave. If you don't, this church will burn." "You're holding us hostage?" Mrs. Otten twists her head to my father. "Your daughter's gone mad, Reverend. Stop her." He remains rigid, watching me. "First question's easy. Did you help distribute drugs with the sheriff, Fred Fortnott, Augustus Blanchard, and the Sons of Liberty? Is everything in this church, all these fine things, the spoils of your crimes?" I draw the torch closer to the velvet. "Was this bought with drug money?" "Don't listen to her," my mother shouts. I can hear her panic, her fear that the town she's lorded over for so many years will know the truth. "She's gone mad, like Mrs. Otten said." But Julie's eyes gleam, and I know she's thinking of Fred and his secret dock. They'll believe me when this is all over. I must trust it. My father is now red-faced, scanning the people below. "I did no such thing." I tip the torch to the velvet hanging and then its neighbor. The flames catch quick, racing up the wall. Bad start. I walk to the pews and point at the cushioned seats. "Try again. Did you allow Fred Fortnott to beat his daughter, Beth, without intervention? Yes or no?" "Quiet," he roars, gripping the balustrade. "She's been sent by the devil to confuse us." "Liar," I call, and set the pews on fire. The cloth seats catch as quickly as the velvet flames crawling down the rows. Smoke billows from the wall. I move closer to the stage. The small group staggers back, Mrs. Otten clinging to Julie. "All you need to do," I yell to my father, "is choose these people over your ego. Don't melt in the fire," I beg. "Show me what you're made of." "Reverend," one of the fishin' wives calls, "help us. Did you allow Herman Blanchard to teach children for decades, even though you knew he was a predator? Did you sacrifice kids for the sake of your own power? Yes or no?" Mrs. Anderson gasps, turning to my mother in disgust. "Oh, yes. However this ends, word will spread. He'll never be free of it." "She lies," my father yells. "Don't fall into her trap." I light more pews on fire. Sweat beads my skin. The fire from the velvet hangings is traveling across the wall, slowly consuming the textile art they've hung, and the pews behind me are ablaze. Smoke stings my eyes. I climb on stage to the podium and my hostages cower in the corner. There's no escaping it. I am the villain, but this justice will be worth it. I point my torch at the sumptuous red cloth hanging from the podium. Holy Fire Born Again is embroidered in gold thread. "Did you tell Killian Duncan his wife was a witch, and if she wouldn't come to church, she was too dangerous to live?" "No!" he yells. "Did that lead him to kill her?" Sweat slides down my face. "Was she the first person you killed, or were there others before her?" "Be silent!" he screams, and I light the podium on fire. "Please," Julie begs, "let us go." I realize she's talking to me, not my father. "Spare us. We did nothing wrong." The fire encroaches, eating up the pews. Soon it will block the path to the door. Even worse is the thickening smoke, which poisons the air. Mrs. Otten won't stop coughing. I know they're scared and hurting, but I need these people to stay. They're my witnesses. Without them, I have little leverage. Besides, I'm the villain, aren't I? The beast, the low man. Their discomfort should mean little to me. They're collateral damage. But I can't do it that way. I growl and sweep down the aisle past the growing flames, scalded by the heat licking my arms and legs. I can smell my hair burning, but I push through to the doors, grip the large branch wedged in the handles, and tug with all my might. It wrenches free, and I tumble back. "Leave!" I yell and race for the stairs to the balcony. I'm not even halfway up them before I hear the doors to the nave swing open and crack against the wall. Everyone has escaped, except my mother. She's climbing over the pews toward me. I leap up the rest of the stairs and run down the narrow path to the balcony. My father has sequestered himself in the corner farthest from me. He holds up a gold cross as if I am truly a demon. "Back, beast!" "One last question," I say, breathing heavily, and pull my last and greatest weapon from my dress. The papers Ever stole from my father's safe while everyone was chanting. The document Sam Landry counseled us on in exchange for a long-ago kindness. The last will and testament of Augustus Lear Blanchard. The look on my father's face when he sees what I hold, he transforms. "Ruth!" So much fear packed into the word. "Please!" He lowers the cross. From king to beggar. My mother rushes up behind us, but before she gets close, my father shouts, "Don't touch her! She has the will!" My mother halts. "How?" "Everett," my father answers grimly. "I was right. He was the one who stole money from my safe." I hold the will tantalizingly close to the flame. My parents' eyes track it. "I'm sure you know this, Dad, but if you destroy the only copy of a will, it's like it never existed. Samuel Landry told us that. You remember Sam, don't you? The boy who got into Duke, who you told everyone not to support? Well, he says without this, Lawyers will have to rely on earlier versions of Augustus's will, which I'm guessing name Herman as his heir. But Herman's not alive anymore, so I guess the state will be in charge of all that money. Maybe there are some distant Blanchard cousins they can track down. He shivers despite the heat from the fire below.
This has gone beyond rebellion. Give me the will.
Like I said, one more question. I look at him, at my mother. I'd planned to ask how he'd convinced Augustus to name him as his heir, thinking to expose his machinations to our witnesses. But they're gone now. It's just the three of us. So I take a deep breath and ask something different. When you struck me as a child, or when I tried to get you to hug me and you wouldn't, when you locked me in my room for days and told me not to talk, did you know what you were doing? I swallow. Did you mean for it to hurt? My father's eyes flick from the will to my face, weighing.
Yes,
my mother says, gripping the balustrade. I knew. Slowly, my father nods. I read it in their eyes. With the will on the line, they're finally telling the truth. Thank you, I say, and light the will on fire. No! My father roars, lunging at me. I twist away, bending over the balustrade to hold the will out of his reach. He knocks the torch from my hand and it rolls to my mother, who stomps the flame. My father wraps a massive hand around my throat. Stop! I wheeze, but he's squeezing my neck too tight. I can barely get the word out. James, enough! My mother claws at his hand, trying to pull it away, but he elbows her.
Give me the will.
He seethes, our faces inches apart. Heat radiates from him as blistering as any fire.
You have no idea what I've done for it. This is my life's work. Quick, girl.
No, I manage to rasp before he squeezes my neck so tight that my vision goes black and the whole church disappears. I'm back on a warm June day in the swamp with the birds singing, frogs croaking. Renard's hands are around my throat, his body crushing mine. Panic clutches me. I need saving. You will be saved. You must be good. But there's no one out there making sure people get mercy or justice. It's just us. It's just me on this ledge, in this world. I use the only weapon I have, touching the burning will to my father's shoulder and lighten his shirt. He jumps back in horror, trying to extinguish the fire, but it spreads across his back where he can't reach. My mother leaps at him, striking the flames. I clutch my aching throat and suck in air. Good riddance, I whisper, and my desperate father meets my eyes. I let go of the will.
No!
He screams and dives over the balustrade. His heels leave the floor. For a single suspended moment, I watch as my father realizes he's leapt too high, too far, and his muscle seize as if he can claw back his momentum. No miracle intervenes. His untethered body tumbles after the will. He lands face down with a crack on the stage. The smoking remains of the will rest by his outstretched hand. My mother's scream rends the air. I stare at his unmoving body. In the paralysis of shock, I feel no panic, only numbness. Now we know, I whisper. My mother sobs, clutching the bars of the balustrade. I unpeel her fingers and lift her, dragging her limp, despondent body down the stairs and through the towering arch of fire. We walk out the double doors of the church with raw, burned skin, her pale hair smoking, my white dress gray with ash. My mother wrestles out of my arms the instant we hit cool air and falls to her knees in the grass. Behind us, a fiery beam falls and crashes. Holy fire born again is coming down. The flames are climbing to the roof, reaching for that glorious needle-tipped spire. Be good, he always said, and be spared the lake of fire. I walk away and let it burn. 48. Now. The tree-ringed highway is quiet as a tomb as I wait in the dark. Everett was supposed to be here by now. There are a million things that could have gone wrong. I'm willing myself not to think about them, not to imagine the sheriff or Barry catching hold of Ever, as if refusing to admit the possibility can somehow keep it from happening. Tires squeal, headlights appear through the trees. Suddenly, a convertible charges out of the woods, kicking up dust and swerving onto the highway. I leap to my feet, heart swelling as it skids to a stop on the side of the road. Everett, hair slicked back with sweat, grins at me from the driver's seat. "Thank God," we both say. I choke back a laugh as I climb into the passenger side. The minute I slam the door, Ever jams the gas and guns down the road. "It worked!" I yell over the wind, giddy with the thrill of victory. "You escaped!" He twines his fingers between mine over the gear shift, one hand on the wheel. "They stopped chasing me to run back to the church." He eyes me, an incredulous laugh bubbling. "I heard them shouting that it was burning down." Tall trees whip by. "He's dead, Ever. His body's in that fire." The look in his eyes as he squeezes my hand is tender. "I'm sorry. I really am. I know how you must feel." I'm probably the only person alive who would believe him. Wind lifts my hair. He wasn't who I hoped. I close my eyes. At least we're getting out. We're getting out! Ever shouts, and his jubilance takes me by surprise, makes me laugh. He pulls my hand to his chest. "This is it, Ruth. My dream since we were 17. I bite my lip, then scream at the top of my lungs. "We're free!" He reaches his fingers into my hair. "Tell me I can have you forever." I press my hand over his. "You'll have me and I'll have you." Nothing could have prepared me for the sudden joy of being unencumbered, without limits, speeding down the road. I lean my head against the headrest as we sail, taking in the inky sky, the diamond stars, the towering trees. Yes, my father is dead. Yes, the church is burning. Yes, we are criminals. But the world has never been so beautiful. I've never felt so at peace. "We're going to Texas," Ever yells, his dark curls a halo in the wind. "No more Louisiana." Into the west. I drape my arm over the convertible door and let it surf the wind. "I'll go to school, and I'll open a garage." He kisses the back of my hand. "We'll explore during the day and read at night and be happy," I finish. "And be happy." We drive for hours. The steady dark lulls me into a dream state. Pieces of the last few days flutter through my mind. Kissing Ever in the storm. Kneeling before my father. Burning the church. Barry's shock when I told him he should run. The look on Barry's face. The things he told me. "Hey, look." Ever points to a lone gas station up ahead, barely more than a sign and 2 pumps. "We need more gas." We pull into it and refuel, Ever leaning against the convertible while the gasoline chugs. Barry said he had Everett all figured out, and almost everything he claimed had turned out to be true. The gas clicks off. After a minute, Ever opens the door and drops back into the driver's seat. I turn to him. There's one lamp in this gas station and it's flickering, turning his face from light to dark, dark to light. "Ever, I have a question. Why do you never settle in one place?" He smiles. His sharp canines glint. "Oh, I don't know. Barry guessed it's because you kill people everywhere you live. Not just men from Bottom Springs. But it's Barry, so..." For a long time, Everett doesn't answer.
Finally, he rests his hands on the steering wheel and eyes me. His words are as taut as the rope on a noose. There are a lot of bad men in the world, Ruth. A bead of sweat rolls down my neck. A lot of men whose punishments will never come unless someone takes it into their own hands. I see. Barry was right. Are you afraid now? He whispers. In the flickering light, I can't read his face, but it doesn't matter. It's my heart on the scale, not his. The chains are tilting back and forth, asking, "Who are you?" If this scene were a painting in my father's office, it might be called The Final Corruption of Ruth Cornier. In one of my mother's cautionary tales, this would be the moment she leaned in and whispered, and the girl signed her soul away. If we were in one of the books I loved, those literary classics, it would be the moment the reader knew I was doomed. I cover Ever's hands on the steering wheel. How about this? We go to school and work and read and be happy, and sometimes, when the time is right, we'll take care of the people who need it. My voice is low. We'll be a law unto ourselves. His eyes shine back. Two low men prowl in the dark. Bonnie and Clyde, I whisper, and he seizes and kisses me. The scale tips. I taste the sweet heat of his mouth, feel our teeth scrape together, losing myself until I hear something faint in the distance, something that tugs at me. I shake Everett, and he pulls away. We twist in our seats and stare behind us. That's when my mind makes sense of the sound. Sirens. "Start the car," I urge. "Hurry." Ever's ahead of me, twisting the key and revving the engine until it roars. We race backward, swerve in a giant V, and launch forward. The sirens grow a decibel louder. I turn to watch the road, heart thundering. "It won't be for us," Ever murmurs, his eyes on the rear view. "It's a coincidence." Red and blue lights appear in the murky distance. "Drive faster." He jams the gas, fingers clutching the steering wheel so hard they turn red. The arrow on his odometer is shaken, hitting the max. At this speed, the wind brings tears to my eyes, but I can still see the lights grow bigger, loom closer. "We're almost to the border," Ever shouts, pointing in the distance. "There will be a bridge, and on the other side's Texas. We'll lose them." My hair, my dress, the wind whips them up like sails. The cars are close enough now that I can see they're a caravan. I can just make out the Trufayette Parish Sheriff's logo on the car in the lead. Sheriff Tyrios found us. He must have recruited cops from the next parish like Barry warned. There are too many. They're gaining on us. I can barely hear myself over the thunder of the tires. "Shit," Ever swears. A loud voice booms toward us. "Everett Duncan and Ruth Cornier, pull over immediately." It's the sheriff. Even with the sound system distorting his voice, I recognize him. "You're wanted on counts of murder and arson. Do not resist arrest." "Faster," I chant. "Faster, faster." But I know Ever's gunning it. And there it is, like a mirage. Heaven appearing around the bend. Lights dot an arched bridge. Ever grips my hand. "See?" he shouts. "It's going to be okay." It has to be. They cannot win. The bridge shudders and splits in two. The halves begin to rise. The sheriff's voice echoes again. "Do not attempt to cross state lines. We're raising the bridge." "God Almighty," I breathe. Ever jerks my hand. "What do we do?" "I don't know." I'm terrified of what's ahead and behind. I can't think straight. "Ruth, what should we do?" What should we do? What should we do? What we've always done. I shake Ever's hand. "Never give in, remember? Never give ourselves over. That's what we promised." He tightens his jaw and stares at the rising bridge. "Then I'll drive fast. We'll soar and we'll make it. We'll make it," I echo. The pavement is sliding beneath us,
but we'll transform into birds and fly away. I always knew that's how I'd escape, as a scarlet Ruth bird. Gunshots explode into the asphalt, ricocheting rocks that sting my cheeks, my forehead. We're racing so fast. Ready? Ever roars, and we clutch each other's hands as our tires leave the bridge. Then we're weightless, soaring, suspended above the Russian River, the nose of the convertible pointed at the other half of the bridge. We can make it. I feel it in my bones. I push against gravity and turn my head to Everett. His eyes are fixed on me, alive and brimming with love. The whole world shimmers. The stars above, the waves below, the metal bridge ahead, receding faster than I expected. It's dizzying. The sound of the cop cars screeching to a halt behind us, the sheriff's horrified voice, the wind, our height. But at the center is ever still and calm. And sometimes a person is more than a person. Sometimes they're a lifeline, your ticket out, not just of a house or a town, but an invisible prison whose bars are in your mind. Sometimes they're a key in the exact shape of the lock that cages you. I love you, he shouts, or I think he does. The wind eats his words, but the way he's looking at me, God Almighty, the way he looks. The nose of the car dips, pointing at the black water, but there's still time, still a chance. If only we could stay here in this moment, suspended, reaching for our freedom. If only I could ask for one miracle to stop time here and now and never meet what happens next. Never know if it was worth it, whether we will get our futures. I love you too, I yell, but I don't know if he hears. Dear God, I pray, dear devil, dear whoever's listening, I beg you, no more forward motion, no more physics, no more consequences. The dark water reaches for us. Give us this moment forever. Ever kisses my hand. His eyes are full of stars. Give us a world where we can be happy. If you've ever loved us, if any part of this was right, stop us here and now. Below us, the bridge.
This concludes Midnight is the Darkest Hour by Ashley Winstead. Narrated by Sarah Welborn. Copyright 2023 by Ashley Winstead.